Moon gang. Hello, hello, hello. If I'm being honest with you, that kind of hurt because I'm getting old and I ran yesterday and now my shoulder hurts. Don't know why that would possibly work. I don't know why that would make sense, but that's what happened, folks. I ran and now my shoulder hurts. Makes absolutely no sense, but that's where I am in my life. Random pains because I'm on the second half. But let's not focus on that for now. That seems like something solid for me to complain about more around the midday. I would say midday good shoulder complaint. But for now, let's just focus on the fact that it's a Friday. It's a beautiful day in Ape Nation. Let's do this. Let's do this. Let's do this. Man, green, 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 green. We haven't seen that in a bit, so I'm excited. We're already up 5.8% in pre-market. AMC trading at 38. GME up 4.5% in pre-market, trading at 174. Let's do this thing. Oh, brother. Oh, brother. These apes are at it again. These apes are at it again. All right. So we're both of our stocks gapping up pre-market. How's the overall market looking right now? I'd assume pretty good with this type of reaction. Let's check out the S&P 500. Also up. IWM. We'll do the 5-minute on these two little ditties. All right, yeah, both. Everything's green. There's green across the board. It's going to be hopefully a nice day of like just euphoric green, euphoric tendies. It's going to be a good one. All right, AMC. We got this. Let's drop the RSI just for now. And then we're going to hop into all the numbers we need to know about. Today, we're going to talk about a couple different things. It seems, we talked about the convertible bond thing yesterday. It's just not a thing. I'm seeing some more discussion about payment for order flow. We're going to be going over that. In fact, this payment for order flow thing, I think is so important. I kind of want to make a standalone video on it of like what it is, like the arguments for its pros, the arguments for its cons, and then basically the brokerages. And you're gonna like quickly realize that it's incredibly difficult to escape the grasp of the duopoly between Citadel Securities and Virtu. It's very, very, very difficult to escape them. So we'll be talking about that. And just a quick reminder, if you weren't able to catch the extra stream last night, basically, we brought on West Christian. I know some people were discussing of like, oh, like they're working on some sort of actual like legal action. That is confirmed. West Christian came on the show again. The interview is up. It's the most recent load, upload or piece of content on this channel. So if you want to check that out, a relatively quick conversation, but he's confirming that, yep, it is. He gave a couple details on it. And then the second half of it is just a quick breakdown. So feel free to check that out. That has to do with the legal case. Also, yesterday we brought on John, Wall Street Viking, to talk about Ape Fest. Basically just a party to celebrate the community. I saw some backlash of it. Like, folks, to plan something of this size, it takes a while. You can't just be like, oh, okay, this is over and now we're going to start planning. It takes months and months. It takes over half a year to plan these types of big events. So they're planning it just for the celebration of basically when this all started. So January, because that's kind of when it started last time, like the end of January. That's why they picked that. And from there, to my understanding, this isn't kind of like a one-time thing. They want to do Ape Fest year over year because this community is not going anywhere. We're absolutely not going anywhere. So if you do or don't want to be there, I understand, but I'll be there. Trey will be there. It's just going to be a fun time. I mean, for the work and effort everyone in this community has been putting in, I think it's okay for us to take a weekend and just enjoy what we've actually built, because who knows where we're going to be at that point. My guess, we're going to be even bigger. And if I really had to guess, I think we're going to have even some more money in our pocket. So looking exciting, but that video, we did it on stream yesterday, and then I believe that Trey did his own live stream last night with the Ape Fest guys. So feel free to check that out. In terms of Ortex. Okay, AMC thus far this morning, 1.4 million returned. So this would account for kind of 2 days ago. Remember what return shares is? It's one of two things. Shares that went out on loan were never shorted and just being returned. The other part of it are shares that went on loan, shorted, covered, as in buying back to the market. You wait the T2 settlement and then you can return them. That's the earliest you could do it. So this isn't saying shorts covered today or anything like that. That's not what return shares mean. It's a combo of those two things I just said. So like you could look at some action from 2 days ago. 2 days ago, that's a bit surprising to me, in all honesty. I don't know in the price action 2 days ago where a chunk of shorts would have actually covered. To me, if I had to guess right now, and we're going to find out in a little bit, I would bet that these shares returned are shares that were never short. That's my current thesis, because I'm just not seeing in the price action 2 days ago where they would have actually covered. Just my going thesis, short interest 15.53%. Utilization still above 90, shares on loan still above 100 million. Sizable, sizable, sizable. Already a net borrow against GME today. Short interest of 14.63%. Shares on loan 7.87 million. Utilization 35.72%. Please, if there's any questions on the short interest, shares on loan, utilization, any of this stuff, like what it means and how they tie together, don't hesitate to ask me. And if you don't want to, just also know on my channel, there's a video called Know These Terms where I explain short interest, shares on loan, utilization, days to cover, all of that stuff. So if you don't want to ask a question, or if you're having a hard time getting a hold of me or my attention, just know there is that video. If you just search Matt Kohrs, Know These Terms, you will be able to find it. I should probably start linking that in the description just so everyone can find it a little bit easier. But yeah, they're important terms to know. And just knowing the short interest, just knowing the shares on loan, the utilization, knowing them individually does not really give you the full picture. You kind of need to know all three because they tell you a different aspect of the overall story. Just knowing the short interest, just knowing the shares on loan, and just knowing the utilization alone, not that helpful. But the three of them work kind of in concert together. And also, please understand that a lot of the numbers all come from shares on loan. You need to know the magnitude. Some people are thinking that it's all based on the short interest, as if you would start with the percentage. No. You start with the magnitude. From here, they do 101, and from there, they make an estimation of how many short shares there are, like from a proportionate amount of the shares on loan. And at that point, that's when you start getting the percentages, utilization, short interest, and also from there, they compute the days to cover. Just a quick rundown of that. Like I said, after the market opens, we're going to be going into the payment for order flow, but just a quick little sneak peek right now, a little bit of foreshadowing. Payment for order flow is basically the right market makers pay brokerages to get first dibs to execute the trade. They're just like, hey, give us a chance to execute it before anyone else. That's what payment for order flow is. Right here, this is Webull. Does Webull engage in payment for order flow? Yes, as in market makers pay Webull to send them orders, so they get the first dibs. But this is also kind of par for course for the overall, I guess, just brokerage ecosystem. Here's a list: Robinhood, E-Trade, TD Ameritrade, Charles Schwab, Webull, Ally, First Trade, and TradeStation. Fidelity does not do it for stocks, but they do it for options. Right here, if you want to check out this website, Wall Street on Parade. And then if you just want to Google this, Citadel is paying for order flow from 9 online brokerage firms. But it doesn't really end there. So that's an easy thing of like, oh, should we just be switching over to something like Fidelity because it's not doing it for stocks? Well, Citadel ranks as the #1 venue for sending both stock and options orders for Robinhood, TD, Charles Schwab, Webull, Fidelity. So even though Fidelity is not getting a kickback from the market makers, they're still sending a high majority of their trades to it. So with this, like people are talking about it, and it is FUD. Like it's spreading fear of like, oh, do I need to transfer or something? First of all, if you already did the trade, it's done. Like you transferring your block of shares somewhere else, it's not going to do it, because a payment for order flow, that's at the time of like you're trying to execute. So if you have shares and don't feel pressured to transfer. If you want to transfer, have at it. Honestly, like do whatever you want. That's perfectly fine. But just know this is a mechanism of when you're trying to get trying to buy shares or trying to sell shares. So if you don't want to be involved in payment for order flow, I understand that. Maybe you want to start buying additional shares on a different brokerage. Completely acceptable. But also understand it's still somehow going to Citadel or Virtu. There are certain direct market access feeds. I believe Fidelity has Active Trader Pro, and then I think E-Trade has like E-Trade Pro and those things. I'm not the most familiar, but I know at those points you can pick some routing, but then depending on which one you're using, some DMA, direct market access, then has a fee. So that's kind of what payment for order flow, like the positive that we see on our side is free trading. So ask yourself, okay, what do you care about? Do you care about Citadel fulfilling your order? Do you care about free trades? That's different per person, but payment for order flow deals with market makers. It does not deal with hedge funds. It's a deal literally between brokerages and market makers. So I see some, I guess, rhetoric out there of somehow it deals with hedge funds. It doesn't. I implore anyone, I mean, we're going to go into it. We're going to look at payment for order flow, but it's between a brokerage and a market maker. And as soon as you start talking about a hedge fund, well, that's not a payment for order flow thing. A hedge fund, like it, for us on our side, talking about payment for order flow, hedge funds, like they don't come into play at all, literally at all. But if you want to do it, here are my sources, and we're going to be doing that a little bit more today. In terms of the overall market, looking strong, gapping up this morning. S&P 500 looking good. IWM looking good. I mean, across the board, we're seeing a lot of green. I'm excited. I think it's going to be a fun Friday. I think it's just going to be a enjoyable Friday. Me undies, what do you think? Jamar, I could look into them. I don't know if I've heard about them. All right, what questions do we have? Let's hop into it, folks. Yeah, payment for order flow is a misdirection by the SEC to say, looky here, we are really doing something. FTD and naked short selling are the issues to avoid. Yeah, I mean, do I think payment for order flow is good? No, I don't. Do I think it's extremely difficult to avoid giving Citadel all the trades that they get from payment for order flow, and even the ones that are routing it to them, even though they don't do payment for order flow? Yeah, it's very difficult to avoid the duopoly between Citadel and Virtu. I'm not here to say, oh no, it's a non-issue, let's not think about it. No, okay, I'm being very frank. If you sign up for Webull, you're engaging in payment for order flow. But that's the same with Robinhood, E-Trade, TD Ameritrade. Public uses Apex Clearing. Apex Clearing is using payment for order flow. It's all intertwined. It's so incredibly difficult to avoid. It's just how it is. That doesn't make me happy. It's just how our current system is. But in my opinion, of the things that we should be fighting, I want to fight with that and I want to make it better. But I think, who said this? Sitting Bull. I agree with you. There are more important things. So with this, if we spread ourselves thin and fight simultaneously every single bad thing, manipulative, illegal, nefarious, whatever you want to call it, thing in the entire stock market, we're not going to get anywhere. We need to pick one or a very small, select group of things that we're trying to change. And then we do that and we focus on that, we get it fixed, and then we go on to the next thing. We can't just in general be like, oh, we want to fix this. Like, you can't do it all at once. I'm not saying it's a perfect, I'm being super frank about Webull, but look at this list. Like, I mean, there's a good chance if you're watching right now, especially if you're in the US, you're on one of these brokerages. Robinhood, E-Trade, TD Ameritrade, Charles Schwab, Webull, Ally, First Trade, TradeStation, Fidelity for options. Fidelity's sending them their trades anyway. So if you're doing the payment for order flow, that's the benefit of it, that you're sending the trade and they get first dibs. And from there, they're having more trading volume and they're making money off of the spread. They're trying to trade, I guess, better and play you against their spread. So that's what payment for order flow does. Like, that's why they're giving the brokerages money, because they think they can make money off the volume. Like, they're going to be like, hey, we're going to take the other side of all these trades. We think we could be profitable, and they are profitable. But if you're then virtue signaling about like, oh, I'm on one that's not payment for order flow, well, we should also maybe look into the impact of the fact that Fidelity's sending it anyway. Like Citadel is still playing a majority. I'm not saying all by any means. I'm not saying all, but it is Fidelity is sending it here. I mean, it sucks. This is just how the market is working right now. This is how these brokerages are working, because brokerages are saying, hey, we can attract people by giving them free trades, and for them to kind of like offset that business cost, because obviously it costs money to actually execute trades. They basically are, okay, like we'll keep our revenue high by, instead of charging for trades, what we're going to do is just send them to Citadel, because Citadel's giving us a kickback. That's kind of the setup. Hey Matt, can you tell me all the hype is AMC and D's coming? Can you tell me what all the hype today is about AMC and D's coming squeeze? The hype in D's coming squeeze, I don't quite know what that means. In the coming squeeze? Overall, the hype for AMC is just we're bouncing off of support. Right now, we're trading green. We're trying to string 2 good green days back to back. The hype is kind of the same that it's always been. I mean, we've been in this for quite a while. I know there's new apes joining every single day, but for the apes that have been here for even over a month, like we're not really uncovering anything new now. Like I feel like the community in terms of AMC has gotten to the point where we're like, okay, we get the short interest, we get the players, and like sometimes we're getting into the weeds about certain things such as convertible bonds, which isn't a thing anymore. But like we're learning a little bit more, but the general picture, the older apes, it's a lot of honestly the same thing. It's the short interest, the trend of the chart, and then us just watching the new SEC rules, hoping for enforcement of fixing FTDs. For the new apes, I know that I have to repeat a lot, but keep in mind that there's new people joining every day, and we want them to know that they are more than welcome to this community. So that's part of the repetitive nature of it. Not everyone joined when you joined. Like, remember, we all started this journey at different points. But the hype is the same it's always been. It's the fact that there's many people betting against it, and this is the potential trade. It's not a fundamental trade by any means. It's a game of cat and mouse. Will the shorts get caught? And that's a trade. And the stock is trading at a perceived value that is including that of like potential outcome. Value can come from many different things. There's many people in this world who give a lot of value on just their fundamental standing as a company. And then other people evaluate companies differently. And if you're an Ape Nation, you're accepting that AMC is trading at a premium because of the potential chance of a gigantic short squeeze. And let me remind you, no matter what anyone tells you, the shorts have not covered. This is not an opinion by any means. Factually, we have the data. The short interest, a floor conservative guess is 15.53%, or about 80 million. Like I said, this is a conservative floor guess. This is 85% of transactional volume across the entire market. That includes exchanges, dark pools, non-ATSs, and beyond that, it's not counting any naked shorting. It's not counting any mismarked loans or anything like that. Hence why it's the floor conservative value. I am not saying this is what the short interest is. I'm not a dummy. I get that it's higher. But when anyone's throwing out a number higher, it's like, okay, well, how did you specifically get that number? What I can tell you is as a floor value, the conservative floor estimate, we're looking at 80 million shares bet against AMC. Conservative floor estimate, if anything, it's higher. In fact, it might be considerably higher. And I say might be because now we're in the realm of naked shorts, and inherently they're not reported. And we have other aspects such as mismarking shorts as long. They're not reported. Some of it we just don't have the data for. It's intentionally not reported. So there's no paper trail of it and things of that nature. So unless you're the one at the prime brokerage engaging in this, literally illegal lending of shares, we won't know those numbers. So when we put it out there, do I think it's higher? Yeah. Do I know how much higher it is? No, because that data is not out there. People love to throw out random numbers, confirmation bias, get views, likes, karma, blah, 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 all that stuff. And I agree, it is higher. I don't know how to make that more clear. And what I'm admitting to you and just being honest is I don't know how much higher, because just inherently we're in the dark with this data. It's tough to know how much higher it actually is. But even if it isn't, which I don't think it is, let's just play the devil's advocate. If this is the value, that's almost 3x a normal stock. So even the conservative floor value, this is a highly shorted stock. And if you're super new to the community, why is Ape Nation so myopically focused on short interest? Well, when there's a high short interest, for all of those shorts to cover their position, as in to get out of the position, that requires them buying stock. And when there's a high short interest, for all these shorts to get out, that might require a lot of buying of stock. And when there's a lot of buying of stock, that equates to a ton of buying pressure, and a ton of buying pressure sends the stock sky high, what we refer to as going to the moon. That's what this play is, to see if we can get a gigantic number of shorts to cover. That's what it is, and it's referred to as a short squeeze. That's the game, especially if you're new. That's like a very high level view of what's going on, AMC, GME. That's what it is. It's a game of cat and mouse between the apes and the bears, the bulls and the apes. And it's just saying, hey, can we get all these shorts to cover? Because if so, the stock can go incredibly high. All right. Matt, do 10 jumping jacks and I send 20 more. All right. Hawks fan, I don't know if you will or won't be watching, but I will do that when we first stand up. Well, actually, hey, we could just stand up now for the market open. Hang on one second. All right. All right. All right. Hawks. Hey, Hawks. Instead of you sending me the $20, how about this? I will do 10 jumping jacks, but instead of sending me the 20, why not buy a share of AMC? How about that? Hawks, I'm going to trust you. We're internet friends now. You don't have to send the super chat. Let's just do a purchase. I'll take that as a fair trade-off. Not financial advice. If anything, this is just fitness advice. All right. All right. Hawk, I'm holding you to it. I'll do it. I'll do it. I'll do it. I'll do it. I did my jumping jacks. When the market opens, I would appreciate that trade-off if instead of sending me it, if you cop some additional AMC. I'll do it. If that's what I have to do, if it's jumping jacks all day long and then you guys commit to purchasing more, I feel like that's a good trade-off. Matt, what's all the hype? All right, we did that. Any chance of a grandma squeeze for hedging out of the money calls today, say in the 40s? We need a bit more, like there was some action between the 45s and 50s, which is possible because I don't think they would have hedged those yet, but that's kind of the range we need to get to. The beard demands you quit shaving, except your nuts, clean up those plums. Kinky Kong, I have to leave my cubicle yesterday because I was laughing so hard. Happy Friday. God bless. What's going on, Big Shop? What would cause them monthly 145 call options missing? Only 145s are on the Jan 22. Thoughts? So they could add it as they'll build out the options market as the demand for those builds up. So if AMC starts moving again, the volatility picks up, the volume like starts to go sky high, they will add those back. Yeah, I can see this. A lot of you guys are noticing that I did those jumping jacks like perfectly. I can't confirm or deny this, but I might be in the Olympics. Obviously, I am the epitome, the epitome, if you will, of just health, just pure health. Matt, 33.9 million FTDs. Will they have to settle those even though they aren't on the threshold list? Yes, FTDs have to be fixed. They're fixed in different manners depending on the type of FTD it is. But I also don't know where you're getting 33.9. You don't add up the FTDs per day. It's like a running total aggregate. You wouldn't add up the individual days. Matt, adjunct professor, if you look at the put contracts at 35 and below, we can expect delta hedging shorting if the price goes back down. Yeah, it could work against you if it goes back down. So the nature of the options market is as things start to pick up, it can help it go in that particular direction. We see a similar impact with day trading. Whatever the current trend is on an intraday basis, you can see it get amplified by day traders and market makers due to what's going on in the options market. If a put option expires out of the money, does it expire worthless like a call option? Yes, it does. It's going to be a great Friday. Good morning. What's going on, Joey? Good morning, Matt. Do you plan on getting in contact with Chad and have him on here? The GoFundMe account raised over 80K already. I believe he already spoke with Andrew Mo Money, so I don't know what else like I would be able to say. I mean, I had the conversation with Wes. I don't know what I would be able to add on to like the conversation at this point with Chad. But obviously, if there's any updates or anything like that, both Wes and Chad are more than welcome on the show. But I don't want to just like regurgitate a similar piece of content. I have a meeting with TD Ameritrade representative that will either confirm what I believe to be true. Thinkorswim allows you to control your order flow and select where your order is executed. Occam's phaser. When you get that information, let me know. Would love to know that. That would be great information for the community. Hmm. All right, all right. Where were we? These are funny. It's payday, time to average down. Why does POF, what, I think you mean, why does POF affect the squeeze? I don't really think that it does. Do I think PFOF is good for the overall market? No. Do I think it's inherently hampering AMC severely? No. Do I like that Citadel Securities and Virtu, who probably have some connections with Citadel itself? I don't like that. That this is in the point where we're getting into more of like the allegations and not. This is tough. I don't want to get sued by Citadel here. This is the point where it comes into theory and not something that can be definitively proven, the connection between Citadel Securities and Citadel. Obviously, they're under the same umbrella business and they say, hey, we have no, like, there's a wall between us. Like, we don't talk. I mean, I don't really believe that. But also, that's just my personal opinion, especially to any Citadel lawyers listening in right now. I know there's no evidence of it, but it's my opinion because, I mean, I was born at night, but I wasn't born last night. So that's weird. I mean, payment for order flow. Is there a theoretical chance it could be hampering the movement? Yes, that is theoretically possible. Do I think there's other things that are extremely more detrimental to the AMC movement beyond payment for order flow? Yes, I could come up with a laundry list of things that I would want to take care of for this particular movement before payment for order flow. Definitely, definitely, definitely. I mean, just naked shorting, FTDs, like there's so many things before payment for order flow. I'm not the biggest fan of it, but I don't think that's like the one thing holding us back. I think our issues is more of literally naked shorting, the data reporting that we're trying to follow. Like we're not getting a clean data set. There's various things I would take care of before payment for order flow in terms of the MOAS. All right. Ding, ding, ding. The casino is open. Do you think all this rate could have been BlackRock, Vanguard taking the profits? That's why selling so perfect. They don't tank the price. Another possibility, but I don't think it's a likelihood. Lioness Queen becoming an astronaut. Not a hedge fund. What's going on? He's nuts. Got him. Matt, I don't know. Matt, I know you hold, but I seen Ape Father called you out. Don't know why. I heard that. I don't know what's going on. It's just there's various people who've come out of the woodwork. I mean, folks, you know who's been talking about this movement and the community since January and February. You know who's in it. I see people popping up trying to ride the wave, trying to do what they can that have not been with this community from the start. Might they be players who really care about the community? Yeah, that's a possibility. But also the red flags in my mind are still going off. I'm like, okay, well, why did you join so late? I mean, we have a lot of people trying to hop onto the bandwagon and do something, and they might be good players. They might have other intents, but we know it. You guys know who's been here from the start. It's just that simple. Occam's Phaser would love to know what you think about when you hear from TD Ameritrade. It's payday. Hey, Matt, I think hedge fund managers are communicating using a secret code. Maybe. Can they cover with shares bought in dark pools? I mean, you could cover with shares bought anywhere. And it's just all different venues. It doesn't cover. So you're just buy, as in like, can they buy on a dark pool? Of course. I mean, we could buy on a dark pool. Matt's gonna be gagging for air soon. Matt, what's making my head hurt with all those numbers this morning? Hello, JK. What's going on? Jack the Ripper. TGIF. 10 miles. I'll drop 5K on AMC. Wait. Seriously, Tim B? Tim B, if you're being honest, you're saying if I run 10 miles, I mean, I could, I don't know, Instagram stream it or something. I've never run 10 miles in my life. But Tim B, if you're being serious, I'll attempt to do it. I'll see what happens. I've never in my life run 10 consecutive miles. The most I've probably ever run at once is 4 miles. But Tim B, if you're being very serious, we can make that an entire show. I'll make that some weird form of content and I'll try to live stream it and you guys can just see if I'm going to live or not. But I think it's worth it for you to buy 10 5K worth of AMC. I would at least try it, you know? High risk, high reward. Are there any situations where buying at open market makes sense or wait for a few minutes? I mean, I'm sure there are. It's just not my style. I never buy at market open. Brambles, careful with the jumping jacks. You two may cancel your stream by manipulating exercise. Thanks again for working hard on the stream for us. What ended up happening yesterday's stream? What was it? Flagged? Forehead kisses? Yeah, it was just Viacom CBS took it down. They usually when you have a copyright, they just they don't allow you to monetize it. Well, it is monetized, but the owner owns it, so they get all the revenue. But Viacom, this was my first time where it was a copyright and they also decided to take it down. Usually they're just like, yeah, whatever. Like we'll just take the money. They don't want to take it down. I thought it was a bit weird that they're like, no, we want it down. So yeah, yesterday's stream is completely blocked. And it was because of the Jim Cramer segment that we were paying attention to. 215 shares at 39.50, buying 60 more today. Oh, brother. Matt, thank you for all of your real knowledge and real talk on stocks. You're the best to watch you every day. You're on Blackjack MMA and Training Pro. Shout out, man. What's your take on the max pain theory? If 38 holds for us today, works in our favor, finally. I think there's some validity to it. I don't think it's maybe as extreme as something like that sounds, max pain, but I think there's some mathematical validity to it. Not known as the agile Chris Hemsworth of the stock market for nothing now, aren't you? What's going on, Andrew? Sent you 5 for the Ape Jacks and buying 5 more shares, holding 1,500 shares and going nowhere. Thanks, Matt. What's going on, Hawks fan? I've subbed to your videos since you were on Timcast IRL. Keep up the good work. Hey, Mike, I appreciate that. Heather Torreson becoming an astronaut. Matt, you are the GOAT. Thank you, T. Do puts and calls affect the market price too? So at first they don't. Like right when you buy a call, right when you buy a put, it doesn't have an impact. But it can, depending on how the stock trends. So at first, no. But depending on an extreme upward or downward movement, you can get kind of it's just a gamma squeeze, but a gamma squeeze can go in either direction because it involves either market makers buying a lot of stock. So if the stock's trending up, they might push it higher, and it can do the reverse. If it's trending down, it can continue even more because of basically hedge funds selling, or not hedge funds, excuse me, market makers. Someone sent me this description. I'm sorry, I forget your name, but I would think of it this way. So before I've explained it like this, buying call options, out of the money call options is like it's the gasoline, and buying stock is the match. Can you create a gigantic fire, which in this scenario would be a giant squeeze, with just a match? Of course you can. But it's way easier with gasoline. And if you just buy gasoline, you're not going to get anywhere. So because of that, if in the right market environment, if you have the capital available to you, mathematically, the best option is a combination of the two. Some options, some shares. If you don't know about options, or if you don't have the capital to do it, just shares is better than just options. And all of that is better. Like the next thing is holding, and the next thing from there is, I guess, selling. So that's like the trend of what's good for the stock, from very good all the way to bad. Someone else sent another analogy to me of picture, oh man, I forget the name, but this is a really, really good analogy. So picture a game of tug of war, and you're going back and forth, back and forth. On one side, you have the apes. On the other side, you have the bears. So buying stock is like pulling it, pulling. So as the apes buy, you're doing more buying pressure. So the tug of war game, you're winning. What buying call options is like? Buying call options is like you get a ticket, and these are bigger apes. You get a ticket, and because you're a bigger, stronger ape, you're sitting on the bleachers, and you're not allowed to start joining into the game of tug of war until a certain point. So basically, you're not helping, but you bought your ticket and you're sitting in the bleachers. And as soon as it gets pulled enough, well, then you're actually allowed to go in and also allowed to start pulling the rope. So when you buy stock, you're pulling the rope right away. When you're buying options, you're not assisting really until a certain point. But at that certain point, you're a stronger ape. You're actually pulling more. So that's the trade-off. You're not helping right away, but when you're allowed to help, as in when your option goes in the money or it gets hedged for, you're actually pulling it even harder. So that's like, I guess, kind of an analogy, and I hope that makes sense. But when played properly, options can help a lot. But that also involves playing them properly. I don't know, if I can like fuse more people, I don't know. I'm sorry. I hope that's an analogy. Someone sent it to me on Twitter, and I thought it was really good, of like trying to understand, okay, like options can help, but maybe they don't help until a certain point. You have to get to that point, and then you're even stronger. Heather, we joined. Mike, thank you, thank you. Uh, Arfin, I will also throw in 3K for that. Oh, are you talking about the run? So are we up to 8K if I run 10 miles? I've never run 10 miles. I will be so, I mean, I don't know. Can you just do that? Can you just wake up and run 10 miles if you haven't been training? Eh, only one way to find out. Only one way to like test the theory. Um, let's do it. Let's figure it out. An AMC run. There's probably some sort of trainers out there that are like, do not do that. You're gonna get messed up. But let's see. Let's figure it out. Okay, what else do we have? Oh no. Seen a lot of negativity about this chance. Well, I'll try to be. It's gonna be so bad. Can I get like 2 weeks to mentally prepare? Like, I know I'm not gonna physically prepare in 2 weeks, but like mentally, I want to like wrap my head around it. Excuse my silly question. In a hypothetical situation where only shorts covering impact the squeeze, what value could the trade rise to? It depends on how liquid the selling market is. There's no definitive answer because for them to buy, someone has to sell it. So it depends on how many people are willing to sell them the stock. The smaller the supply of stock selling, the higher it would go. It depends on the liquidity on the ask side. Do it. I'll buy 10K of AMC, promise. So now we're getting up to 18K. 18K. Well, what if we did half the value and I run half the distance? Or does it have to be 10 miles? Like, I think 10 miles might kill me. I've never run 5 miles, no less 10. I mean, I guess that's what could be fun about it though, you know? We'll figure it out. Matt, I came in May. I had no idea about this. Since May, I've studied, learned, informed others, keeps friends up to date. So even though I'm late to party, can still be behind 100%. Thanks for helping me learn. Sean, more than welcome. Yeah, I mean, we're all about new apes. Like, we want more apes. It's like, no. Oh, wait, Jack just said he did 10K untrained. Wait, a 10K? Are we talking about 10K or 5 or 10 miles? I guess a 10K. How long would a 10K be? A 10K is like, what, 6.2 miles? That's long. But I think I could still like potentially do it. 10K miles in 3 days. I could do that. I could definitely do that. That's only what, 3.3 miles per day. I could do that one. About 10 miles in a 5-day span. I mean, yeah, I think I would hope I could do that. I hope my physical like health has not deteriorated that poorly. When you run that far, do they run with like some sort of sugar source? Like, do they run with a Gatorade for like glucose for blood sugar? When you start running for over an hour, do you have to like mid-run like get something in your system? That's a serious question to any actual runners out there. Who doesn't do PO, payment for order flow? Love your input for balance. So certain places like Fidelity don't for stocks, but they're still, according to their 60 whatever report, what is this? 606 report, Fidelity still sends most of their orders to Citadel. So even though Fidelity doesn't do payment for order flow, so I don't think people, maybe I'm getting this wrong, but I don't think people's inherent issue is literally payment for order flow. People's inherent issue is the fact that all these orders are getting routed to Citadel Securities and Virtu. And that is done through payment for order flow. But we're starting to find out that even without payment for order flow, a lot of brokerages are still sending a majority of their orders to Citadel Securities and Virtu. Some good reading material for your 10-mile run. Born to Run motivated me to run my local marathon. It's a mental game. Carb load with pasta the night before. Run for 10 miles or 5 miles after the Krispy Kreme challenge. Oh, brother. Also bearish on Matt's knees. Long puts on Matt's knees. I had 2K to your run, but the analysis you said before, I think your dad told you that. Buy the shares now and threaten to sell if Matt doesn't finish the run. Let's go. If you are on treadmill from open to close, you only have to run 1.4 miles per hour. You got this. Half marathon is 13.1 miles. I'll drop $1,000 on AMC if you complete a 5-mile run. I'm in for 1,000. All right. So for now, I think we'll have to do different challenges. I think we start with a 5-mile challenge. Just to see what happens. We could go 5-mile and then a 10K, which would be 6.2 miles, and then we could do a 10-mile run. Yeah, we'll just keep notching it up. I'm trying to think of what I'm doing in my own life. Probably I'll do this 5-mile run, not this weekend, but next weekend. If I'm being honest, I need time to buy sneakers. If I'm being completely honest, just give I need a couple days to go and buy sneakers for this run. All right. So here's the plan. The plan is not this weekend, but next weekend I'll run 5 miles. I don't know. I'll figure out how to like prove it. Like I'll either just do it on Instagram Live or like every mile turn on Instagram Live. Oh, this is gonna get so silly. This is gonna be dumb. All right. We're gonna have fun. We have fun here. Oh, brother. Oh, brother. It'll work itself out. I mean, hey, if these Olympians can run 26.2 miles, I don't see why I can't run 5, you know? This running for charity is giving me the office vibes. You sound like Michael Scott when he found out he had to run all those miles per dollar. Tempest Gaming. Don't do it, Matt. You'll wreck your knees. But put me down for 2K. LOL short on Matt's knees. Bullish on ace bandages. David Goggins woke up and decided to run 100 miles with no training. He would argue you can do it. I mean, I think I'm going to do it. I mean, I'm feeling good about it. Matt, I wonder if I can just wake up and run 10 miles. Also, Matt, hold my Red Bull. Can the market be halted in the aftermarket? I got a little spicy yesterday afternoon. Just wondering if it's possible. I believe it can because you have halts for different reasons. So yes, you can, but there are certain types of halts that you're not going to see in post and pre-market that you would see in normal market trading. You should physically prepare, but if you do it, I'm in for 1K. Maybe we could do this though. Maybe we could like do a big running thing for like charity and like I don't know, come up with an awesome charity to raise money for. I think that would actually be kind of cool. Like maybe if we all get into it and running. I think we're on to something awesome. Like I think, like I know it started this as a joke minutes ago, but why not? Why not get a lot of people like committing to a run on a certain day or something like that, and then yeah, I don't know. Let me think about it, but I think we can make this something cool. Why not? Who cares? It's a challenge. It's a challenge, and we'll try to raise money for something good. Welcome to Dumb Running. This is Matt Kohrs. I run weekly and only reach 7 miles, but I believe you can do anything you put your mind to. Tip, listen to David Goggins before the run. Sounds like I need to listen to David Goggins during the run. Been running for a while since my military days. You can do 10 miles as long as you keep a comfortable pace. Won't be fast, but you'll get there. If you're going to do the 10-mile run, it should be done at the Olympics. I'm buying puts on your heart if you try 10 miles. Can you imagine how bad your shoulder will hurt after 10 miles? Yeah, this is why apparently I need new sneakers. I tried to do like a baby run yesterday and it like sucked. And I guess I don't have the right shoes. Yeah, we're figuring it out. Hey, I'm the guy that sent that analogy. I'm super excited. All right, so props to Chillin' Charlie the Ape. So Chillin' Charlie the Ape, like I said, that was not my analogy. He sent it to me on Twitter. I just forgot the name, but I really like the analogy. Shout out to Chillin' Charlie the Ape. Ricky, put me down for 1,000. I've run 10 miles cold before. It's possible. Wouldn't recommend. Yes, Matt, you have potential. At Cat Moores, if you do 10K, I'll throw in 2.5K. All right, I think we can make this something cool, like some sort of charity, like just a charity run thing, an ape charity. Like we'll show kind of the world. I don't know. I think we have something cool here. Use the proceeds for the AMC lawsuit. I can run so far for charity. Matt's running shoes. Oh, hi, Mark. Add this to the sneaker fund. Oh, brother, the Duck Boys now busting out the old running TA technique. Matt, if you're running questions, you know who you should ask. A man who talks fast, a man who doesn't skip class. Matt, is there a possibility of a price freeze if there's a lawsuit filed with us? Don't know. Just heard it. I highly, highly, highly doubt it. And if it were to happen, it would happen so far down the road. But I don't even think there's really a chance that it's going to get like there's a chance, but I don't think it's something anyone has to worry about. Apes walk a lot of miles, but never run 10. If AMC runs while you're running, you'll have to keep running. Matt Gump. Put it on the Nike Run app. We can run as a group. So is that the best way to do it? Like, is there one app that I could invite all of Moon Gang to? Or is there like another app where we could have like a big community run? Does anyone know? Like, there has to be an app that does that. Has to be an app. You need band-aids for your nipples. A lot. 2 or 3 packs. So there I am a week from now, completely untrained, running with frozen band-aids on my nipple. I assume also probably going to be arrested by like a cop. They're like, sir, just stop. Just don't do this. As I'm like crawling on the ground to try to get to the 10-mile mark. And they roll over my body. They're like, what happened? And then there's like these frozen band-aids on my nipples. And I was like, I don't know. The internet told me I needed this. Strava. I'm going to write this down. Strava. All right, Under Armour. So it sounds like there's a couple. Have you checked out the Cosmic Lighting Warrior Jimmy and video game YouTuber? He's jacked to the tits. Effing hilarious. I didn't, but I'll look that up. That sounds awesome. $2 sneaker fund. 10 more apes, Jack. We buy each other. Share each. I will buy 10. Hawks fan. What's your European shoe size and PO box? I see a pair of vibrant 5 fingers in your future. The PO box is in the description of the video. Oh, that reminds me. If you've sent anything to the PO box lately, I'm going today. Like right after market closes today, I'm going to go to the PO box. My European shoe size, I don't know my European shoe size. I know I'm a 10 in US shoe size. Get a helmet camera like Jimmy Neutron. Hey, Matt, I'll come run with you. Oh, maybe that's even better. Maybe I just need a bunch of Philly runners to just keep doing it with me, to push me. Living with the Navy SEAL is a fantastic book to get you into running. It's about David Goggins. So I know, like, I haven't read David Goggins' book, but I know his story. Like, I've heard his podcast with Joe Rogan, and just what incredible mental fortitude. Matt, look at the German market. Whoop. Dean, what's going on? Here's $10 Uber for the emergency room, cheaper than an ambulance ride. I'm in for $1,000 if you make it. 15K if you run in a giant duck costume. Must be a beer run. Each mile you chug a bottle or can. I say you take the Rocky Balboa route and have some apes follow and cheer. I'll buy 23 shares if you switch to metric. Matt, when you get to the 10 mile, I will run with you. So should I just start with a 4 mile? I don't know. I'm trying to think of how I would start without murdering myself. We have to figure out some of the logistics of it. Do 5 successful backflips in a row, and I'll buy an additional 5K of AMC. I would snap my neck. I don't know how to do a backflip. If only had a friend to ask you advice in nutrition degree, also run it, and the name rhymes with hey. No name. Been running a lot since I opened my position in January. I'm up to 5 miles 5 times a week. I can't imagine doing 10 miles. Good luck. Matt needs a couple days to Google running. Has a movie Run Fat Boy Run. He was gambling, running, so a definite watch before it all goes down. I'll throw in 1K AMC if you do this. The GoFundMe for Wes is over 93K. I signed up my wife for the Conquer virtual challenges. The 8 base challenges through the Congo would be awesome. Matt passes out after mile 3. The whole community, we thought you had potential. Do you think hedgies get scared of Wes start covering? I don't know if they even know about it yet. Maybe some of them heard about it. I don't know if the news is that public quite yet. Can you talk about AMC, please? Some of us are here for technicals and explanations of what's going on. Right now, it's just trading down. This is a bit of a bull flag right now. Like, there's not, I mean, the market just opened. Hang on, let me switch over to this. Someone is all business on a Friday. So we have a bit of a bull flag going on. We're looking for a breakout of said bull flag. Sassy. Some of us are here for technicals and an explanation of what's going on. We're in a bull flag and it's going down because the selling pressure is overwhelming the buying pressure. What's a bull flag? A bull flag is a downward channel where you're seeing lower highs, lower lows, and most of the time you're going to see it in like I guess two parallel lines, like this parallel line, this parallel line. It's called a bull flag because they commonly break upward. The big question is just how long will it build out for? So we're looking on for the like some test, hopefully the next test of this top line to be an official breakout. Hey Matt, I want to shout out and wish you a happy birthday to my super real wife, Andrea. Doing this for her and our ape, Julian. Shout out, shout out. I hope it's all going well. Kelly, thank you. Matt, are you still using BlockFi for USD coin? I created an account. It's the stable coin. It's called stable coin on BlockFi. And yes, I still am for the interest payments. Easy. You can carry gel packs or like Jello Gatorade. They sell them at REI. Been running long distance for years. The key to hydration is the day before. If you chug water during, you can cramp. Eat a banana before. Nothing heavy. David, you had to resubscribe to my channel. Well, that sucks, but YouTube says they totally don't ever unsubscribe people, but many people in here have said that they do get unsubscribed. Proceeds to Save the Apes Foundation. Why are you going to the Ape Festival? Because I would love to meet a lot of you in person, and I want to celebrate what we've had. What I don't get this. Why are you going to the Ape Festival? Because I want to. I don't. That's because I can. I don't know. It sounds fun. It sounds like an awesome way to meet a bunch of awesome people and have fun, to celebrate. It's a celebration of what we've made, and it's a celebration of where we're going to continue to go. It just sounds like a fun time. No, you are not allowed to have fun until I say so. Like, talk. It's what are you, the fun police? Why are you going to the Ape Festival? Why do you watch TV? I don't know, because I want to. I don't know. That's weird. What program service do you use for algorithmic trading? TradeStation, and that's just because when I first started, they gave out futures data sets for free, and other data sets were very expensive. So I was like, oh, I guess I'll just trade futures because it's a free data set. And you needed the data to do your back testing on. Matt, I will join you on the races if you allow me. We'll call it the Apes Run, and we use AMC shirts. That would be a great promo. Also, I will buy 20K if we do it. So I'm trying to think if it should just be one run or if I should do some build up. Like maybe we all take bets on the over under of where I can't do it anymore. Like we just keep increasing. Like it's the over under on when my body finally collapses. How could this possibly go wrong? St. Jude's for sure. I will donate to see you run 5 miles. Carb loading the night before, rookie mistake. Everyone knows it's fettuccine alfredo right before the start. Need those carbs fresh in your system. UFC fight in AMC theaters. The Monkey Boy Kohrs. What are you going to call this event? Run money. Ask Trey for running advice. He used to be a runner. I definitely could ask him. I think he still runs, but he's a very talented runner. I mean, he was at one point attempting, I believe he was really good in college, and he was attempting to be within running in the Olympics. So even to have those aspirations, you have to be super good. A charity. Forrest Gump, the day for no particular reason, I decided to go for a little run. So I ran to the end of the road, and when I got there, I thought maybe I'd run to the end of town. New running platform, WeMat. Oh, hey, Mark. This is for the sneaker fun. Oh, brother. The Duck Boy is now busting out the old running TA. Where is the festival? It is in Las Vegas in January. Some of us are here for the shenanigans. I mean, it's a Friday. Like we always have a little. It's a Friday, folks. We always try to have a bit more fun on Fridays. Um, I mean, TGIF. We've worked for the week. Tensions were high. Tensions were low. We cried. We laughed. We fit all of the entire emotional range. We fit into this week. I had a haircut. It was my birthday. I was the completely destroyed by the internet. Like it was a full week, folks. We're gonna enjoy a Friday. We're gonna laugh. We're gonna have a bit of fun. AMC, here's your technical analysis. I'm not avoiding AMC. It's in a bull flag. It looks like it's breaking out of the bull flag. When boom goes the dynamite, I will let you know boom goes the dynamite. When hedgies get margin called and Gotham is in Ashens, then you have permission to have fun. Bane. uh, Matt, why did you get your haircut? Why do you eat Cheez-Its? Why do you laugh at stuff? More graphs. Oh, brother. I know it's not a competition. Me, Kevin, only has 10K on his live stream right now. Super proud of you and what we've made. We encourage anyone with questions or concerns to reach out directly. We are happy to answer any of you have. Beware of misinformation. This is in reference to Ape Fest. So if you have questions about Ape Fest, go to their website. There's a contact email. You can also ask them or DM them on Twitter, but the email is probably the best. Puts on Matt. AJ, not even puts on Matt's legs or knees or anything, just puts on me. Like you're just saying puts on my life. Mario, thank you. Hey, what gives? Why are you going to Ape Festival? How dare you? Mr. Dallas Jackman, say it, Matt. I'm going because I'm the king of the apes. Definitely not the king of the apes. I don't know. I want to meet you folks. Like, why not? We can have a fun time. See, I think the connotation of like, why would we do it? That's as if to me, that's somehow the suggestion that our community is solely somehow based on AMC. It's not. Yes, right now we're focused on AMC, but why is the community just there? We've done the hard part of building a community of a lot of people who kind of agree on a ton of things, the same things, which is unheard of. From here, yeah, it's AMC now, but by that time, hopefully January, it's another thing. Hopefully we're a couple stocks in or we're fighting for a different thing. This connotation of like it's exclusively tied to AMC. I don't like that because that means when the AMC narrative is over, that's with the assumption that Ape Nation is over. That's the assumption that Moon Gang is over. And I in no way agree with that whatsoever. This is one chapter in the Moon Gang Ape Nation book. It's simply one chapter. And it's been an awesome chapter, and the chapter's still going. But I don't know, like this being like, oh, like we can only do something with AMC. Well, then that would always just be the continuous argument because after AMC, of course, we're moving on to the next thing. And then people are like, oh, you can't have fun until that one's done. And then we move on to the next one. They're like, well, you can't have fun until that one's done. It would just be like a never ending cycle that we can't celebrate anything. We're celebrating the community that we have made. Matt said connotation, big words, no help. What's with all the science, Matt? Just get a bunch of hungry cannibals and rabid dogs at your back, and I'm sure you'll run all the way. JK, love you. Some of us are here for Frosties and spicy chicken sandwiches and chili, sir. I mean, it is Wendy's. Wireless hospital. No, I read your super chat about like with the AMC shirts. That's why you will never get married. Forrest Gump did it. He just felt like running. Jordan Saison. Think we will bounce and see 40 today. 40 is very, very realistic today. I'm not guaranteeing anything. I don't know how the remainder of the day is going to play out. If I did, I would be a multi-billionaire. But I think 40 is definitely in the cards of reality. I've got puts on the lotion on the skin. Matt, you mentioned shorts can cover in a dark pool. Who say they don't cover in dark pool and squeeze doesn't take place? Because when you cover in the dark pool, that still impacts the price. I don't know where you can do a relatively smaller amount of trading in dark pools without it going noticed. You cannot cover 80 to 100 to even more millions of shares. I don't know who's spreading this rumor, but it's wrong. You cannot just infinitely trade in a dark pool with no repercussions in the price. You can do it in very certain circumstances at smaller size. But if there's a big whale, a big buy wall, a big sell wall, a huge transaction, it will impact the price. And you want it to work that way because, like, if they choose to cover on that venue, you obviously want to see it in the stock price. So this concept of not being able to, I guess, to being able to completely hide your impact on the price, especially of considerable size, is just not true. That's not accurate information. When you're covering at minimum 79 million shares, that just doesn't happen without no one noticing. There would be a very, very, very notable impact on the stock price when you cover 79 million shares. Someone just said, that's not true, Matt. I believe it to be true. Dave Lauer believes it to be true, who's a stock market expert, a dark pool expert. Feel free to watch the interview. Actually, I've invited him on. It sounds like Dave Lauer will be coming on again this upcoming week. So we could talk about it. We could ask him those same dark pool questions. We want to ask him about payment for order flow. I want to ask him about this double book thing. I want to ask him about quote stuffing. We have some interesting questions to discuss with Dave Lauer. But my opinion is formed from what these experts have told me. If you have a different opinion, you might be right. Maybe I was misinformed. That is a possibility. But you're gonna have to, beyond YouTube and Reddit and Twitter and Facebook group posts and TikToks, you're gonna have to find some sort of hardcore evidence that mass amounts of buying and selling on a dark pool do not impact the stock price. I'm not saying it doesn't across the board. That is not what I'm saying. I do agree that small trades go through without impacting anything, like small total size. But this concept that they can hide 79 million shares, my thesis right now, I guess my conjecture here is that you cannot cover 79 million shares in a dark pool without it being noticed. I just don't think that's possible. Check Twitter DM, made a Moon Gang group on Pacer for the community. Oh, okay. Awesome. Thank you. Virginia sportsman and predator hunter. Matt, do you think there's a psychological war between hedge fund shorts regarding when to break for exit? Yes. Yes, yes, yes. You should have asked Wes that question. So Wes is more of like the legal expert, not necessarily the stock market mechanics expert. He would know about like legality issues surrounding a dark pool, but not about necessarily the mechanical nature of how it does or doesn't work. Wes is more of our, I guess, de facto like legal expert for the community, not necessarily the stock market plumbing expert. That's definitely more of Dave Lauer. Do I think it's psychological though, Nick? Yes, I do. Make a mistake and had to hit a porta potty at mile 7. Worst part, no reading material. If you were to buy a large amount today, at what price points would you looking at? I like the support still between 30 and 32. Where can I send some artwork? PO box? Dustin, more than welcome to. There is a PO box in the description of the video. Would love to show that off. Hey Matt, missed the payment for order flow. There's not many that don't do payment for order flow. So here, so one off the top of my head is Fidelity. That's one that's been going around, and that is correct. Fidelity, you can get some free trades. Yes, free trading on stocks, not on options. It's cheap on options though. Definitely free trading on Fidelity, small cost for options, and they don't do payment for order flow, but they're still routing most of their trades to Citadel. Citadel Securities. We know that from their 606 report. So with, man, this payment for order flow, it's scaring people because they think it's almost making people like they feel like they did something wrong. No, if you own shares, you don't necessarily have to transfer because you already bought the shares. If you really want to avoid payment for order flow, yeah, I mean, if you want to open a different brokerage and trade on that, that's completely fine. But you don't necessarily have to transfer your shares if you don't want to. It is time consuming and you're risking your shares being tied up if the squeeze happens when you're still in your transfer window. There is like some risk to it. But a lot of people, they're not telling you the full story. I mean, I saw some tweets from Jackson Hunter this morning about Webull. And it's just not the full story. He is right. Webull engages in payment for order flow, but then so does TD Ameritrade, which is the app he's on. So that's very much a situation of like the pot calling the kettle black. He's on TD Ameritrade. It's like the Thinkorswim platform. That's payment for order flow. And even if you're not on those and you choose to use Fidelity, you're avoiding payment for order flow. That is true. That is fact. I agree with that. But also what's true is they're still routing most of their orders to Citadel Securities. And that's the issue with payment for order flow. It's not inherently payment for order flow. It's the fact that so many of our trades are all getting aggregated and shepherded all to either Virtu or mainly Citadel Securities. It's an unfair, asymmetric information advantage. They're playing the other side of all of these trades. And what payment for order flow is, like a high level thing, these brokerages are getting money. Like Citadel Securities and Virtu pays all these Robinhood, Webull, E-Trade, TD Ameritrade, all of those for trades. Like they're like, hey, if you send us the trades instead of going to some other route, like we'll give you money. And then they're just playing on that volume. Like they're playing on the high amount of trading volume. And their goal is to be a better trader. And that's how they want to profit. But with it, it's just, it is an issue. I'm not saying it's a non-issue. It's just, I think there's more issues. And the people who are saying it's an issue, they're telling you one little small part of it. I'm trying to be very, very honest right now. I'm on Webull. It engages in payment for order flow. How did I get onto Webull? Well, when there was an exodus from Robinhood in February, everyone's like, oh, I'm getting on Webull. So I got a Webull account so I could help answer charting questions. I am not tied to Webull. I am not sponsored by Webull. Yes, I'm affiliated with them. If you sign up with my affiliate link, you get 2 free stocks. I get 1 free stock. Personally, I've been using a lot of those free stocks. I sell it and I buy AMC. But for me, it's no different because they all have those same deals. Like people are under this assumption that I'm tied to Webull. I can drop them today, tomorrow. But my question still is, what's the next best thing to go for? I could switch to E-Trade, and then some E-Trade people would be happy, but they're still engaging in payment for order flow. I could switch to Fidelity, and I could start giving you Fidelity affiliate links. They all have the same affiliate deal. It's not different across the board. All these brokerages, unless you're sponsored by them, the affiliate deal is the same. That's just natural market competition. You're not going to have one that has an absurdly good affiliate deal compared to the others, because then it forces all the others to get up to that level. For me, folks, if we can find a brokerage that is not tied to Citadel Securities, does not do payment for order flow, has free trading and a good UI, I will switch. I will switch. I literally have no qualms with that whatsoever. People think that like I want to stay on Webull because it makes me more money. No, I would just switch the affiliate. Like it literally does not matter to me in the slightest. And then I see the other argument is like, well, use Webull for your charting and trade on another one. Okay, I could do that. If you want me to stop buying on Webull, that is also fine. I have a Fidelity account. I could, if that's people's qualms, like if that's the main thing, so we can stop this FUD, the brokerage thing to me is such a benign, like boring argument. It's so silly. It's the same with the convertible bond stuff. Like it's just, we have bigger fish to fry. So I'm willing to do whatever I need to just so the community in this sense, like we go back to focusing on the main things. And I don't know, I'm going to make a video where I explain what payment for order flow is. And also like in that video, I'm going to ask you, like, let me know the brokerage. I am so happy to switch. I don't care. Like I will switch. It's not a big deal. Someone asked about Doe. So this is one time I've heard about Doe. I haven't used it. This is now the second time I've heard about it. So Vanguard, the one thing I've heard about Vanguard is that they have like a very, very bad UI, like a super bad UI. Make your own trading platform. That's another option. We just make an ape trading platform. The thing with Webull is like it does have a good UI. So if none of us want to trade on it, okay, but why not just use it for charting then? You sign up, you get your free stocks, and you don't have to trade at all. Like you could just sit here and use it for charting. And if you want to execute trades on another brokerage, that's perfectly fine. And in fact, that's even smarter because you get free stocks for signing up for all of them. So if you want to sign up for Fidelity and get your free stocks, great. You sign up, you can execute your trades there. And if you want to then sign up for Webull and just use it for charting, great, because you get free stocks there as well. You're getting free stocks in all of it. So for me, like I think people should have multiple brokerages just for a technical reason in case one goes down, then you're a little bit safe. But also, why you get free stocks when you sign up for all of them. So like, why would you not do that? It's free money. Blows my mind. Blows my mind that this is like even gotten to this level. Uh, I want a transparent list. How many who don't work PFOF for everyone to know? Okay, so GM, I'll make that in the video. What I'll do is I'll find that list of ones not doing payment for order flow, but it's not that simple. You can't just ask. A better question is what brokerages can you route away from Citadel Securities for free? That's the question we should be asking, not payment for order flow. Because if you look for payment for order flow, well, then you're going to find Fidelity, but we know Fidelity still routes most of their trades to Citadel Securities. So the question is not who doesn't do payment for order flow. The question is who can you route away from Citadel Securities for free? That's like the main question. And AMC, boom goes the dynamite. So we broke out of this bull flag. So we have a bull flag breakout and then a technical breakout of 36.78. And now we're pushing 37.20. We're looking good. GME not moving today. Flat, flat, flat. Just no movement in GME 169. Whoa, 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 whoa. AMC 37.64 is what we're looking for it to break above. All right, let me get rid of this. Let me do this. I need a horizontal. IWM is getting crushed. SPY getting crushed. You know what's not getting crushed? AMC. Some relative strength. AMC up 3% on the day. See you riding AMC glout. Tony, is glout a word? I don't think glout's a word, Tony. To scowl or frown. It's like an old time word. It's American English. Tony, you're sounding like a negative Nancy. All right, what else do we have? AMC looking good, good, good. Here, let's go to the 3 minute so we can see this a bit better. Wow, the markets are getting their teeth kicked in right now. Whoa, 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 whoa. Wow. AMC, I mean, on a relative basis, is really, really holding up. Wow. All right. I'm actually very, very impressed with AMC right now. AMC green on the day, 2.5%. IWM, the Russell 2000, teeth kicked in. S&P 500, teeth kicked in, at least on an intraday. Honestly, even GME is holding up relative to these two indices. Impressive. Yep, we do have a bit of the George W, the like kind of a double bottom. This is the first time you're hearing it, but kind of right off of 36, roughly, a George W. We're trying to see if it might turn into more of a cup and handle situation. Let's see how it reacts to 37.63. Wait, what just happened? I'm seeing a lot of TMI stuff. What happened here? TMI channel is completely gone. TMI. The masked investor. Wow. This account has been terminated for violating YouTube's community guidelines. Whoa, whoa, whoa. It looks like TMI's channel just got murked. What happened? Um, 22 minutes ago, the mass investor, he was on with Trey. What happened here? If you search the mass investor, YouTube is showing 404. What happened, man? This is crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Huh. That is not good. I mean, I've been there. The feeling sucks. He was interviewing Trey. Is that what was happening this morning? He was interviewing Trey. That's crazy. Man, that's not good. So to my understanding, he was in an interview and Trey was his guest, and I guess it was just wow. Wow, 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 wow. I'm sure we'll get some answers. Hopefully, it's just kind of like another mess up, like we've seen, honestly, with my account, that it was just a algorithmic mess up, and he gets his channel back. But I will tell you this: the reason I got my channel back was because of community support. This isn't one of those things where YouTube's like, "Oh, we messed up. We're gonna give you your channel back." I lost my channel and I applied for an appeal and I lost that. The only reason I got it back was because of the support, especially on Twitter. So I mean, I would highly recommend, if you see the mass investor, tweet at YouTube to see what's going on after his appeal, which most likely will fail because that's just how YouTube works. It's incredibly important that you show support and kind of blow that up, because that's how you get it back. You have to fight with YouTube. It's a huge, huge pain in the ass. It's a huge emotional blow. I mean, I've been there and it absolutely sucks. So I'm telling you, if you see the mass investor tweet something out that says at YouTube, if you want to help him get his channel back, which I will be doing, you definitely have to like tweet it, comment it, like it, retweet it, quote tweet it. You just have to blow it up so it gets onto YouTube's radar to get it back, because that's exactly what happened with me. You're not going to get it back another way. What are your backup streaming options besides Twitch? Do you trust Twitch? Mine is just Twitch right now. Yesterday was a little bit wonky. I was worried. It's weird that I had issues with YouTube yesterday, and then now TMI is having it today. Interesting, but we'll. I don't have any other information right now. Like, I'm new to you with. I don't have TMI's number, so I can't just like call him. Um, but let's figure out it. In my experience, it still is going to take like a good half day. So when I was banned, I found out at 3 in the morning. I started making like a ruckus around 8 or 9, and I think I got it back around 1 p.m. So it's going to take some time. Like, it's not like the most instantaneous thing, but very, very important. Show support for our fellow apes, and he's gonna get it back. Like, I feel confident, because I've been there. Like, I know what's going on. It's just you're caught up in the algorithm. It's not like a human was watching it and they're like, nah. Like, it's called NLP, natural language processing, and whether it didn't understand in a joke or sorry, something like that, he's caught up in the algorithm. I mean, even Graham Stephan was caught up in this, where they're like, we're gonna terminate your channel. We see weird things like this across the board happening to finance YouTubers. Um, and it just takes a little bit of a fight to like set it straight and be like, whoa, I'm not actually violating any of your guidelines. So I feel good. I think they're going to get it back. We just have to show support, and we have to make enough of a voice, so YouTube hears it and be like, whoa, you made a mistake. That's all it is we need a human at YouTube to look into what actually happened, and then they'll override what the algorithm decided to do. Someone just said TMI channel is back now. So it's back. YouTube. The masked is it already back? I'm not seeing it back. But I'm hoping that that's just me. I'm still seeing it gone. Someone say Trey tweeted. Okay, so he has a backup channel, the TMI network. The TMI network is his backup channel. Man, this is crazy. They are attacking us from all sides. Horrible corruption. All right. I mean, as I get any reasoning of why, but my assumption is it's going to be similar to mine of when you get an email and they're like, we know this is not the news you wanted to hear, but like we have identified your account as harmful and dangerous. They're going to give him some random verbiage in an email. He definitely already has an email. They don't just like terminate it and not tell you why. There's going to be like an auto-generated email that's already in his like inbox. He has it, and it's just going to be some like generic BS explanation. And then from there, here's how the process works. He was terminated and he's going to get an email right away. In that email, it's going to be a generic thing. And in the email, it says, if you think we got this wrong, you can appeal it. And then you appeal it. And what they don't tell you is the appeal system, it's not a human who looks at the appeal. Hang on. Trey's calling me. Hang on.
What happened to your channel? Like, I was literally on his live stream, and out of fucking nowhere, like literally nowhere, I just was watching the live chat and it stopped moving. And it was like the last 3 minutes of the live stream, and I checked on his channel afterwards because I saw something on Twitter. It was like, what happened to TMI's channel? And it's terminated. Like, it's gone. It's absolutely gone. Like, for no reason. Like, I don't know anything that happened during that live stream that was against YouTube's community guidelines. Like, we were literally just talking about the stock and fantasy football, you know?
Yeah, I have a feeling it's probably really similar to mine. So I think the process is that basically, like, this isn't really humans looking at it. It's some sort of computer algorithm in the background. So I think he got caught up in that inappropriately the way I was. So here's the process is he was caught up. He already has an email. Like, I don't know if you have his number, but I don't have his number. But I bet he already has an email with some generic explanation. For me, it was harmful and dangerous, but they're going to give us some sort of BS explanation. And then in that email, they're like, if you think we got this wrong, you can appeal it. And then you appeal it. And it's stupid because the system that catches you to begin with is the one who goes over the appeal. It's not even a human. It's the exact same like robotic system, computer system that's like, oh no, like, sorry, like this isn't the news you wanted to hear, but we're going to uphold it. And then from there, even if you reach out to creator support, they can't do anything. They're like, sorry, that's our final decision. So what needs to happen is really what's already happening on Twitter. People need to make a huge scene on Twitter. That's like that's the only reason I got mine back is because the appeal is going to get denied without a doubt. So what needs to happen is someone from YouTube needs to look into it, and to get them to look, like, we need a human to look into it. To understand what's actually going on, and to get a human to look into it, you basically need to make like a shitstorm on Twitter. So like your tweet, he needs to tweet out from his account. Like he needs to say like at YouTube or like whatever, like what's going on at YouTube. If anyone has connection to him, he needs to reach out, and then we all need to tweet and retweet and blow it up. Like that's what I think has to happen, because that's what happened for me, and that's how I finally got it back.
How long did it take you to get your account back?
So I was terminated at 3 a.m. So mine didn't happen live. Mine was like when I was sleeping, and I didn't get it back until 1 p.m. that day. And that was because YouTube or Twitter exploded. I know of some other people who followed a similar route, and it maybe took them like 48 hours or something like that. But it still involved like, basically you just need to get a human at YouTube to actually look into it.
That's freaking absurd, man. Like, these termination notices that are coming off from YouTube, and then the fact that they're just freaking wiping channels essentially on a drop of a dime without any sort of like inkling of a hint that it could happen. Like, I'm just trying to think of like TMI's channel and what he could have possibly done. You know what I mean? Like, for you, it was harmful endangerment to your audience or whatever, which is already BS. And then you've got TMI, who's probably like the most freaking genuine, nice dude on the internet. Like, this guy literally I couldn't think of a single freaking instance where there's even anything like debatable or controversial over what he says. I mean, he's literally the nicest dude you could meet on the internet. Like, it's just freaking wild.
Yeah, it's insane. And this is like, I don't know, it's scary for us creators because it gets taken away just like that. And that's why, like, I mean, I have a Twitch as a backup. I know you have a Twitch as your backup, but it's just scary. And this is why I think things like Rumble and Odyssey and BitChute are going to get more popular because creators are tired of like being this scared. But it's insane. He didn't do anything. And like, what's crazy is I bet he has no strikes. So for those of you who don't know, if you're on YouTube as a creator, you're supposed to get 3 strikes if you're breaking the terms of service. So you have to do something horrifically bad to skip all 3 strikes and go straight to termination. So he, for whatever reason, got picked up by the algo for something he clearly did not do, because you have to do something so incredibly bad to get straight up banned without 3 strikes. So my bet right now is it's just very similar to my circumstance. And I know what worked for me was making a Twitter shitstorm. So I think that's what we have to do for TMI to get it back.
That seems like the only answer, man. It's just absolute garbage. Like, this sort of stuff just pisses me off. Like, I just don't understand how that could. Dude, this is just garbage. Oh man, I want to make a freaking video talking about this noise. I mean, this is just dumb.
Yeah, it's absolutely crazy.
I don't see how he doesn't get his channel back, and if he doesn't, like, people need to keep making noise over this, because if there's anybody on the internet, man, that does not deserve that, it's him. It's just, it makes no sense. And in the middle of a live stream, like, that's wild. That's probably the craziest piece of this, is he was literally on air when it cut, when his channel just terminated. Bam. Like, people would have been watching his channel. That live stream happened in real time. It would have just been kicked off the live stream instantly. Bam. Like, what the heck just happened? Did you end it?
Yeah, that's freaky, man. That's super weird. But yeah, I think hopefully if it goes like the way I think it will, hopefully by this evening he has it back. I mean, we just need to get some human. I mean, it's Friday. There's people in the office. We just need a human at YouTube to look into it. And I think he'll get it back because he didn't break terms of service. It's that simple. He didn't break the rules. So he in no way deserves this.
Yeah, absolutely, man. All right. Well, I'm about to go get an EKG done. I guess I just wanted to pick your brain on this because I thought this was the exact sort of thing that happened to you, just based on what we talked about on the phone, and it definitely seems like it. That's freaking garbage. That sucks.
All right. Well, thanks for the call. Catch you later, man. Have a good weekend. Peace.
Yeah, you too, brother.
All right. There we have it. So to my understanding, it's gonna be did someone tweet out? Did he tweet out? Because it kind of needs to come from his account, the Mass Investors account. What did he tweet? Yeah, he hasn't tweeted yet. In my opinion, just of how it worked for me, I don't know if this is good advice or bad advice, but what needs to happen is TMI needs to tweet out himself at YouTube asking for what's going on, and then that's the tweet we need to blow up. So I don't know if someone listening, if you're a mod, if you are like somehow just connected to him. I don't have his number. I have his DM, but I don't like, he's probably freaking out right now. So like someone that personally knows him has to call him. And if he wants to call me, if I'm more than happy to talk with him right now and walk him through how I got mine back. But I guess step 1 is he needs to tweet out at YouTube with asking, like, he needs to post part of that email of like, what are you talking about? I am not X, Y, and Z, whatever they're accusing him of. And that's what we need to blow up. I think that would be the best advice. Don't just DM him, because like he's not going to be reading DMs right now. Right now, he just got a punch to the gut. Like, even me, people were calling me and I was avoiding calls. Like, it's not just like a DM thing. Like, someone needs to personally know him and be like, yo, like, Kohrs went through this. Like, he'll talk to you right now. Don't blow up his DMs. He's not going to read it. His mind is panicking right now. Like, let's be a little realistic about that. His Twitter is the Mass Investor. It's masked_investor. And then it's a picture of him with a camo mask on, a Nike hat, and some like headphones. All right. In that craziness, AMC did make a new intraday high, 38.55, currently hanging out at this breakout level before this resistance, 37.60. Lots of things to pay attention to today. Oh, look at AMC market cap, a lot of change. Well, yeah, market cap, it's just based on the share price multiplied by the outstanding shares. That's what market cap is. If a stock goes up or down, the market cap's going to go up or down. Phoenix Performance Coach, what's going on? They really don't want the 38s, in my opinion. At what point does naked shorts become evident? If we can't see them now, how do they become realized? Well, regulators would have the ability to go in and see the types of FTDs. So it's information that we're not privy to, but theoretically, a governing body could look into it. I bet it was yesterday. He was talking about sending a video, masked or unmasked, and mentioned COVID. I guarantee the algo caught those words. Very well could have been that. Just some sort of words that the algorithm picked up. I watched his stream yesterday. He was swearing a lot. He also will lose monetization. So sorry, not a surprise. Yeah, but swearing doesn't get you terminated from the platform. It might get you demonetized, but that's not against its terms of service. That's against its terms of advertising. Terms of service is like you're breaking the platform's rules and they don't want you on the platform. I mean, we all know creators in the AMC space alone that swear 100 times every video. The amount of times Trey has sworn, the amount of times I have sworn. Swearing does not get you terminated. He just tweeted. All right, he tweeted. All right, he tweeted out. If you guys want to tweet, retweet him. Here, hours every day for the last 7 months, I busted my ass to build this platform. YouTube, I want it back. AMC, GME, free TMI, free TMI. Let's get this out here. This is probably the best way to help as of now. I'll DM him. Here, I'll DM him and tell him to call me. All right, I just DM'd him. Did Twitter just ban me for Texas made? Wait, what happened? Mr. Boulay, what did you do? You got a 12-hour timeout. All right. Where are we? Yeah, so I message him when it's necessary. I'll give him a call. I'll give him, I mean, it sucks. You work so hard for this stuff. Like so incredibly hard. He's been grinding it out now for 7 months And the fact that it could just be ripped away from you like that, it's so crappy that they just have that much power. And I've been there. Like you work and it just disappears like that. It's super emotional. It's super emotional. I know what he's going through right now. I would recommend when he responds, like I'm sure he just needs a quick calm down period. It's emotional. When you dedicate so much of your time and energy to something just for it to get like ripped out from under you, it sucks. So I'm sure when he like collects his thoughts, he'll respond, whether he wants to do it private or public. I'm going to give him the advice. I'm going to let him know how I got mine back. And I hope that that helps because it's just so wrong. It's disgustingly wrong. But if you are on Twitter, I mean, folks, I don't ask you really to do anything, but I would ask you to do this to support him. If you're on a Twitter, truly, if you could go on and just blow that tweet up, hashtag free TMI, do what you need to because it's going to be the fastest way to get it back. That's the fight of the day. The fight of the day is to get TMI's channel back. I'm a mod on TMI channel. I have him on Twitter. DM what to you need. I'm already in. Thank you, Darth. But I'm talking with him. We have a little bit going back and forth, but it'll be good. We're gonna get it going. I messaged him though on Twitter, and I'm just he probably just needs to collect his thoughts. It's very understandable. Matt, did you catch my DM to use Advanced app and Streamlabs to fight YouTube? I didn't see that. I haven't heard of that. I've heard of like BitChute, Odyssey, Rumble, Twitch as like all somewhat popular alternatives. Call for 37 in the money now. Rocketed to 41 calls, 60 calls. Pick up some cash. Thanks. Hodl to the moon. Semper Fi. Fred, thank you. Do you think YouTube will take you and T trades down next? Do you have a backup channel? Yeah, so my backup channel is Twitter, and then also Trey has a backup channel. So really, a lot of us, well, I know at least Trey and myself have a backup Twitch channel. I don't know Trey's off the top of my head, but if for some reason I get taken down, it's right above me. Matt_Kohrs, Twitch, Twitter, Instagram. Obviously, like everyone needs one. Anyone that's making this, like I think any creator out there should have a backup just because stuff like this happens. It's insane. It's absolutely insane. Look at AMC market cap amount, a lot of change. Right, we did that. We really want the 38s. Buy one for TMI. Welcome to political channels I've been dealing with for years. Political channels, yeah, it gets even more tense over in that realm. People need to stop being petty. Use whatever broker app you want, Matt. If they don't believe you, you don't need them here. Yeah, I mean, it's getting to the point where I question, it's weird. It's getting to the point where it's like other creators trying to take jab at creators and they don't really care about the truth of the information they're giving out. It's sad, but that's what it's more of like they're using this as like something to run with and get people riled up. And what I'm seeing it on the back end socially, like a little insight to the AMC creator world, it's not being truthful of like, oh, we want to get this information out. It's being used as jabs and like creators trying to attack other creators. That's what this Weeble PFOF thing is right now. And it's sad, but that's what it is. It's more of like creator drama. And then they're like shielding it as like a subtle attack at someone. That's what it is. It's not like people out there. You can't tell people about Weeble, and then when everyone's using a brokerage essentially anyway that's on payment for order flow. It's more of like stupid social drama than anything of like actual utility. But even this right now, the TMI thing, I put that as more important than it. Like that's, I don't know. Right now, I care more about TMI and getting his channel back. Dumb question. All right, we did that. Ryan, atypical entrepreneur, becoming a space ape, tinfoil hat time, cup and handle forming. TMI channel hit with reported spam. This channel is next. FTMI, talk about the damn chart. No, we're a community and you're going to get kicked for that. FTMI. No. About no. Like, I have a couple things to say about that, Mike. Number one, you're a dick. FTMI. Dude, that is so incredibly messed up. How about this, Mike? How about you work on something for 7 months, dedicate your life to it, and then just have it ripped away, and then some, like, dick keyboard warrior says F it. Like, that sucks for him. No. What? You're a scummy person. 7 months. Oh, F it. God, that's so stupid. You can round away from dark pools on Fidelity. I route directly to New York Stock Exchange for free. Please don't spread misinformation. Jared, what misinformation did I spread? I said on Fidelity and E-Trade, you can choose your routes. I've said that, Jared. I have no clue what you're talking about. Contact trade, did that. When you're backup streaming options Twitch, do you trust Twitch? Not fully, but it's just hopefully a fail-safe. Let's help TMI 8 family. Yo, AMC is breaking out. Let's go. Kyle, text or call Trey, did that. Everyone call your broker and see if you can pay fee to route order to exchanges instead of middleman. So sometimes there is, this is like the up in the air thing right now of the way to potentially route orders that are, if there's a free routing system, it sounds like Fidelity might do that. Some people are saying that you could also do that on E-Trade, on E-Trade Pro, and then Fidelity is active Trader Pro. It sounds like you could route it there, but it's still just small. Matt getting mad in the super chats. Do you have a backup plan so we know where to go? Yep, Twitch. I can't believe it shut off midstream. Can you please find out if Cash App routes through Citadel? Also, Interactive Brokers doesn't do payment for order flow. So Interactive Brokers, do they have a trading fee? IBKR trading fee. Commissions. Zero commission U.S. stock trading. U.S. residents with individual joint IRA or eligible trust accounts. Zero commission trading for U.S. listed stocks and ETFs. No activity fees or account minimums. Fixed rate pricing will apply for non-U.S. listed stocks and ETFs. So mainly for us, you would be technically good on Interactive Brokers. I don't know who their clearinghouse is though. But like in terms of trading fees, it sounds like Interactive Brokers is free. What's the other one? Cash App Clearing House. I would assume that they're using that one that everyone else is using. Yeah. Axos. Yeah. So Cash App, their clearinghouse is Axos, which we know does payment for order flow with Citadel Securities. So sometimes it's not just the broker. You actually have to check who their clearinghouse is, because they might, but then their clearinghouse does, and their clearinghouse sends it to Citadel Securities. So you have to check the broker and also the clearinghouse. Can we pay our broker agent to route the orders for in exchange for a fee? Some of them allow that. Some of them allow you to do that for free. It depends on the brokerage. Axos is Apex. Okay. Fidelity only uses payment for order flow and options, but they do not use it for stocks. Stonks Batman. That's exactly what I said, and I 100% agree with you. But we know right here, Citadel ranked as the #1 venue for sending both stock and option orders at the following firms: Robinhood, TD, Charles Schwab, Webull, Fidelity, and Ally. This is different. These are the ones for payment order flow on top. But even though I'm saying this, Fidelity, you get free trading, but they still ranked as the #1 venue for sending both stock and option orders. It sounds like if you're on Active Trader Pro, you might get a bit of a say in what route you're taking. And if you do that, that's great. Like, that's perfectly fine. But people are making an erroneous connection between payment for order flow and hedge funds. And that's just not true. As soon as you're talking about payment for order flow, you're talking about market makers and brokerages. You're not talking about hedge funds. And if anyone's trying to make that connection between the two, they're misinformed. Okay, someone just said Interactive Brokers is self-clearing, and I'm pretty sure Interactive Brokers doesn't do payment for order flow. That the CEO, he was on Mad Money with Charles Payne like 1 or 2 weeks ago. He was that older gentleman, and I think he was talking about how they don't do payment for order flow, and that's Interactive Brokers. Someone just said TD has direct routing option, but I don't know if it costs extra to turn it on. But TD also has payment for order flow. TD Ameritrade right here, payment for order flow. Tony sounds like a bitter hedgy. Can you use your Zula trade service community to connect regarding the? I've never heard of those. Zulu trade. Hey Matt, see my super regarding a lawyer. Okay, I'm scrolling up, man. It's all good. I work at TD and areas of the business that have a hard break for each other do. It's also audited and regulated to make sure those side of the business don't talk to each other. I work for TD and areas of the business that have to have a hard break from each other do. It's also audited and regulated to make sure the other side of the business doesn't talk with each other. Sorry to say, but Jackson Hunter should not be making vids. He's too emotionally attached and only got on for his music promotions. Too much FUD by him. That's from David Diaz. I mean, everyone, I don't know if I necessarily agree with that. But I guess everyone has their own opinion. Said order doesn't show up on lit until complete. Can PFOF broker have huge buy orders so you get less buying pressure while you short, buying still ongoing but not affecting price? So PFOF is just that the trade goes to them. So like if you hit buy on Webull, it's not necessarily going to go to the New York Stock Exchange or the NASDAQ. It might, but Citadel Securities gets first dibs. They get to play the other side of the trade. That's what PFOF is. If you hit buy, Citadel Securities gets the opportunity to sell to you. If you sell, they get the opportunity to buy it to you, and it's just first dibs. If they do take the trade or don't take the trade, then if they can pass it off to an exchange, a lit market, they can pass it off to a dark pool. It's just who's going to play the other side of the trade. So that's what PFOF is. Did I ban this guy? Oh, I did. Bye, Tony. Ameritrade is not owned by TD anymore. It was purchased by Charles Schwab. I will become an astronaut. I finally got the day off to watch the stream. No rockets, no magnets, not one duck. I don't even know who you are anymore. I mean, we definitely need to throw these up. I guess things just got a little crazy with TMI. Man, I just feel so bad for him. I just keep thinking about it. Someone was saying that I could pay for the like exact up to date data with this. Does anyone know? Okay, hang on. Let me try to upgrade my own package. On TradingView, how do you get this is updating a little bit too slowly. Like I want the perfect like every single tick to get updated. Is it under my plan? Upgrade plan. I already pay for Pro. Pro Plus. How do you get like the tick by tick data on this? Screener. I don't think I have this. Nope. There is a way to do it. I guess I'll have to figure that out over the weekend. But we're setting up for a cup and handle. There has to be a way to do this. All right, there we go. 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 We're looking for AMC to get above 3750, basically, is the first one. Search. All right. Because here we have the tick data, the time and sales. Like it's changing with every trade. I just want to figure out how to get it on TradingView. Connor, Mac, there could only be one. Free TMI is trending #1 on Twitter. Hey Matt, when shorting options, can you wait till option expires and take 100% profit? Yeah, you would wait and hope that expires worthless to get your max money. Congrats, Mike. You win the Dingleberry Award. TMI buses behind for months, and that's your response. Clearly, Mike is not a real ape. Free TMI is trending #1 right now. Love you, Matt and Moon Gang. We are a community. And this petty BS in the community is just gross. You apes have true conviction in AMC. Show it. Grow up. Thanks for the sacrifice, Greg, to the moon, for sticking up for TMI. I mean, I'm gonna like it's horrible. Like I've been there. Like I sympathize. I empathize. I was there. It absolutely sucks. And I just want to give him the playbook on how I was able to get it back. Because I hope that helps. But I think if we play this right, I think he should have his channel back by the end of today. Mike, get bent. Matt, keep doing what you're doing. We really appreciate it. Let's get some rockets. AMC has partnered with streaming service to bring theatrical releases to your home. Announced on... on AMC. I'm not seeing anything about AMC when I search that story. Cinema reached agreement with AMC Entertainment to sell projection equipment for a net gain. Cinedigm looks like they sell equipment to AMC. Hey Matt, talks of a new job opportunity are getting lined up on my AMC YOLO round 33. I just want to thank you for doing this and giving people like me a chance. I'm a true ape moon gang. And ape fun. I felt the kick in the gut for TMI when I was watching both of you. I did a paid promotion tweet supporting him. Hope his hard work recovered soon. I'm feeling good. I honestly think it will recover. We just need to play the game. This is just what happens when you have like big tech censorship. It sucks. Schwab said if you have level 2, you can apply to trade directly on the exchange. Also, another way is pay $30 a month subscription to do this. Marion, thank you for sharing that. So it sounds like Schwab, if you have level 2, you can apply directly to trade on the exchange. Also, another way is to pay $30 a month for the subscription. What would it take for you to switch services? What's the last straw for you? Maybe we can all work together to find a better platform. Literally not much. Like my next trade, my next purchase of AMC, I already have a Fidelity account. I could do it, but it's just like for me on this side of it with streaming, it's good to have this nice UI, the user interface. So if I just use it for UI, that's fine. And if you want to use Webull for UI, that's also fine. If you want to trade somewhere else, that it can work. You can have something for charting and then something else for buying. I'm not the biggest fan of Fidelity's UI, but I already have money there. I could just start buying on that. That's like where my retirement account is. So I could transfer some money over there. It should hit in a couple of days, and then I can make all of my future buys on it. What would it take me to transfer? Not much at all. I mean, I could even do it now. If that's what it takes to settle down the community, because like I think we're wasting our time. There's like way bigger fish to fry. So if it's just to the point that like, oh, you want my future buys to be somewhere else, okay, cool. I'll buy my future shares on a different thing. But for now, this is a good UI to show at least for this stream. Mamad. I'm apologize if this was already talked about. Did you see the Ape Festival 2022 stuff on Supersonic? You and a bunch of streamers were tweeted at. I didn't see it, but it sounds like it's probably overly toxic if you're bringing it up that way. I mean, it's so simple. If you don't want to go, don't go. Like it's telling people to not celebrate. Like what? Don't celebrate. You shouldn't do that. Don't celebrate New Year's just because you made it through a year and you had a good year. Don't celebrate your birthday. Like what? Like it's weird that people go out of their way to be so overtly negative. I mean, you heard it. They're not in that for profit. They take all the money from tickets and they're just making the event bigger and bigger and bigger. It's literally that simple. They're putting it together. They're taking the money from people buying it to make the event awesome. And if you want to be a part of it, be a part of it. If you don't, you don't. But like you're just I guess it's sad if you're just like, well, I don't want to go and I also don't want anyone else to go. Okay, cool. Don't go. It's that simple. Just don't go. Let's free TMI. How to upgrade mine to Pro Plus. Oh, is that my issue on TradingView? How to upgrade Pro Plus. Free TMI, just margin call, free Britney. TradingView account. Yeah, so I see the options. I guess I just need Trading Pro Plus. Wait, someone just said it's because protect yourself and don't go hedgies. MSM will paint it as collusion. I mean, I don't think they're gonna care about like collusion just because people are meeting up. Like, I mean, they do literal collusion. They have those dinners where they're like, hey, here's all of our ideas. We're just meeting up to have a good time. Like, we know hedge funds are colluding all the time, and they collude with mainstream media. They collude with each other. They collude with mainstream media. We saw the Jim Cramer message, like that stuff yesterday. We know that is happening a lot. It happens a lot, a lot. So the fact that they would have the balls to say like what we're doing is collusion, like that's insane. Cynthia, not a member, but would love a member chat. Is anyone else having trouble lately on Webull when buying at the ask? It's saying failure to find ask. I don't know if anyone else is having that issue. Free TMI trending #1 on Twitter. Let's keep it going. Trading View, I bought the highest level one. I still can't figure it out. I'll contact support. Red Panda, just so you know, if you did buy it, there is don't pay full freight. There's a discount in the description. If anyone wants Trading View, please don't pay full freight. Can we get Adam Aaron to go to the event? I mean, that's I'm not the one who picks that, but I'm sure they would love to talk to him. Like, it would be awesome to have him as a speaker. I don't have Pro Plus. It's in the bottom of your change my plan page. Wait, I don't have Pro Plus. It's in the bottom of your change my plan page. The bottom. All right, I want to update this just so we can see it better with the rocket ship. Trading View, upgrade plan. Ability to buy extra real-time data, 50 plus exchanges. Okay, so I have to buy the real-time data. Like, it's another add-on, I guess. How do I add that on? North America. Okay, I think I found it. It's $2 a month. Okay, I could do that. OTC. How do I do this? Hang on. I'm trying to just get the real-time data for this. We are on the New York Stock Exchange. They both trade on the New York Stock Exchange, right? Okay, cool. I just want to buy the right data package. Real-time data, NASDAQ. Why don't they have a big package, though, for all of this stuff? Futures, CBOE. All right. Well, how do I buy it now? I want to buy it. Take my money. Oh, here we go. Okay. I want the NASDAQ and the New York Stock Exchange. I think those are the two I want. Do I need ARCA as well? Probably. Next. All right. Let's get some real-time data. Cardholder name, that's me. All right, complete my purchase. Next. What? This takes oddly a while. Hey, look at AMC looking strong, 37.71. I agree. What am I? What's my job? It needs my job. I am a TV radio announcer. I feel like that's accurate. Name and addresses of subscribers, employers. Silly. All right, I agree. Start charting. Okay, I think I got it. This should be better timing now. All right. Your subscription has been modified. Reload. Reload. Is this working better now? Yeah, okay. It looks to be a little bit more responsive with the individual. Sweet. Sweet, 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 sweet. We're working now. Now we're cooking. Now we are cooking, folks. All right. All right, all right, all right. All right, we don't need this. Did the mass investor get back to me? All right. Free TMI, we should use coordinated hashtags with a message daily now that we see how easy it is for apes to get a trend going on Twitter. Well, that's a lot of the, honestly, just the AMC, like when we have AMC Day, AMC Not Leaving, Ape Nation, that stuff. I mean, I would say like at least once or twice a week, we get something trending in the US. When trade performance chart equals exact AMC chart, ape. Kramer made a threat to ape YouTubers pissed about showing old videos with giving himself. I think TMI showed that video. Maybe Kramer complained to YouTube. I mean, I showed the Kramer video yesterday and I like just the video was taken down for copyright stuff is like what the message I got was. Someone just said, you're blurry or I'm losing eyesight. I think just hit refresh. I think on my end, it's still coming through as expected. Eric, remember Fintel is only using one data source. Fintel is not a good data source for short interest. Fintel has a lot of good things on it, but it uses a data source. Remember, Ortex is using 85%. There's a net return today of 2 million shares, 2.32 million borrowed, and then 4.4 million returned. Remember, return does not mean shorts covered today. If anything, it means free shorts covered 2 days ago, or it's just shares that were on loan that were never shorted and are returned and it has no impact on the price. Short interest 15.42%. In terms of GameStop, net neutral, short interest of 14.6%. I was watching you yesterday and they cut your live feed. It said you violated a policy. Yeah, I violated some sort of copyright policy with the Kramer video. Fake Twitter Kohrs, don't let it fall. Yeah, so just so you know, my real account is Matt_Kohrs. Any of those other ones, I would appreciate it if you could report them. Anything that's not Matt_Kohrs or like an obvious parody account like Matt's Duck Shirt, Matt's, I don't know, chair, Matt's Heine, Matt's real girlfriend. All of those are just like comedic parody accounts. But I am Matt_Kohrs on Twitter, Twitch, and Instagram. Especially on Instagram, I see that there's accounts like asking for money, like Matt Kohrs, like official or LLC. Those are not me. If you want to mess around with them and troll them, have at it. Or if you just want to report them, but please be hesitant of if you think you're actually talking to me. Wait, so since the short interest went down, does that mean they covered some shorts? No. The drop of it was a recalibration of Ortex's predictive model. That dropped from 18 to 15 and had no impact on the shares on loan. Are there options expiring today that will need to be hedged for? How do you look that up? Oh, well, you could just check out the options chain. And the hedging for ones would be the ones that are kind of out of the money. And if the stock trends up that way, the ones that are in the money, they're going to already be hedged for. Check Stonko Tracker, 0 shares available. Am I seeing things? Remember, Stonko Tracker, like Fintel, like iBorrowDesk, only have one data source. It's accurate, but it's only a small percentage of the overall picture. Like I said, accurate, but a very small aspect of the overall picture. Fintel, iBorrowDesk, Stonko Tracker are using one data source. iBorrowDesk and Stonko Tracker, I believe, are sourcing their data from Interactive Brokers, which is one prime brokerage. Okay, kids, we're at 105, 501 in our GoFundMe. It's a lot of money for court filings, staff, legal team, depositions, subject matter expert witnesses, and hearing of the scale. Channing sheets. Sounds like the last time I checked it early this morning, and even from then, it sounds like the GoFundMe has increased. I know you like options. Did you buy long calls when AMC was at 32 range? Printing. I myself didn't. I got stock. Right now, it would have been a good play, but I'm not really in love with the current environment as of now for options. Right now, I'm favoring stock just from what I'm seeing in terms of volatility, but it's kind of picking back up where you can get like a nice bump in your portfolio through options to buy more shares. We're getting there. Do I wish I got in at 32 and then rode it up? Yeah, of course I did. I've been more favoring shares of AMC lately. Hashtag free TMI. How big part of whales play in fluctuating intraday prices of the stock? For example, unusual whales members slapping 1 million on call options. So 1 million on a stock intraday would definitely have an impact, and it could have an impact on the call option, but it depends on the option itself. I see some massive buys incoming. Start the countdown. Here we go. Shout out to Angie. I was wondering about Newegg. I saw no short interest and yet it ripped, and it's ripping again today. I'm long on puts. I don't know much about its short interest either, but I am a bigger fan of your play than going bullish on it. I think it comes back down. So it depends on your expiration date. There's where the algo for channels that degeneracy over wealth. All right, so we covered that. Are there any expiring that need to hedge for? We looked that up. Okay, so if you want to know about options being hedged for, you check out the options chain. On Webull, you just click on options and you can look at the dates and everything and where the money is, but there should be an options chain somewhere available to you. Stonko Tracker says zero shares available to borrow. That means that there's 0 shares available to borrow on Interactive Brokers. That's one brokerage. We know in total, there's at least 9 more million to go across most major brokerages that could be borrowed. We're at 91%, 101 million, just some rough math, about 9 million more shares to go that could be borrowed. And even that is not the complete picture. That's in 85% of the picture, but not the complete picture. All right, we're there. So someone was saying, what was this about the A Fast? What did this person say? Is it just, is Reddit being toxic? Man, I don't know how people come up with these lies. It has a lot of upvotes. Warning, I am almost certain that 8 Festival 2022 is either outsiders trying to cash in on the movement or a desperate ploy from SHF to make a case of a group of retail investors manipulating the market. Be wary. This is just wrong. No. What was even the reasoning? Vegas backed by some names involved in GME and other certain movie stocks on Twitter. This is either Fire Festival 2.0 shit or, in my opinion, potentially something more sinister. I mean, I don't know. I don't know why so many people are surprised about this. First of all, this is just another expert explanation of, I guess, just Reddit being toxic. But this has been discussed for a while. For months now, people have been saying, oh, let's do a meetup in Vegas. And then someone just try to actually start organizing it. I don't know. It's just like, whatever. If you don't want to go, don't go. If you want to believe the tinfoil hat conspiracy crap of some random person on Reddit, okay, that's fine. That's your free will. Don't go. That's perfectly fine. If you think it's some shill ploy from hedge funds to do something, then don't go. I agree. If you think that, protect yourself. It's that simple. In terms of for-profit, no, one of the creators of it, John, on yesterday and then also on Trade Stream, explained that this is not a for-profit thing. Literally, all of the money just goes into making the event better. It's that simple. No such thing as big tech censorship. Supreme Court said so. Their platform, their rules. Don't like it, don't use it. Simple. Okay. Someone's very, very testy about the fact that TMI got kicked off for not violating rules. Seems like we're gonna have some sort of healthy conversation. Did you really see big tech censorship? There's no such thing as it. TMI just got kicked off for no reason. I was kicked off for no reason. Come on, man. No such thing. Before you know it, they're going to say that there's no manipulation in the stock market. The Supreme Court said no stock market manipulation. It can't be true because the Supreme Court said that. New Benzinga article, bullish reversal pattern. Ooh, let's check that out. According to Swaggy Stocks, AMC's entertainment stock has been mentioned about 114 times today. Why is GameStop trading higher? Swaggy Stock being talked about. Bullish reversal. When is this article written? Lots of actually. AMC are trading higher. AMC trading higher. Oh, here we go. AMC flashes bullish reversal pattern, a technical analysis. After reaching a new all-time high, have retraced into an ABC wave pattern according to Elliott wave theory. An ABC correction wave can appear at the end of an impulse move, and in AMC stock, the impulse move took place between May 7th and June 2nd when the stock skyrocketed. The ABC correction, all right, let's just see a picture. I want pictures. Bulls want to see a bullish continuation volume of AMC back up over the resistance of 39.71. If it can regain the level at support, it could trade back above toward 47.91. Bears want to see a reversal pattern negated and from a bearish volume drop. I wanted a picture. The ABC correction wave consists of 5-3-5 pattern within the wave where there are 5 counts in a zigzag pattern from the high to the low, 3 counts from low to a lower high, and then a 5 count to a new low. The length of the lines A and B is longer and equal wide. All right, so this must be right here. You probably can't see this the best, but here's the 5, here's the 3, here's the next 5. AMC is trading below its 8-day and 21-day EMA, and an 8-day EMA trading below 21, which is bearish. The stock is also trading under the 200, which indicates overall sentiment. It should be noted AMC stock is known to make huge moves in a single day. So, hang on one second. This might be TMI. All right, folks, we have TMI in the house. Say hi to everyone, man.
What's going on, Ducks? Apes, everyone's in the building. What's going on? Hope you guys are doing well.
Yeah. So obviously, we've been talking about it. We see what's going on, and it seems very, very similar to a situation that I myself was in. So can you just tell us like what happened on your side? Like, what just like I mean, to my understanding, you were talking with Trey, and then just everything went dark.
Yeah, I have no idea what they could have possibly taken for. I mean, fantasy football and stocks, I mean, that was basically the part of the conversation. I might have said George W. too many times, but I don't know how fickle these rules could possibly be. So we were live having a conversation. Everything is chill. And then apparently, the feed just gets cut out. The live feed stops. Trey sends me a message on the side. He's like, dude, your channel is dark. And I was like, what?
Yeah.
And then I started getting DM messages saying that my channel's been completely blocked or taken off. And I didn't receive any warnings ahead of time. Like I've never received a heads up or a strike or anything like that. So to me, it's like I thought everyone was joking. I thought someone was just playing a prank on me, whatever it was. But as soon as I got off the live stream, I couldn't get back onto my own channel.
Gotcha.
And that was it. Now I'm stuck.
Yeah. So, did they send you an email? So in my case, I also had no warnings or anything. I just had an email that they're like, we know this isn't the news you wanted to hear, but like we've terminated your channel. And then there was like an option to appeal. Did you get that email from YouTube?
Yeah. So I got that email. I wanted to say they probably sent to me at the exact same time. I don't know if it sent before or after, but it was probably instantaneously. It was automated and sent through. I think they just have bots that do that.
Yeah.
So I got the email, went through the apply process the appeal process.
Mm-hmm.
They sent me back saying that we received your account appeal and we'll get back to you as soon as possible. It did take up to 2 business days. It is a Friday. It is what it is. But to me, it's just like, well, you've been through this before.
Yeah.
What the heck did this come from?
Yeah. So, okay. Before we get into that, one question for you. In that email, what was the reasoning? So for me, I was harmful and dangerous. Like what was, did they identify your channel as?
Let me see here. Go back to the email. You removed your video. See here. Harmful and dangerous.
You got also tagged as harmful and dangerous. Yeah, so this actually, like, it sucks, but I think you should feel better because this is exactly what happened with me. And it was just all a mess up. And I know, dude, I can, like, sympathize with you, that feeling in your stomach right now. It sucks. And it's going to get a little bit worse, if I'm just being honest, because your appeal is going to get denied. Why is your appeal going to get denied? Your appeal, because the system that caught you is also the system that reviews the appeals. It's not a human. So be prepared for that. You're going to get an email that says, we've reviewed it and sorry, but you're gone. So be mentally prepared for that, because that's exactly, and it might not happen, but like I want you to get mentally prepared for it, because that's exactly how it happened to me. I appealed, and it's just silly. It's not a human. The appeal process is the exact same system that caught you to begin with.
Like, I know Google has the money to hire people. Like, I know they have the money.
It's just,
I see the reports every quarter. Like, come on, guys.
yeah. And even if you reach out to like creator support, they're just going to say, oh, sorry, we can't help you. Like, that's our decision. So like, that's going to be a waste of your time and just frustrate you. So what needs to happen, and like what I guess happened with me, was I got that email, the exact same email. I filed the appeal. I like complained to all these people on creator support, and I was getting nowhere. But you've actually already, in my opinion, done the thing that is going to help you get out. It just needs to blow up on Twitter. That's what it is. Like, so YouTube's going to read it, and like they might DM you or something, but the name of the game is to get a human to review the case. That's what you're going for. And like you said, I guess it's a little bit weird because it's a Friday, so it might end up getting like kicked. Like, I don't know if they're working on the weekend or stuff. Like, we're working against just like the natural work cycle. But the main thing, you've already done it. You tweeted it out. And maybe you want to follow it up, because if you look, so mine happened in April, and you could see some of my tweets. So put it up there. Just put like, you can quote tweet yourself, tag YouTube, be like, you identified me as harmful and dangerous. Like, I believe I was like erroneously caught up in the program. Can I please get a human to look at this? Because that's what you're going for. You're just trying to get a human to review your case, because you didn't do it. Because harmful and dangerous, dude, like that's the category of like, when people upload, I'm talking horrific videos, because it's very hard to skip all 3 strikes and go straight to termination. So we're put in like the worst category, which in this sense, like, it sucks, but it's good, because as soon as someone watches your video, they're going to be like, oh, well, this was obviously a mistake. So I would quote tweet yourself, like put what the email was, be like, I was identified as harmful and dangerous. I submitted an appeal, but I think I was just caught up. And like, you could even tag Graham Stephan, because he was just caught up in it. He almost lost his channel, and that was like a bot thing.
I saw his video. People DM me his video. I made the backup channel just in case, but I didn't expect it to happen like this quickly. I was just like, maybe if any bigger guys are getting hit, some of the smaller guys will be perfectly fine, but apparently not.
Yeah. So I think the name of the game is to get a human to review your case, and the best way to do that is really what's already happening. Like, I believe when I just looked at it, it was already trending #1 in like technology or something. Like, if we just make a big enough shitstorm on Twitter, a human's gonna look into it, and that's what we're going for. But overall, just that email, it's so stupid, but your appeal, that's when my heart sank, because I knew I didn't do anything wrong. I was like, oh, I'll do the appeal and I'll feel good. And then I saw that the appeal was denied. And for me, that's when I got hit. And then I later learned that it's the exact same system. So just be mentally prepared for that. And what's going to happen is it's going to come out of nowhere. Like, all of a sudden, they're just going to turn your account back on. They're not going to email you and be like, oh, we're sorry, like, your account's going live. Like, all of a sudden, your account's just going to be back. Like, other people knew my account was back before I did. So it's just going to like randomly happen. Like, they're not going to like call you or message you and be like, hey, we're turning it back on in a half hour. Like, just out of nowhere, it'll be back on.
Yeah, it says, it points to an example. It says, as an example, see here, minute, 3 hours, whatever it was in the video. So it's while Trey and I were on talking about either fantasy football, potentially how happy apes are, or George W. saying that 2 times over. Like, that's one of the 3 options. Like, there was nothing else crazy being, so it must be some sort of spam that I got swept under the rug, or I got swept in with. I'm not sure exactly how that works, but
yeah, I mean, it could have been like a coordinated attack of like just bot, I guess, reports against you. I think that was part of like what happened to me as well. But what it is, as soon as an actual human looks at it, you're going to be good to go. So like, it sucks. I know the feeling in your stomach. It's going to get a little bit worse when your appeal gets denied, but someone is already like, I mean, it's already blown up on Twitter. Like, someone's going to see it.
I haven't seen it too much, but what I would like to communicate with people is this. People that already subscribed to me already know this. I literally last Friday was on the live stream, and I got approved to take 30 days off of work to stream more often and communicate with a community, and now the channel gets shut down. Like, the timing to me is the worst possible time. But what I will say is this: people, don't get frustrated. Help what you can, but just relax.
Yeah.
Everything will be okay. I'll slowly work this out. Worst case scenario, everyone is healthy, everyone is fine. You know, we can still move on from this. Shitty situation. Crap situation. Apologize for that.
You're good.
Live. But yeah, okay, we'll be all right.
Yeah. All right. Well, yeah, I just keep trucking along. I think this is how it's going to play out for you, but as it keeps growing on Twitter, and I'm just going to keep telling people to like tweet it, retweet it. Someone on YouTube is going to eventually hear it, and hopefully with any luck, you'll actually have it back by the end of today. But obviously you have my number, so if you need anything, just let me know. Yeah,
thank you. Yeah, mine too. Cool. I appreciate the platform so much. Everyone that's currently watching, shout out to you guys. Appreciate the support with the tweets and the DMs. It's gonna take me a while to get back to you guys, but thank you for sending them.
All right, sounds good, man. Best of luck. We'll be talking soon. Have a good one.
All right, take care, buddy.
Bye. All right. Do I necessarily need that? Yeah. So if you're just joining in, quick rundown: TMI, the mass investor, inappropriately terminated his channel. Did not violate it. Like, he just got cut up. Whether it was the natural language processing not understanding some sort of joke, or like a coordinated bot attack to, I guess, like just spam report his account. Various things could have happened. And I think with all of that in mind, if you're on Twitter, even if you're not using it much, it would directly help him to like tweet or retweet free TMI. If you have a Twitter account, it would help a guy he's been working super hard for this community. All of this YouTube content creation stuff, it's free. We're all putting our own time into it. So if you just want to show him a little bit of love, I'm sure he would appreciate it. All right. Don't know who this account is. Thrilla Gorilla, we got you, TMI. 8 festivals in mistake. Don't attention him. This press is bad on it. Planning celebrations before we win. It's not for this. People are misunderstanding. It's just celebrating the community. Why can't we celebrate this community we've built? And it also takes a while. Like, I think Christian, 8 festivals in mistake. Don't attach your name to it. All right. Well, I'm gonna do what I want, and if you don't want to attach your name to it, don't do it. But I know there's going to be thousands of people who are just happy to take off a weekend, enjoy some time with this awesome community that we built. To tie it to the success of AMC, like its current success now, for a celebration at the end of January in 2022 of like, I just don't see it. It doesn't make sense to me. And maybe I'm missing something, but if you don't want to go, don't go. I'm going to go. Totally sucks, TMI. Sorry, man. We will push back for you online. When you get it back, you will have the harmful and dangerous badge of honor. Much love, bud. He will. He'll be. The club is growing. It's growing. It's called being a man and not crying when things don't go your way. If you're not a lawyer, maybe don't speak to the law. When did I speak of law? I mean, you see, oddly sensitive for someone's name who's Fluck Your Feelings. Hire West Christian to represent the apes, fam. You were kicked off due to anti-duck extremists having infiltrated YouTube. We're at a certain topic, risk of being banned. Error doesn't exist either, I guess. There are 5 lights, Matt. 5 lights. What are we talking about? AMC hanging out at this clearly important level. Some resistance. We broke above it. It came down. We're working our way up, but we're still hanging out at this 3760 level. For whatever reason, that has proven to be pretty important today. just hanging out at this level. Actually, what we're looking for right now is more of this trend. You'd be crazy not to go. Good DD, unlimited mimosas is all I need. Wouldn't make more sense to look at the movers of the day to make more money to put into AMC? Should we focus more on stocks that are ripping? No, because, well, sometimes you can make money off of that, but like just looking at the day's biggest gainers, I mean, they've already gained. Like, you don't want to be a chaser. The resistance at 38 strong. Is there a catalyst for GME pumping today with NFT? Did the NFT ever get fully announced? Like, did that officially drop yesterday? Does anyone know? I didn't see any major news on it. Just why I'm asking. IWM with a nice comeback on the day, huge selling, and now kind of systematic selling, and now people are slowly buying it back up. Hopefully, as this continues to show strength, so will AMC. Whenever I buy AMC, I get red candles on the chart. As soon as I fill and breaking new pattern is buying into an upward trend. Why? As soon as I fill and a break in the pattern, if buying, I mean, that's just, I think this is a psychology thing, of thinking that like the market is like intentionally out to get you. Like the second you buy, it goes red. It's just inopportune timing. Google Schwab execution quality order process. Third link from the top results shows ATS. I think that is what apes are looking for instead of PFOF. Love you. All right, Isaac, I'll definitely check into that. We are not apes, not chumps. Let's go. We are apes. We need you to do a follow-up on the video with Wes Christian. Interview Apes Strong Together have raised 106K on the GoFundMe. Let's the investigating begin. Yeah, so I mean, I'm very excited to get the updates, but please, like, we need to temper expectations a little bit. I mean, these were words out of Wes Christian's mouth of it's a slower process. It's not like all of a sudden we're going to get answers next week. It takes time to do investigation, hire the right expert level witnesses. It takes time. So don't think that all of a sudden next week we're going to get all the answers that we want. We are apes, not chimp chumps. Matt, can you use your influence to get TMI in touch with Charles Payne? They need to be discussed in a public with bigger media. Yeah, I mean, I can. I'm feeling pretty good that he's going to get his channel back relatively quickly. I'm thinking there's a strong possibility of it today. I mean, it's just blowing up so much, this TMI thing right now on Twitter. I mean, it's already trending, which is good. And all, like, this is what I was saying to him. We just need to get a human to actually look at it. And as soon as they do, they're going to realize that he's completely above board and that he didn't violate their terms of service. I get it. I get that YouTube is a private company and they have their own rules. But my argument is that he didn't break their rules. You can't change the rules for the person. Your platform either like it has rules that's applied to everyone or it's not. And by the rules YouTube currently has, I strongly believe that TMI did not break those rules, so he doesn't deserve a termination. I get it. Every company out there deserves to make its own rules. I am completely fine with that. I'm just saying you can't apply the rules differently to different people. I will be bringing my clippers for Ape Fest. Let me know if you and Trey need some cuts. I got y'all. Ape Barber. Hey Matt, I'm sick of these hedges. I'm going to buy 10 more shares in honor of you and the hard work you put in. Hey man, I hope you crush it. If we can create a shitstorm, a human will look into it. This celebration timeline is far too close for me to feel confident giving them 3 figures for an event in Las Vegas. Not a real human. Did you see the top of the post called DD? What's going on, Hank? I do use the Trader workstation, still simply put, of the huge amount of functionality. Shout out Dave. The algo, what else do we have? The active trader view is Bloomberg like the web interface, not real time, but getting better daily. Their apps are pretty well in improvement. I believe this is in reference to wait, Fidelity or Vanguard? It sounds like that's in reference to Fidelity. If your clearinghouse is Apex, you can log into your master account with Apex and see if your shares are lent out and where they are purchased from. Oh, so if you guys want to check that, it sounds like you can log into, if your brokerage happens to be using Apex as the clearinghouse, it sounds like you could actually log in with those credentials, like your brokerage credentials, and you could see where your shares are lent out to and where they're purchased from, or I would assume if they're lent out. All right, right now, AMC 3731. Friendly reminder for all the apes watching the stream regarding to take a break and please stay hydrated. Apes need a vacation. I got the moon experience. Hi Matt, you and Trey and TMI should show West Christian video saying stick together and stay organized and all the naked shorts in the warehouse. So that's an FTD in a warehouse. And yes, you're right. Naked shorts are a type of FTD, but the one thing, and I want to dive into this with Dave Lauer. I mean, if you guys saw that video with West Christian, I asked him about like this double book thing, and he just seemed confused. He's like, what do you mean? So I know some people are pushing this double book theory, but I don't know. I guess Wes Christian didn't. I mean, it was in the stream. He seemed to be confused, and then he was talking about like this X-reg thing, but he didn't really seem to that terminology at least. And maybe we're referring to something that's right without the right terms is a possibility. But he did not really seem to be on board with this concept of a double book scenario. Thanks for all the hard work you do for this movement. Keep it up. Thank you, Chad. Please don't trivialize my stock crashing superpower. I've learned to take pride in it. What's going on, Xavier? So this is a friendly reminder, all the apes watching, streaming, reading, to take a break and stay hydrated. Also a reminder, no matter what brokerage you're on, if it's Webull, Fidelity, like whatever it is, take the little bit of time. If you don't want your shares lent out, double check to make sure that your share lending is actually turned off if possible. Not all brokerages let you turn it off. Sometimes you need a different payment plan, but whatever it is, take the couple minutes. If you don't want your shares lent out, which I personally don't want mine lent out, to see if that's actually turned off. Just your quick reminder for that. What broker do you use for algo trading? Is it bad that Robinhood's unofficial API hard pushing an unofficial? I The two I have used is TradeStation and Interactive Brokers. Interactive Brokers has an API that's exposed that you can connect to, and then TradeStation, you can run code like locally on TradeStation. Hey Matt, I'm in Philly. Can you tell me the best spot for Philly cheesesteak to the moon? My favorite is Delisandro's. There's very, very good options. I mean, a lot of them are absolutely awesome. That one just happens to be one of my favorite ones. Missed my 3-min chart question. Three 3 minute, or MMM, like the company. Ooh, let me see if I can find this. You're a tough guy to comments, but that's all coming from a keyboard warrior. Man, internet every single day blows my mind. I love it. All right, I'm not finding this 3M thing. If I'm missing it, feel free to send it to a mod, tag a mod in it, and they can get it for me. All right, AMC 3714. Maybe the company 3M? Yeah, let me just see if it's that. 3M, MMM. 3M. I mean, it's looking good, but also a bit boring. There's not much volatility to it. It does look a bit bullish, I'll give you that, but I don't know. It doesn't seem that exciting of a play to me. Like, I don't know how much of a movement you'll really be getting, especially for an expensive stock. Not my favorite chart I've seen. All right, let's check Ortex really quick. Ortex. We're seeing a net return. I feel so insanely confident. This is a theory. I can't prove this. Insanely confident. This number, 8.44 million, I would be willing to bet right now that a large amount of this is shares that we're not short, and hence no impact on the stock price when they're being returned. We know there's a bit of a discrepancy, 101 versus 76. So there's about an estimation of 25 million that are out there that are not actually short. This is them returning shares that I just don't think are actually short. I think they are borrowed and they're just being returned. I think it's honestly that simple. And when that happens, you wouldn't see an impact on the price. It cannot be understated how important is that every ape get their share lending turned off. They are literally using your own shares against us. The Sky Ape, I'm going to reiterate that again. Take the time you need in your day to just double check that your share lending is turned off if you don't want your shares lent out. What does a George W or a wedge usually mean? A George W, just like it's the letter W. It's just a double bottom. It means it came down, went up, and then came down to that same price level and then bounced off of it. For a wedge, it depends on the type of wedge. You could have a bullish wedge or a bearish wedge. Some great news about this for TMI is free advertising. I never heard of him before, but today I'll most certainly be following up after this. Yeah, I mean, it sucks. Like, I see what you're saying. It's a little bit of a silver lining. So as long as he gets his like account back, that's what we're looking for. But yeah, I'm sure a lot of people are now finding his channel, and it's a good channel. Like, he's a really cool dude. I like him. Started an auto detailing business near Pittsburgh, PA called Diamond Hand Auto Detail. Apes get 50% off. That is awesome. Please check Stonk Tracker. For what? What part of Stonk Tracker do you need? Because when people are saying, I see people are saying 0 shorts available. Remember, that's just Interactive Brokers. That's not across the market. That's not across all brokers. That's for one broker. I kind of now realize I am now realizing I kind of miss when my portfolio was swinging red green in the day. Now I have a family that I bought at 37. I get sweet serotonin when it bounces off of its support. That's hilarious. But just so you know, it does also sound like TMI has a backup channel. The TMI network, I believe it's called. For the different ones of how you turn off the share lending, it's different for different brokerages. So you're going to have to look in your own account settings, or you're going to have to call them or something like that. I don't know how to turn it off like for every single one. Saw VOD on Tiblio this morning, pre-market, consolidating after a gap down to support, grabbed some 20 calls to try to play it. Gap down. August 20 August calls. Playing the gap fill. Thoughts? Adam, I like it, but just don't get over greedy with it. This isn't the as long as it keeps trending upward, you're looking for the breakout of 17. Above 17, above 17.20, you're A-okay to keep riding this back up. So I do like it. Good risk reward. And I would just, if I were you, I would risk the most recent low, 16.11. That would be my risk. I'd watch 17, 17.25, 7, and then I just keep playing these gap fills. So Adam Shannon, I think you made a good trade. But definitely keep me updated on how it all plays out for you. A group of apes is called a shrewdness. Appropriate. I believe in entertainment. AMC will succeed. I am pursuing my dream of creating a video game, Dungeon Man, on Steam, and I will ready to hold my stock in pursuit of my dream. Pete Moss, fun guy. I hope you crush it. Good luck, man. Seriously. Follow your passion project. All right, right now, AMC 37.14. The thing I want to reiterate, if you're seeing shares being returned, this isn't just me saying, oh, no, I don't think they were short. In the price action, I think the price action explains it of where 2 days ago did we see the pure buying pressure of 8.5 million shares. I just don't see it there. Maybe 500,000 covered in here between 1 and 130, roughly, maybe, but not 8.5 million. What volume? We traded 7 million there and 15 million. I don't buy it. Maybe some covered. I'm not seeing it. I'm thinking it's shares that were loaned that were just never short being returned. That's my going theory as of now. We're just not seeing it in the chart, folks. Just not in the chart. All right. What else do we have moving? What else do we have going on? Someone just said AMC does not follow any sort of technical analysis. I would kindly disagree. I think it does follow technical analysis. In fact, seems to actually follow it pretty well. What YouTube channel has the full Stuart Kramer? I can only find edited down versions. The Jon Stewart, Jim Cramer. If you just search that, you're gonna be fine. You can find it posted by Comedy Central on Comedy Central's like website, not necessarily on YouTube to watch. There's 3 individual parts. Do borrowed shares affect the price action when no sale or purchase? They do not. You can borrow it and return it, and it would have no impact on the price. Why do you borrow? All right. Why do borrowed shares affect the price? They don't affect the price. DZ Ape Holder. Joe Erickson, thank you. XELA. Someone asking about XELA. XELA. Looks weak to me. XELA. I don't know why it's not showing up here. XELA. I think I just don't see it. The volume's kind of, it shot up, got a second wave. It seems like it's coming back down. I don't really see a momentum follow through. I have no XELA position at all, but if I had to have a position, I'd probably be betting against it. But even with that, I don't love it. I guess I would risk $4 and see if it can come back down to whatever this is, like $1.70 or something. Maybe even a gap fill at $1.60. But XELA, I just don't see where the buyers are in it. It might come back to life. I just don't really see the momentum as of now. Ba-boom. Hey, Matt, remember when you asked if prime brokers can lend out same shares multiple times to collect more interest and you said no? Not at all. I mean, we know that they can. Wes Christians actually said that twice. I don't know where you're getting it from that I said no, but I mean, find it because I didn't say that. You'll be looking for a while. They're not supposed to. It's illegal, but it happens. How do they just borrow without shorting? Only way I could borrow is if I ask short a stock, at least I think. So no. You can, with certain brokerages, you can locate a bunch of shares and then they're kind of like in your pool for the day. So you could locate 10,000 shares or a million shares. You kind of pay for the locate and then you have the shares sitting there. You don't, that's a different brokerage thing, but like when you get into the bigger leagues of this stuff, they pay for the locate first. They locate the shares. This is how it's supposed to be done. And then they short from that pool that they're like, quote unquote, renting for the day or for however long. So Craig, it's going to be more of a brokerage thing. But by the time you get to these, whatever, the Active Trader Pro, the E-Trade Pro, the whatever interactive brokers is, there's various ones. And like you see it more in the penny stock world that you pay for the locate beforehand. And like, then you just have those shares for that day or for however long you're like borrowing them. Smooth Brain Ape here. Can they just buy and or get 8 million shares off the exchange like dark pool so it doesn't move the price? And that's why we don't see it. Just a thought. Can they buy and or just get 8 million shares off the exchange like a dark pool? So for them to get 8 million shares, someone would have to sell them 8 million shares. That could occur on a dark pool, but it could also occur on a lit exchange. It could occur on an ATS or sorry, a non-ATS. ATS is alternative trading system, and it's the fancy way to say dark pool. A non-ATS isn't an exchange, but it's also not a dark pool. It's like the third type of a venue. But can they buy or get 8 million off of an exchange like a dark pool? So you're referring to them buying 8 million shares. For them to buy 8 million shares, they could buy it anywhere they want. If they're trying to do it covertly, they would then want to do that on a dark pool and probably in smaller chunks, like maybe 250,000 here on this dark pool on one day. Like they would, if they want to go unnoticed, they would do it slowly. And they would do it probably over multiple days on different dark pools. Remember, there's about 40 different major dark pools, and there's about 14 exchanges. And there's two major non-ATSs between Citadel Securities and Virtu. If you use public, you have to request it turned off through the support section in the app. They lend out and keep the profits. I just asked, and that's what I was told. That sounds like for public. I believe public is also their clearing brokerage is Apex, and then Apex we know is using payment for order flow. Someone just said he obviously meant to borrow 8 million shares, not buy them. If you borrow them, you don't borrow shares on any venue. You borrow it from an original owner. That's a completely different mechanism. You don't borrow shares off of an exchange. You don't borrow them off of a dark pool. You don't borrow them off of a non-ATS. You would borrow them from a broker, and someone at that brokerage owns the share and they're willing to lend it out. Borrowing deals with your broker, not a venue. What's up with the borrow fee? Average is 1.7%, and that doesn't seem to follow supply, demand, so much utilization. Chat. I mean, it is going up. You naturally see spikes in your cost to borrow when your utilization is at around 100%. For example, I could show you what happened with AMC. Let's get up the utilization, and let's go over to the 3 months, and then let's go to the cost to borrow. New average. Okay, so you see these environments. So the utilization here is 99 point whatever 0.5, and at that point it dropped to 9%, which is still a really high cost to borrow. But this is the difference between it being at 100 and it being at 99.5. There's a very big difference in that little percentage when you're actually at max value, because when you're at max value, you can get a utilization of 100, right where my mouse is now, but that cost to borrow was 169%. So here, this is a massive difference, that 9%. But as I'm showing you here, like there's even that difference between 99.5 and 100%. At this, it's expensive. It's 9%. We're here at 98%. That's 15%. But when you actually get to 100, like a utilization of 100 is where you see the cost to borrow like really, really spike. And that's what we saw in early May on AMC. This utilization was 100, 100, 100, and the cost to borrow was super, super high. And it's one of those things that even if utilization is at 99 or 100, for it to go high, you still have to have a demand. Like there is, I guess, a mathematical possibility that at the moment you hit it, maybe there's no more demand, and that means that the cost won't be that high. So I don't know of a way that you would properly, besides the cost to borrow, like the cost to borrow is what you would use to see the demand to borrow at that current level. But as we were just seeing, at 100%, when there's people still trying to borrow, that's when you see cost to borrow like really, really spike. Good question. Matt, it's funny that Systematic Attack sucked immediately after the tweet goes out confirming apes have legal support. It is pretty interesting. Hey Matt, you got some brass balls dangling down there. By the way, do you think about puts on Amazon for today or next week? Amazon, AMZN. You're a little late to the party, but it's not the worst play from this breakdown. Whatever this was, low, 3,621. Yeah, I mean you could play it. My target would be 3,540 if that's what you wanted, or if you get really lucky, 3,400. Depends on your date and how aggressive you want to really be. Why does this not have my chart settings? I don't know why I lost my like the lines, the vertical and horizontal line that follows your mouse around, like it is right here. These two gray lines. It seems like I've just randomly lost it on this bottom chart. Apparently, TMI has been labeled as harmful and dangerous. Yeah, we were talking about that. It's sad, but I feel confident about him getting it back, just from my own experience. But it sucks. It's so silly. Matt's average is around 20s. I'm actually higher now just because previously I was exercising so many of my options. So my average now is definitely higher than the 20s. Did you see that the Masked Investors channel was shut down like yours was? Free TMI is going on Twitter. Let's help them. Yeah, we've been tweeting it out. We were talking about it. Definitely saw that. But anyway, David Wanger. I hope that answers your question about the 8 mil before. Hey Matt, if the market cap has increased to 30 billion, doesn't that mean more shares are owned than before? No, because market cap is the current stock price multiplied by how many stocks there are. If you're holding how many stocks you are, we've been consistent since what, June 3rd or something. Since then, what's changed is the price, and market cap is just the multiple of the two. Your question, to have more or less, I guess, stocks, that's like either a stock split, a reverse stock split, a dilution, those types of things. Just market cap going up means that the price of the stock is higher. What else? Matt, Reddit is playing a coordinated attack on your channel and others. Yeah, Trey and I were talking about that. I don't know what's going on Reddit right now. And just know, I see a lot of you guys saying, whoa, 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 what is going on? Like, there's just, people are just blatantly lying. They're like, he didn't say that. I listened to the stream all day. And just know, I appreciate it. But it's to the point that it sucks because, like, I like reading Reddit because I see that there's some good DD that I want to share with you. And it's just me kind of like wading through some of the DD that I get like confused by or don't necessarily agree with. But it's to the point that Reddit is like so toxic that I unfortunately probably just like won't go on it. But just to you guys out there who are on Reddit and like actually defending the truth of a situation, just know that I appreciate you. And I've talked to Trey about it, and he definitely appreciates you as well. Someone just said Ortex. All right. A return of 8.44 million, a borrow of 2.77 million, a net of 5.67. Once again, I feel very, very confident that these are shares just being returned and it's not actually representative of the price action. I think it's shares that were borrowed, not shorted, just returned. And then net neutral on GME, a short interest of 14.64%. Treadit. Trey's Reddit. He should make his own Reddit platform. We'll call it Treadit. TMI should be blocked because he's dangerous. He wears a mask. Clearly, he wants to rob me of my AMC. Hey, Matt, happy Friday. I'm on my iPhone and been unable to become a member. I tried Chrome and Safari. Oh. It should be on those. Lucas, I thought that's what people told me of like, it was just the issue with the iPhone YouTube app. I thought if you use a web page, you should be good. Don't get shut down. What else am I supposed to do for 7.5 hours a day? Hey, Matt, you missed my last super chat. I'm an amazing idea about you fighting a bear. Anyway, I thought we could show it at AMC. Fight the bear, Matt. Oh, I love it. It's a good idea. That's what will be at the end of a 10-mile run. It's just me in a boxing match with a bear. What was Will Ferrell's name in semi-pro? Jackie Moon. Jackie Moon. He fought a bear and it worked out well. Hey Matt, thoughts on 827 GME calls at 180? 180. I mean, GME, it's fighting back. That's for sure. Hang on. I mean, it depends on what you're going to risk. If you're going to risk yesterday's low, I mean, I think that's a good risk reward setup. It depends on how risk adverse you do or don't want to be. But if you're okay with risking 158, I mean, have at it. But ask yourself, what is your trading plan? I ask, no matter what you're doing, if your trading plan is holding something to the moon, awesome. Just define what the moon is. Be like, okay, this is my moon target. Or if it's trend following, just define it. No matter what you're doing, AMC, GME, any stock, any option, any crypto out there, just what is your trading plan? Are you in crypto and your trading plan is, oh, I want to hold this for a decade and I don't care what happens? Okay, cool. At least you know your plan. Don't create your position and then be like, oh, okay, now what am I trying to do with it? Just beforehand, and the better, more well-defined the trade is, you're going to handle any variations, any vagaries in the price better. Can AMC release the number of shares there are right now? Would that expose naked shorts? I feel like there has been billions at this point. So they released it on June 2nd. That was the last share recount, but it didn't expose naked shorts because they're still talking about only the legal, legitimate reported shares. There was a lot of assumption with the share recount in early June that it would expose naked shorts, and it didn't go that way because that's a different process. A share recount is them just recounting legal, legitimate shares. Like, they're not counted the ones that aren't reported. That would be a different governing body, government, like, look into the stock for malfeasance. LOL, a coordinated attack. Oh no, they're gonna get on stream and donate money to campaign. What a bunch of Gregs. Lucas, what's going on? Remember what they said? They infiltrate the enemy camp. It has before. Reddit has been infiltrated. Keep up the great work, Matt. It's getting to that. This community is getting to the point where it's that Spider-Man meme where they're all like pointing at each other. That's what's going on. And everyone's just getting so conspiratorial. They're like, this one's infiltrated. We're infiltrated. This is a shill. Like, I've seen things that people are like, they're positive. Trey and I have been paid off by Citadel. Like, just, they're like, no, they got paid off. No proof, no evidence, no nothing. Folks, I swear on my life, I haven't been paid off by Citadel. I haven't been paid off by anyone. I'm in a basement. I stream on YouTube. Hedge funds are not saying, oh, we need to pay these guys off. Like, what? It's just so crazy. And people love to run with these conspiracies. Like, we have so many different conspiracies. And I see the community, unfortunately, it's starting to get divided. And I don't want that to happen. I want we need one very, very cohesive community. But man, we're seeing it. We saw it a lot this week. We saw it brewing a week ago. It's getting divided into the point of, like, we have some people who are in this. They're like, okay, I'm trying to learn about the stock market. I'm trying to send Wall Street a message, and I'm trying to just really, I guess, make some money, like learn about trading, like improve my financial health and make like a cool community while we're doing it. And then on the other side, and I think that's most people, but now we're seeing some of these fringe groups who it's just attacking all of the time. It's just attack, and they come up with a conspiracy. And if you don't believe it, with like literally they come up with something and they might be right. I'm in no way against a new theory, a new hypothesis. I think we should all be able to discuss it, talk about it, but people come up with one and then all of a sudden, if you don't agree, you're wrong and you're a shill and you're not a real ape because like you just don't agree with someone's like random idea like that they just came up with. it's dividing, and I'm seeing that, and I don't like it. Like, we all need to get on the same page, but some people, like, it's just building up so much. And what's the issue is when you have people that do this, when you're the boy who cried wolf, like if someone's like, this conspiracy, this conspiracy, this conspiracy, all of a sudden we're like, well, you just said 3 crazy things that are in no way verifiable. And then even if they come up with that amazing 4th one that is actually true, then no one's listening to them because they just discredited themselves this entire time. And that's the part that like breaks my heart, is like, you have people who might have good information, but like so much of the community, you're like, whoa, that was like some heavy insanity. Like, I don't know if I could trust you at all. And it's just, I don't know. I want, like, tensions are high, and it's just AMC had those red days there, and people like, money's emotional. I get it so well. Like, I'm there with you. It's easy when tensions get very, very high when the stock is red. I get it. When the market's red, people are angry, they're lashing out. And it's one of these things where like apes are fighting apes. And I thought it was bad like a month ago, but it's getting worse for whatever reason. And we're just starting to see more of these fringe groups, and it's something needs to be done about it. The way they came after you on your last interview, not paid off. I mean, I explained the interview thing, and I don't know. I feel like I took that criticism. I messed up. I don't know. I don't like confrontation. I mean, even this, like my awkward, immature humor to come back at just random people on the internet attacking me. Like, I'm clearly just not a confrontational person. And it got to the point where I erred on the side of politeness inappropriately. And I get it. I need to be better. And I'm not just going to stop at that. And it's like, okay, that's a learning lesson. I take the punch to the gut. I take the internet beating and I move on. But like, if something like that, if there's no point where I would let the internet crowd mentality bully me into doing something that I don't want to do. I'm going to run this how I want. I'm going to do what I want. And that's it. Like, I'm not going to be like, like the crowd bullying. I mean, it seems insane that people are getting bullied into doing things and saying things that they don't want to do, don't want to say. And to me, I will die on that mountain to not let a bunch of like people behind a keyboard tell me what I should or shouldn't be doing. I'm all here for criticism. I get it. There's a healthy way to give criticism. There's a healthy way to receive criticism, and I want to be better. So I get it. Some of the negative comments, I see that it's shrouded in a negative emotion, but it's like it's like, okay, Matt, you could have improved this way. And then a bunch of like words like shill and fud on both sides of those. But I'm like, okay, like I got to digest that and separate it. But to just bow over to the mob of the internet, no way. No way. Geez, Matt, how dare you make a mistake? We are never going to recover. I mean, I told you, folks, I was supposed to have potential. I've been honest since day one. I never said I had potential. I was supposed to have potential. 2 very, very different things. Everybody listen. Matt was paid by Citadel. Also, he was the second shooter on the grassy knoll in 63. If you're not being paid by Citadel, who else is able to afford to send you the 45 million worth of super chats I read about on the internet? So did anyone hear that the government is actually telling Matt that Corollas have a high monetary value through a hidden earpiece? They do, man. Corollas. Oh, Corollas. I love Corollas as much as a Mormon loves a condo. Someone just asked, was Jackson Hunter hacked? I very much hope not. That would be awful. He tweeted, "I believe there is more than meets the eye with Chad's GoFundMe." Ooh, that could get weird. Oh, and now Jackson Hunter's attacking TMI. Hey, brother, do you believe it has anything to do with you watching the UFC fight and including bootlegged links in live chat? Lots of attacking. This is, I mean, we need to unplug from the drama. We need to all take a breather. Just like the drama. I don't know. I need to do this 10-mile run even earlier. I need to just confuse everyone and like just distract everyone and be like, all right, like everyone's trying to fight, but hang on. Let's tune in to see if Matt is going to die on this run. And I need to up it. It can't just be a run anymore. I need to set up a bear boxing match at the end. Like I need to be crawling over the finish line. I need to do something big and wow, just to really get everyone's mind off. And I'll be planning it out all weekend. If you have any suggestions of what I could do, just like a huge PR stunt, I don't know. Maybe I'll try to fly one of those planes that says AMC, and I don't know how to fly a plane. Just like I need to do something so out there to bring this community back to what we're meant to do. We're a bunch of dumb money YOLOers. We're not here to fight on the internet. We're here for a good time. We're here to have some fun, folks. Matt's gonna fight a bear. I heard Matt's gonna fight a bear. That's what we should do. Let's just Trey can referee. I think that's the movement forward. Whenever you see any FUD or drama or people fighting, let's just calm it down. Just be like, yeah, I heard Matt's going to fight a bear. Be like, yeah, no, that's cool. But did you hear Matt's going to fight a bear? Like, I think we should just get that out there. And like, whenever there's drama and people fighting, let's just ease the tensions. Let's just throw out something crazy. Be like, yeah, no, I heard Matt might be, I heard Matt owns a bear farm these days. I heard Matt is starting a jousting league between like a tiger jousting league. That's what I heard. Like, you just got to throw it out there. Just whenever you see someone fighting, just throw out a crazy comment about like Trey or something. Be like, yeah, I heard Trey's going to race in, he's going to race in NASCAR on foot. He will be running against a NASCAR at the Olympics. Just throw something super wild out there. Kohrs versus bear. Hey Matt, check your Twitter DMs. Send you some fettuccine Alfredo tendies for your run. Thank you. Will do, Julian. I appreciate that. We need an AMC Royal Rumble. I got Trey's lamp winning. YouTuber wrestling match. Matt, I will take you skydiving in New Jersey. Honestly, I would do that. I've been skydiving once before. I would do that again. Why not? Skydive. Tim B. If you're like a skydive, I heard Matt Kohrs is a bear whisperer. I mean, haven't YouTubers and TikTokers been boxing each other now? Should Trey and Lamp do like a 2-on-2 match with me and Cher? Like, we'll set up like a big fight match on YouTube. It's because we don't have real problems in our lives anymore. Life is too damn easy, so we just attack everyone on the internet. It's truly sad. This isn't even an ape problem. It's a human one. Well, that's why we all need to fully commit to becoming apes then. So it's like no longer our problem. TMI is back. All right, someone's saying that. Is he back? Is he back? Is he back? YouTube. The masked investor. He's back. He's back, folks. Back. TMI is back. Nice. We did it. We did it. See? I feel like that was, how beautiful was that? That our community like truly came, well, I can't say we came together because it looked like Jackson was attacking him. We almost came together for like a good hour or two right there. Let me tweet this out so everyone knows he's back. All right, I just want to, yeah, I mean, I'm seeing it. The mass investor, he's good. I guess his video, and he has the TMI network. Okay. I think we're good. I think he's live. I think he is live. Where are we? Let me tweet this out. All right, AMC just below 37. Kind of a, so people were asking before about a wedge. IWM taking a bit of a hit. S&P 500 bending also back around. Look for it to hold 433. Well, very, very happy for TMI. Good for him. It's brutal. It's brutal when that crap happens. Brutal, brutal, brutal. What else do we have? What else do we have? Stop. All right. More people not understanding this Weeble thing. All of this, all of my efforts in YouTube was just to get an audience big enough for the fight promotion game. Fudd, I read on Twitter the day you eat honeydew melon is the day you sell AMC. Must be true. I own an worthy airplane. Just say the word. William Jackson, shout out. Why doesn't the stock price change that much if the market cap has increased by 5 billion? Well, it has. Hang on, there's a lot of market cap is literally just a simple equation. It's the current price multiplied by how many shares there are. The amount of shares has not changed in a while. The only thing changing is the price. So the market cap is fluctuating with that. It's not like market cap changes first and then like the price follows. Like they move simultaneously. You should do more crowd work. Like audience work or like a mosh pit thing. Bro, how can our feet smell if they don't have a nose? If my nose has a cold, why am I running a fever? Gonna be awkward when TMI listens to Jackson at a fest. Triple threat match. Matt versus Trey versus TMI. Or it's Matt and Trey and TMI versus a bear. Like an angry grizzly bear. Just like Jackie Moon did. Carl, you are spamming. How's this stream's like only half the amount of viewers? Pump the thumbs up. Appreciate all you do. Have learned an incredible amount listening to you in the background. Keep it up. Lucas, I appreciate that. Yeah, if you haven't already, I would be appreciative if you could drop a like. Just helps me out the algorithm. If you want to subscribe to the channel, that's cool too. If not, whatever. I hope you're having a good day. Hope you're having a good day. You know what would be more cool? As like a little appreciation for TMI, like whatever. If you don't want to like my video, whatever, I'll get over it. I think it'd be cool if either on TMI's most recent video or his upcoming one, if we all just annihilate the like button to show him how much he's appreciated by the community. I think that'd be pretty cool. Beer's good and people are crazy. Can I get a dumb money Yoler t-shirt? Ron, we can work on that. Fight a bear wearing a bull costume. You should do a Quidditch match. You should hire a cameraman and do the Rocky run. Any new word on TMI? He is back. He is alive. He is alive. Seen on Stonko Tractor, there's 0 shares to borrow in AMC. What does that exactly mean for AMC? Not much. Stonko Tracker is just getting its information from, I believe, Interactive Brokers. I think that's right, but it's one prime broker. So it's saying that that brokerage has no more to loan, but there's hundreds of brokerages in the world. Did you hear Matt is going to fight a bear? I heard he has a bear farm and is trying to do a bear versus tiger jousts. I posted this on Weeble, LMAO. It's like, I'm just seeing you guys fighting the FUD. It's like, Matt and Trey Soul. And it's like, yeah, but did you hear this? Like, Matt, please help. I'm trying to buy shares in a company that recently did a huge deal with CGC called LGP, which is Australian Co., but can't find a brokerage to buy with or min data to buy. William Jackson, what you would want to do realistically is find out what exchange is trading it on and then find a brokerage that offers a connection to that exchange. All the inside funding is what the hedge funds want in hopes of us imploding and starting to work. We all need to settle down. We all just need to calm down. Oh, maybe you just don't know what you're doing. I think we're going to have to start applying my relationship advice to just, I guess, internet advice. Maybe just calm down. Where's Kinky Kong? Is she in chat today? That name is still at Kinky Kong. She is here. Oh, hi, Mark. Oh, hi, Mark. Oh, hey, Matt. Looked up some contacts for you at the Philadelphia Zoo. Maybe you can get an interview set up. Oh, are those all of their apes? That would be amazing. IWM is getting its teeth kicked in, team. Ooh. Ooh. The fact that AMC is holding up so strongly when this bloodbath is taking place is, I would say, impressive. Personally, I believe it's personally impressive. Calm up. Let's get that Yoliter t-shirt, baby. Collab with TMI Power Hour should be great. Gesture of support. Thanks, brother, for all you do. Trade George W. I think we can make something like that work. I also want to, I would happy to do that. I mean, we bought Trey on. So there's some supporters that I'm a fan of. Wrench would be a bit tough because he's just a voice. I don't know if he showed himself. But I'd like to bring Wrench Capital on. Dude, big brain, cool voice. That would be awesome. I'd love to bring Keenan Grace on. Dude's energy is infectious. I'm more than willing to bring TMI on. I bought Trey on, and Trey obviously knows he can come on whenever he wants. Who else? Those are kind of like the other YouTubers that I think it'd be fun to bring on. I want to bring Dave Lauer back on to talk about payment for order flow, to talk about quote stuffing, to talk about this double book thing, and then to reiterate some of the important aspects of dark pools. And we've talked about it, and you should definitely watch the dark pool interview with Dave Lauer. But some overall misconceptions still going on with dark pools. That would be cool. I kind of want to bring Kramer on. Yeah, Wrench Capital. He has a cool voice. Hey Matt, we see you from Canada. People are, Zip Trader, I would do. Review Dork, also do. Yeah, I like his stuff. I think it'd be funny to bring Kramer on. I want to talk with Kramer. I don't know if he would do it. I don't know how I would position it. And I want to bring Kramer on. I do. It'd be interesting. I assume I would get completely lit up by the internet again. Like, why would you bring him on? Just kind of judging how my 3 interviews ago went. But I still think it'd be fun to just see how it goes. Because that one, I would go into it, or even someone like Sean Williams and at Motley Fool, I would be of the right mindset of like, oh, okay, this is going to be a little bit of more confrontational. Like I would go into it with the right mindset. I think it'd be fun. Someone just said Kramer would run me over. Maybe. Only one way to find out. Time to find out who's smarter, smart money or dumb money. Bring on Ken. I just have a 3-way call with Ken Griffin, Jim Cramer, and Rich Greenfield, and then me. Someone just said Jackson Hunter tweets deleted. Did he actually delete them? That's kind of weird. Yeah, he did. Man, I don't know why he wasn't about the legal thing though. The GoFundMe. Maybe there's something I'm missing. I don't know. I feel like I'm out of the loop. Out of the loop. All right, AMC, beautiful bounce though off the bottom of this wedge. We're at still right below 37. We're looking for IWM to, I don't know, put something together, but it's gone from 218.62 all the way to 217. And if you're new, why am I talking about IWM in reference to AMC? IWM is an index. It's the Russell 2000. It tracks 2,000 small cap companies. AMC happens to be one of them. GME used to be one, and then it was moved out into the Russell 1000 at the end of June. So that's why it's kind of interesting to see how these two are playing together, because AMC is a part of this overall basket. A large amount of orders. That's one of the largest market makers trying to avoid a Walmart or Amazon. A good point. Where are we at? All right, IWM needs to bounce. Just so you know, GME at 175. It's up 5% on the day, and then AMC is up 2.61% as of now. but hopefully we see some fireworks going into close 1 p.m. So we have about 3 hours. Who do we have here? All right. Anything else going on with TMI? TMI. He's back. He is back. I love it. Free TMI. Oh, good stuff. Good stuff. Here's the perfect idea. How about you bring a regular 8 Moon Gang viewer for like 15, 30 minutes, a show of why they are at an AMC. Hearing from non-popular guests may boost everyone's mindset of why they are here. Can I be first? Joseph Styles. So yes, first of all, we are trying to get that going. The only thing that's kind of messing it up right now is kind of like the best way to screen people. But yes, Joseph, we're working on that. I would love to have a segment per day where we bring on just someone from the community that shares their story, what this means for them, what they're looking for, what they're hopeful about, what they're apprehensive about, but just to learn more about this community. Definitely in the works. We just have to iron out some of the final details of it. I don't think I'm doing super chats right. Jello pool, wet t-shirts, and a live polar bear picture. Picture it is glorious. Matt, with all the fails to deliver that incurred in June, when will they have to take care of them? So that's kind of what the threshold security list is about. Apparently, after 13 days, the regulatory body steps in, the regulators step in, and they say, yo, you have to fix these. But before we hit 13 days, they dropped it below 2.5 million, roughly around there on Friday, July 9th, a week ago. It came off the list, so we didn't hit that 13th consecutive day. Can you start a hashtag about stock lending, not to tell people what to do, but to raise awareness for people who haven't turned it off? Yeah, I mean, I try to remind you daily, if you don't want your shares lent out, make sure you're turning that off. And it's different per broker. The bear. Tiffany, Kinky Kong, thank you. Thoughts on SPCE calls trying to play the finishing of the share dilution? I personally think it'll end soon. I mean, if you think it's going to end soon, that's a realistic play. What are you defining as soon? It might be doing this. I mean, you have to look at its volume and how many they're trying to dilute by. I mean, I don't think it'll happen like this upcoming week. Where can I find the time and sales window? I assume you could just add these widgets or something. Mine was just there originally. I don't think I did any special thing to add it. If you bring wrench capital on, make sure you bring ratchet capital afterwards. Alpha Investments, Rudy's great. Former broker. After you fight the bear, you should fight Tiger King. Do you think a second lockdown would crush the squeeze? I know there have been now an increased amount of concerns for this second lockdown. If you're in LA, please correct me if I'm wrong, but I think they're reinstituting wearing a mask in like indoor spaces starting tomorrow. Is that right? Anyone in LA, California, please let me know if I'm getting that right. I pray this is not going to happen again. This lockdown, it was so incredibly detrimental across the board. I hope they're being overly cautious. I hope, like, fingers crossed. But I'm no biologist. I'm no scientist. I don't know the trend of this stuff. I know I hear crap about this Delta variant, and I just don't know. I'm trying to be optimistic. I hope it goes nowhere. I hope the chances of that are extremely low. I hope, like I said, I just hope people are being overly cautious and maybe this isn't necessary. But I mean, it's in terms of our economy, what this lockdown would do, it's just not good. We already have been kicking down the can down the road to take care of the inflation that we've done. So now if they're injecting more money into the economy, that wouldn't be good. In terms of AMC, I mean, it wouldn't be good for the company if they shut down movies again. That definitely wouldn't be good. If they shut down theaters, wouldn't be good at all. On the other hand, I guess a silver lining is if you have people inside paying attention to this and like sitting on their couch because they can't go anywhere and just deciding to mess around with Wall Street again, that's a possibility. I don't know. I'm just grasping for straws to be like optimistic about it. So even in a bad scenario, I'm trying to look at some of the positives. What's today's price should be a good enter for NVIDIA? I would wait on NVIDIA until after the stock split, personally. Are you doing call options on the bear fight, or is it more of a naked shorts only thing? Bear naked fights. I heard Matt is going to joust a bear while riding a bull. I called Charles Schwab, and they don't lend out your shares unless you are on margin. It will be as effective as putting up fences to keep out mosquitoes. Hey, Matt, Fintel is also saying there are 0 shares left to borrow. How reliable is Fintel? It's reliable. It's just not the full picture. And there's a good chance that Fintel, they've actually admitted it, Interactive Brokers. Fintel, iBorrowDesk, and Stonko Tracker are going to say the same thing because they're using the same prime broker, Interactive Brokers. That's the name of the brokerage, Interactive Brokers. It doesn't mean plural brokers. That's the name of it. Fintel came out tweeting that out, that's where they source their data, and that's where iBorrowDesk says it, and then same with Stonko Tracker. Matt, rules about bears: if they're black, fight back; if they're brown, lay down; if it's white, say goodnight. You should collab with Winston Diesel, YouTuber who is volatile as AMC. Don't let him near your Corolla. Idea: interview with AMC's YouTubers over weekend, answer questions, donate all chats to a zoo for ape research, but you have to meet apes to get donation. For all the haters complaining about super chats, don't ever tell me what to do with my money. Yeah, I mean, I've discussed this. Please, no one should feel, I'm telling you, you don't have to feel the need to send a super chat. I don't know why people are getting so weird about it. And the more people that fight me with it, maybe it's ego, maybe it's pride, maybe it's narcissism. But as I see more random people on the internet telling me what to do, well, as a human, you just want to do the opposite then. Like, I don't, like, when people are yelling, and I just don't get it because it's not forced. Nothing I do is forced, honestly. It's free. And then when people are speaking about it, they're acting as like you have to. No, you don't. You could hang out with me all day long and you don't have to do anything. You could just sit there. You don't have to like, you don't have to subscribe. You don't have to do squat. I just don't get it. And also then they'll compare it to other YouTubers. I don't know, like, I don't know of another YouTuber who's running the channel the way I do. Like, I don't know of another YouTuber who streams 9 to 4 every day talking about AMC and GME. So like these comparisons are also off because we have different channels. Like, we're all running our content creation cycle very, very differently. So any comparison between any people, it seems off basis to me. If AMC was to skyrocket today, how would you know shorts have covered the day if Ortex later days? How could you tell it's not FOMO and buyers? You won't, you could try to read it a little bit in price action, but you won't definitively know until 2 days later. I heard Matt's gonna skydive into the ocean, swim to the bottom of the Mariana Trench, and finna wrestle an orca whale. I would love to see you and Houston Wade together in a live chat to discuss current issues about AMC and GME. Ooh, this one. Deleted. I always want to know, like, how dumb someone has to be to send a super chat, and then before I even read it, a mod deletes it because it's bad. Has to be something. Can you please explain to Trey how Ortex data works? He keeps saying it's all T2 in his update videos, but only return shares is people confused. I mean, I've tried to explain it to him. And even return shares are not the like in terms of AMC, these are the return shares today. These aren't the shares that were returned 2 days ago. They were actually returned today. But you have to ask yourself, okay, how would you return them today? And that's the argument of like, it's one of two things. It could have been shares that went out on loan, never shorted, and were actually returned today, and no impact whatsoever on price action. That is one option. Option two is it was shares that were on loan, shorted, recovered 2 days ago, like they bought to cover and they closed their position, and they're being returned today. It's still all live. Like, yes, it was returned today, but it's just this one little block that tells you about, okay, this might have been happening to do something yesterday or 2 days ago. But even in this case, I don't think that 9 million shares were covered 2 days ago. I think these were shares that were on loan, not shorted, not anything. They were just borrowed, and then they're being returned today. And who knows when they went out on loan? We don't know what block relates to what block. But this, I see nothing in the price action from 2 days ago that suggests the covering of 9 million shares. My current going thesis, and I should probably put on my like tinfoil hat for this, is that these were shares, a high majority, a high percentage of this 9 million, I strongly believe were shares on loan, not shorted, and they just happened to be returned today. That's my thesis, and I'm basing it on the price action of 2 days ago. I don't see where they would have covered 9 million shares. If YouTube thought you were harmful and dangerous before, wait until they see you live shaving a bear fight after running 10 miles with no training. Oh, brother. Matt is Ken Griffson's nephew, verifiable. Very, very serious question. Would you rather fight a bear naked bear, or a bear naked? Probably the first, a bear naked bear. Lawsuit, maybe tie up AMC and hurt our pout. No. I don't think the lawsuit would stop the trading of AMC. And if it were, it would be like down the road. Remember, the legal process, it's a slow process. Why is AMC going down while stocks are being covered? According to Ortex, 6 million shares have been covered in comparison to shorted. Because that's not this set. Remember. Return shares is not stock shorts covered. It's return shares. It's not shorts covered. There's, to my understanding, unless you're at a hedge fund, there's no way to get the live updates of shorts covering. It is not, there's no way, you should not interpret this number to be 9 million shorts covered today. That's a misunderstanding of how to interpret this piece of information. AMC still showing strength in this wedge, and then IWM, I guess it's not done getting its teeth kicked in. TMI is back. I called, all right, we did that. Matt, we need the proper hardware to go to the moon. We can take off until we install our magic lucky green XLR cables. Cheers from second. Yeah, I have that right here. I'm actually, so just so you know, first of all, thank you. I have it and I'm excited to use it. A new mic's coming in and I just want to hook it up with that mic. Very, very excited. I love this. I love the box. This is the cable, the mic cable. Shout out. This was an unboxing gift. Speaking of that, I'm going to go to my PO box right after stream today. Hey, Matt, I told you I had an airplane. Check out my video. Good on Twitter. I sent you. Why don't you use your phone while flying a plane? Can show my fellow apes. William Jackson. Yeah, if you tag me, I'll definitely check. That sounds awesome, man. That's so cool. Matt, I want you to provide this content for free without getting tips through YouTube's chat system that you didn't invent. JK, take my money. I know Wrench Capital. I know Wrench Capital. Do you want him on? Oh, he's definitely invited on. Like, I think he's a good trader. I think he's a good guy. I think he definitely knows what he's talking about. Big fan of his voice in general. I wonder if he'd be willing to do like a reveal of himself, of like, this is Wrench Capital in person, or even Kong posting. Maybe we could do like a mega reveal of like all these faceless characters we have. I think that could be fun. I heard Matt was born in Chuck Norris's beard. I want to super chat whoever I want. America. Hey, we should all gang up on the brokerages. I heard they're all naked and short. New interview idea. Welcome to the mat. Start every interview with a Greco-Roman wrestling match. Start with Kramer. Welcome to the mat. Quack, quack, quack. Mr. Duckworth, please regularly remind apes that bad guys can and do mark short positions as long per Wes apish. Yeah. So I intentionally asked Wes Christian about that. Check the interview out from yesterday. Wes Christian has seen legally in his cases that prime brokerages have marked short positions as long. He has seen that in legal cases. That was my exact question to him. He confirmed that. He also has confirmed in his legal cases naked shorting. Which I guess at first is a type of naked shorting, but not the exact same thing. He confirmed both of those. And then I asked him about the second book concept, and he didn't it didn't seem to be like something that he like necessarily heard about. Like maybe it's called something else. But if you want to know about like the legal case going on, I recommend that video. I mean, it's like a half-hour interview with Mr. Wes Christian. Pro tip: to win a bear fight only works in ape suit, just to tell the bear to calm down and then he doesn't know what he's doing. Take my money. Happy belated birthday. Oh, brother. Did you hear that BlackRock hates Citadel? I didn't hear it. Well, I'm hearing it now, but I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, they're probably trying to take each other out. And don't tell me how to spend my money. Keep up the good work. Benny, Nathan, thank you. Retail investors may contact if they have specific concern about the SEC. Also helps retail investors handle their concerns and want to discuss an issue confidentially. What's your opinion on CCN Fear and Greed Index? It's a little bit of a lagging indicator. I've tried to make some algorithms around the Fear and Greed Index, and I found that it's just a little bit too slow the way it's updated. It's good to know just in general where we're at, but like to actively trade off of it, I couldn't come up with a system that like was profitable. I know they don't report the short positions, but is there any way to roughly estimate their positions, mostly in lower prices or higher prices? Yeah, you can estimate it roughly on the average age of shares on loan, which is about 40 days. Could they cover the shorts and hold on to the loan share for a couple days? Return? No, they could hold on to it. They would just pay more money, but they could hold on to it. They don't have to return it 2 days later because they're still paying for the borrow. Mr. J, nuke at Greg, the Patreon. Wait. Mr. J, in the Discord or in chat? Mr. J, where is this Greg that you want to nuke? Will you please explain FTDs are a running total from the day and not a cumulative total every day? There's a ton of FUD pumping, FTDs being higher than they are. If I am wrong, please correct me. Nathan, you are 100% right. You should not be adding FTDs day over day. It's the running total per day. It does not make sense to add up the FTDs. It's a running total. Nathan, you are very much accurate. Please do a short video on MATFFE, mass hysteria, and opposition in Mo Money's chat. They think the producer is shill, but no date should be booked till after the squeeze. He stopped the freak out. I mean, I brought on John, like one of the guys on the team, and then Trey did a live stream yesterday. People are just running with some sort of like weird conspiracy stuff, and if they think that, okay. Like, I don't know, they're wrong, but like, I'm not going to convince someone, like, whose mind has been convinced over the internet, especially on an internet fight. Just got a second job to have more money to hodl more shares. Currently having 69 shares, working 65 hours a week, grind. Now reap later. Ape Nation, Carlos, man, grinding it out. I hope it pays extreme dividends for you. The way you fight a bear is with honey. Hey, Matt, thank you for the content. Very educational, new to trading. Do the brokers have a time limit to find the shares when they naked short, or is there... No, they're supposed to find it within that settlement period, within 2 days, which is also insane. Why shouldn't they have to have it beforehand? But they do have a window to locate these shares after the short's already made, which that's another thing that blows my mind. Hey, Jay, thank you. If AMC hits 40 by 4 p.m., you eat peas this weekend, perhaps while running. 40 by... I mean, we'd have to make up the stakes because I think that's like just very, very possible. I mean, 40 by 4 p.m., like I think that is definitely in the wheelhouse, especially upon this wedge breakout. So peas for this weekend, we'll set the line at 45. But I mean, 40, that seems just like crazy close. Did you know AMC is number 12 on Jim Cramer's buy list? Oh, seriously? That's hilarious. The guy's all over the map with Ape Nation. It's 100% possible for banks to get attendee list for Ape Fest. It is verifiable and easy traceable. Also, the corporation listed to run Ape Fest is untraceable. Wait, Algo. I want to talk about this a bit more because maybe that's something I need to know. Algo, yeah. Well, Algo, I think a good thing to do with that is you're talking about the corporation. I mean, we should just ask them that. Like, I could ask them for that information because that doesn't seem right. I would love to know, though, if that's true. All right, where are we at? AMC 3676. All right. TMI's account is live again. Yeah, we know that it was reinstituted. Mitchell, there is the business email on the about page of YouTube. Matt, I'm liking these green days. Was getting tired of watching you cry in the shower on your OnlyFans. Are the FTDs on Ortex only for 85%? Or you said Ortex represents... No, it represents not of info. It represents 85% of transactional volume for trading. The FTDs that's from the SEC. Like FINRA is giving over those numbers. That is not in the realm of transactional like volume. Do you estimate the majority of short positions we're taking at a lower share price than we currently are at? That would be my estimation. It's tough to know, but that is my estimation, yes. There's a polar bear on Polar Island. He's feeling bored and starts pulling off his hair one by one. In the end, he gets naked. That is so cool. So, Matt, I've got these 145 expiring today. What do you think I should do with them? You probably won't be able to sell them. Or if you do, you'd be able to sell them for a cent. But you'll probably lose the premium on the trade if they expire today. All right. Hang on 1 second. Very, 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 very quick shout out. I just wanted to say thank you to, as you guys can see from today's sponsor. This stream, once again, sponsored from some of our partners over there at Manscaped. A little bit different, just so you know. It's that same deal, the 20% off and free shipping. But this time around, they're not doing it. Like you still get the 20% off, but instead of putting in the code, you just click on the link pinned to the top of chat. And they are very, very excited about the upcoming Olympics. The Olympics, Euros, baseball, major championships, and concerts are all in this summer. You know what isn't? A wild and hairy push. Trim your pubes with help from our friends at Manscaped, the leaders in below-the-waist grooming. Their 4th-generation performance package includes the brand new Lawnmower 4.0. If an athlete treats their body like royalty, why not treat yours like Olympic gold? Fellas, do right by your balls and join the 2 million men worldwide who trust Manscaped by going to the link pinned to the top of chat. It's just manscaped.com/moongang. Just so you know, overall, I mean, I have some of them there. I really like this toiletry kit. I think that's awesome. Besides the trimmers, they have a cool nose trimmer. They actually have like some deodorant and stuff. They have like ball deodorant, some funny things. So I have to admit it. They sent it to me. I didn't have it before. Now I do have it. And I like their products, definitely. With it, just so you know, if you get the 4.0, there's also 2 free gifts. You have the boxers and then that travel bag, which I've been using a surprising amount. So overall, get 20% off and free shipping. Just use the link pinned to the top of chat. That's 20% off and free shipping. Achieve pubic glory this year with Manscaped. That's what they wanted me to say. I'd give you my own little, when it comes to male grooming, you don't want to go for bronze. You don't want to go for silver. You don't want to go for gold. When it comes to trimming, you got to go for diamonds. I am talking glistening diamonds. That's how you win. You got to go for the diamond metal, and Manscaped will help you on that journey. So if that's something that interests you, pin to the top of chat. Shout out to Manscaped. Thank you for sponsoring this stream. If you ever happen to see Matt run into a bear in the wild, you better help that bear. I spent my July 15th on... If you manage a hedge fund, would you short a company called AMC, Apes Munch Crans, possible passing of a bunch of apes? No, I mean, I don't get how the hedge funds who are shorting AMC right now, I don't get how they pitch it to the risk department. Like, seriously, they're like coming in and they're like, hey, here's my fundamental breakdown, blah, 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 revenue, earnings per share, yada, yada, yada. Like the classic fundamental breakdown of AMC. I get it. The fundamental analysis of AMC does not put AMC at 36.59. It is overvalued on a fundamental basis. But there are various other things that you have to take into account. And right now, you have to put some value on the size and the passion of the community behind it, and also a forward-looking view of what AMC could become. And like that's more of a fundamental argument right there of like, hang on, if they somehow get into sports and like you never know if they're gonna get tied up with sports betting, like there's potential. There's a lot of potential, and that's the Wayne Gretzky thing of Like, you don't look at where the puck was, you look at where it's going. And I think some fundamental breakdowns, they only look at where the puck was. But there's other companies such as Tesla and now AMC, where you have some people looking years down the road of like, okay, where could this potentially go? And then in the short term, it's even more different of like, there's value in the fact that there could be a short squeeze. Like if there's enough people, whether Wall Street, as in some friendly hedge funds, or just apes, bet against these people betting against it. Yeah, there's some retail, but I would argue that most of the shorts against AMC are actually hedge funds. There's value in that. So that's just the old philosophical debate of what gives something value. It's not just a fundamental breakdown that gives something value. But small businesses getting smoked right now. This might relate to the LA new mask policy starting tomorrow night for indoor stuff. What is today? July 16th. We should short Robinhood's IPO that we'll get back at them. Apes can do anything. I mean, I can't tell you what to do or what not to do. But if you decide to go through with that, I wish you the best of luck. This is from Andrew M. I can see AMC bouncing off of the 25 to 28 region. GME has a golden cross confirmed on the 5-minute. AMC now next week. GME up, not financial advice. That's your thesis. Let's see if it comes through. I mean, I think both AMC and GME are catching a little bit of wind behind their sails. This is from Wall Street Viking. This is John about 8Fest. What was the algos question? If anyone has questions, feel free to reach out. We have nothing to hide from the community. Be careful of misinformation on the web. I think that's a very good point. Don't just arbitrarily believe some random like FUD poster. If you have questions or serious concerns about 8Fest, why not reach out to them directly and ask them? There's all these people saying it's Fire Festival 2.0. No, this is a professional team that makes some of the world's largest festivals across the world. Do you realize how bad their credit would be tarnished if like they did all that and then it found out that this one went haywire? This is a world where once you mess up once, you're over, and this is professionally what they do. This is not randomly being thrown together by a team who's never done this before. This is what they do professionally, and they're now throwing this one together onto the docket of the festivals that they make. This isn't some random like motley crew of a team that's like, oh, we're going to try to pull this off. This is literally their profession. If you have any questions about it, it's okay. It costs money. I have no issue with you, I guess, fact checking what you would or wouldn't spend your own money on. Just ask them the question. Don't randomly believe some crap you're reading on the internet. If everyone just held no more buying and there was no more buying pressure to combat the short attacks, how much damage could the hedge funds do? Surely the amount of held shares counts for something, right? No, holding does nothing in terms of price action. If there was no more buying and there was only selling, of course the stock would go down. We need buying. You need new buying. Bought a new pair of sneakers, wore them all day. No one asked if they made me run faster, made me feel some type of way. Just advise, don't buy sneakers. In your own personal humble opinion, how much do you think AMC could potentially squeeze to? There's no way to properly define that, folks. There really isn't. There's too many unknown variables. The short interest is changing per day. The options chain is changing per day. And the amount of people who might potentially be FOMO buying also changing per day. And those are like what I refer to as the 3 horsemen of buying pressure. So if all of them are changing every day, and like, I just don't know how you would come up with a realistic number. Anyone that's putting a number out there, I hope you're right. I just don't see it, how it would be mathematically accurate or mathematically backed. Can the shorts cover during after hours? Yes, but remember, there's quite a bit of volume in terms of short shares, and it's trading pre and post market is a low volume environment. They would have a very, actually, in fact, covering in pre and post market would do the most damage to them because it would, a small amount of money would run the stock really, really high. It would be unwise for them to try to cover in pre and post market trading. This is from Andrew M. Guys and gals, if it goes under 30 next week, don't panic. Hedgies are working overtime to scare you out. Buy the dip and hold the line. Shout out to Andrew. I mean, AMC is holding up pretty. It's pretty impressive relative to what like IWM is getting its teeth kicked in. I don't know what else this would relate to besides fear over this Delta variant. It just made a new intraday low. Man. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Well, let's see what happens here. AMC looking for another bounce off of this wedge. 36.59. If you had to make a decision between buying into more potential financial on a stock, you may like to come. If you had to make a decision between buying the tickets or more potential financial on a stock, you may like coming to the show, then I say your future comes first. But if you plan on taking a break this year, then get to know us. It's all about the CPI. Yeah, you're right. Ron, 0.9%. I was seeing that as well. Did you think it would take this long for the squeeze? No, I didn't. I really, really didn't. Down some 200K from all-time highs of 438, but still got enough for a lifetime supply of bananas. Free Matt. Matt for SEC president. We love you. First of all, I personally thought it would happen, even that run up we saw in early June. I thought that would happen way earlier, like February. And then in the run up in June, I thought by mid-June we'd see more of a run up. The consolidation, what's going on now, I did not expect any of this. I really, really didn't. My timeline, I thought it would all be much quicker. And it's tough. The main thing I'm learning is there's nothing really to base this on because it just never happened before. It just really has not. There's nothing to compare it to because this is insane. Like the cultural movement, the group movement behind this, the people who are doing DD, learning more about AMC, tracking the shorts. It's just, this has not been done before. So the main thing I've learned is just, we can't compare it to anything because this is truly one of a kind. Even with GameStop, that happened, I guess, much more abruptly, much quicker in January. But even that you can't even count that as really a full-on squeeze because they stopped the buying. There's no idea how high that stock would have actually gone. So it was completely just stymied. Probably already covered this numerous times, but what drives the CTB rates? The cost to borrow, supply and demand. How many shares are easily borrowed and how many people are trying to borrow them? It's literally the supply and demand of the loaning market. Nothing else, not the risk of the trade or anything like that. It's the supply and demand of how easy are the shares to locate and how many people are trying to borrow. Festival fun. Hey Matt, would you consider the worst thing you have done? I peed inside of a car window after a party and found out the car belonged to a sweet girl I went to a school with. Cloth seats and dash were covered. I felt awful. The worst thing I've done? Um, the worst thing I've done. I don't know. I'm sure I've done worse, but the one that really sticks with me, I remember I was in fifth grade, fourth grade. So I was either 9 or 10. And I was basically just a spoiled little dickhead. And like we had this Christmas exchange thing. And I remember being mad. Like I was just angry because this kid who got me a gift, like it just like kind of sucked. And like I just remember being angry at that, like it sucked, or I thought it sucked. And even to this day, like I'm sure that kid forgets it, but I remember of how much I hated myself for not being like, I guess, more respectful of like, I just like, and I didn't say anything, I didn't do anything, but I just remember like how stupid of a feeling it was that I had that feeling, that I was upset I didn't get a better gift. It's a gift. I don't know why. That's probably not the worst thing I've had, but like I mean that happened when I was 9 or 10, and I still think about that. I was like, man, like what a spoiled little like dick. Um, I still think about it. It's, I don't know. I guess disrespectful, like missing the message of like what a gift is. I still think about that one. Not happy about it. Someone just said, I'm that kid and I'm still pissed. I still remember that. Could pay for order flow be reason for the spikes? No, not at all. Not at all. People are going through some like pretty serious mental gymnastics to pin AMC's lack of squeezing to payment for order flow. Because I don't know, like just a little piece of logic here. You know, when we ran from 11 up to 72, payment for order flow was still a thing there. So obviously, even in an environment when there's payment for order flow, in one day, AMC is still capable of running 95%. So it's not like all of a sudden, since then, payment for order flow has become more damaging. If anything, we knew less about payment for order flow back then, people still buying on anything, and we still had this incredible, 4, 5, 600% run in the environment with payment for order flow. So to now somehow act as if payment for order flow has become more disparaging, no, it's the same amount of disparaging, and yet we still ran from 11 up to 72. I heard that Matt Kohrs counted to infinity twice. Hey Matt, can you show us Chad Brewer's Twitter handle? Also, our ape GoFundMe for West Christian is already up 111,000. So woo! Love we were able to fund this. Can you say these Twitters again? Yeah. So West Christian, he did say that he doesn't really here it is. J Christian West, but he doesn't really use it. He tweeted this out there, as in like just to put it out there. He admitted this was him, but he's not really on Twitter. But this is it. This is West Christian's real account. And then Chad. Let me find this. I followed him last night. Oh, here, right here. Chad 080914 follows you. I believe this is the correct Chad. All right, where are we at? How do you handle the mass loss of unrealized gains? I got a poker blackjack experience for ups and downs, but this stock hit me a bit. Honestly, it's pretty similar to that. Like, it's just part of the game. Like, you're always taking, ideally, the smart risk to reward bets. For me, I think that what you're talking about, I think it's, for me at least, it's a lot of that same mindset of poker. And I'm not saying I'm like the world's biggest poker player out there. I'm sure many of you in chat right now would absolutely annihilate me in poker, but just the concept of always taking realistic risk to reward bets and bluffing when you need to, done properly over many iterations of a bet, you'll find out if you're net profitable or not if you have a good system. All right. All right. All right. All right. Okay, folks, it is 1:40. I'll wait about 5 more minutes and I have to get a quick lunch. Hang on, let me see. I'm just trying to, I haven't been able to, I just want to get this out there that the reason I have not, I guess, shown that GoFundMe thing, I'm just trying to confirm some things. I believe he spoke with Jackson Hunter. I believe he spoke with Andrew, so you guys could watch that. I guess I don't know. For me, I'm a little bit hesitant because I don't know what steps I would take to properly verify that, like, this money is at, like, how do we confirm that it's clearly going to Christian, West Christian? I'm trying to think, like, how do you confirm the GoFundMe is with the right guy and that money is going to the right place? GoFundMes always make me a little bit hesitant. And I'm in no way saying this is bad. I'm just saying, I guess I'm asking you, is how do we confirm that, like, it's all above board? That's, I guess, my question. I guess if we bring him on, we know what he looks like, and then we could see him log into the GoFundMe, maybe. I don't know. I'm trying to come up with a way that we're all like, oh, okay, like, we can feel good about it. I mean, I guess we'll get some confirmation when, like, Wes could say, yes, I was paid. I don't think he could disclose, like, an amount or anything like that, but maybe that's the way to do it, of like, oh, okay, we see money's going into the GoFundMe. Maybe we could ask Chad to actually send Wes Christian some money, and then we have Wes Christian confirm that he actually got the money. Maybe that's the logical way to do it. Oh, someone said Chad is hiring an accountant to show where all the money is being spent. Okay, so that sounds pretty above board. I like that. Like, I think we just need, it's okay to have some accountability. And like that, it's accountability in that. We should have accountability in the 8Fest thing. Like, we shouldn't just randomly being saying something is good or bad. It's just, let's just ask for documentation. Let's ask for, like, what's actually going on. That's tax documents. But right here, someone was saying in an account, it's okay to verify, folks. Nothing good or bad across the board. Like, you can't have it in one way where all of a sudden everyone loves the GoFundMe and then people are like saying, oh, no, but the 8 Festival is like complete show. It's like both of them, just look into it. I think both are legitimate, but I don't think it's bad in any way to verify. I mean, it's money. It's our money. So why not verify? It's the same thing with these stocks. Do your DD. Do your research. Don't just trust random things you see on the internet. Juan, not that you will see this, Matt. Well, I just read that, Juan. Then stop advertising for 8 Festival, and we literally don't know. I know who's behind it. I mean, we brought him onto the show, and then so did Trey. Thus far, the information we've been giving, I can say, is very above board. If there's extra research and questions you guys want me to do and ask, I'm more than happy to do it. I want people to feel comfortable. But the documentation and everything thus far I was shown, and maybe I guess maybe I need to be a better legal professional or something. But to my understanding of everything, it seemed all great and above board. Join the Discord. It is. Okay, I think that is for the. You must be referring to the GoFundMe. So you could join that Discord. Can you show? All right, we did that. Join the Discord. Did it. All right, folks, it is 1:45 here. Let me. All right. Okay, 1:45, 1:46. What I'm gonna do is quickly get some lunch, and then we'll be back. I'm gonna leave the stream up, not going anywhere. Just give me 10 minutes. Just grab some grub, and I will be back, and then we'll play out the rest of Friday. Hello, hello, hello. We're back. Friday afternoon, folks. Friday afternoon. Is it possible that hedge funds are starting to recognize how many days traders have gone into this movement and made it killing it? So they're giving them overnight next day high and then wait for it. Thanks, Matt. I don't think that they have that much power over the market, like an individual hedge fund. Maybe if market makers were like colluding together, they could do something. But remember, market makers are not directional players. All right. We're back. Here's my phone. All right, let's go Karate Kid for the afternoon. IWM, wow, still getting knocked down. Knocked down, knocked out. Knocked down, knocked out. All right. Down. Oh, I think a fellow creator has texted me. All right. Glad we have lawyers on our side now. I agree. I hope it plans out the way we're all envisioning it. But it's going to also take time. Just remember the legal system. We're not going to get an answer like next week with any of this legal stuff. So please understand that that might be a longer battle. Hey, Chair, what's it like being sat on by Matt all day? SFC, millions becoming an astronaut. True apes donate to a sanctuary, not a zoo. So it sounds like if you want to know more about, I guess, Chad and his connection with Wes Christian, there is a Discord to join if you have some questions or anything related to that. Probably a good place to get started. Check out Million Token Future Millionaires. AMC currently 36.33, GME 175. Probably going to be down like in terms of like low volatility, down volume until maybe about power hour. So we have about an hour until things pick up. So what do you guys want to learn about? Do you want to learn about credit spreads? Do you want to learn about covered calls? Do you want to learn about naked put spreads? Do you want to learn about naked calls, naked puts? Do you not want to learn about options on this one? What do you want to learn about for this one? Do you want to learn about getting naked and going short? Vortex? Do you want to learn about the data? Or what do you guys want? French toast is the first thing I see. Pretzels, algos, iron condor. We'd have to do a couple things before an iron condor. Failed to deliver, dark pool, covered calls, credit spreads, Greeks. Yes to everything. Okay. All right. Covered calls. Okay. So just herpes. Matt, I sent you a curious question on Discord. I want to know about PFDs in the market. I don't understand them. PFDs? What's this acronym? PFD. A personal flotation device in the market? I need what's a PFD, Gamus? I don't think it's a personal flotation device. Greeks. Okay, so for Greeks, I could do you one better. If you just search Matt Kohrs Greeks, I have a video explaining all the main Greeks. I make a funny joke in it. Top tier video. It's on my channel. I have one playlist called Trading Options that should give you a rundown. Hang on. Justin 8, what's up, everyone? New to the Discord. What software do you use to stream on YouTube? I use OBS for YouTube, and then I use Streamlabs for Twitch. I was listening to a Twitter call yesterday, and some guy was explaining that basically we are playing monkey in the middle, and hedge funds cause options with the hedge funds because of options, and how we are basically giving hedge funds free money for the premiums, and then they have been going worthless. I basically summarized it from what I understood, but I would love to get your thoughts. The conclusion is that if we sold puts, we would dilute the options market and drain them from the money for the money to short. The conclusion is if we all sold puts, as in they're buying puts, we would dilute the options market and drain them from using that money to short us. I don't know about that last sentence, because how do we know like how they're going to choose to deploy their money? But also this in general is the assumption that most options are being sold by hedge funds, and I've seen no literature that supports that. To my understanding, most options are being sold by market makers, not hedge funds. So like I feel like the thesis of what happened on this call, it started off at a point that like I just haven't seen that information. To my understanding, most options are sold by market makers. Yeah, I'm trying to see if I can find any information. Who sells the most options? Everything I've seen is more along the lines of it mainly being sold by market makers. Not hedge funds. So I feel like the starting thesis of that argument, I don't know if it's backed by data, Seth. Naked peanut butter spread, smooth or chunky? Definitely chunky peanut butter. Why not? Selling puts, not buying puts. So yeah, let's talk a little bit about options. So what I'm gonna do, here's a quick, let's do a quick options tutorial. So to the 15,000 people out there, let's talk options and what in the world is going on with options. Like I said, there is a trading options tutorial playlist on my channel. So if I confuse you, we could circle back to it. But let's talk, I don't know, we could probably spend a fair amount of time. So let's hop into it. Okay. So a couple of things you need to know about options. There's two types, calls and puts. So with calls, a call is a contract that it's your legal right. Here's a call. It's your legal right to buy 100 shares of whatever stock you're talking about per contract at whatever strike price. What's a strike price? It's right here. That's the price that you're betting on. And so like right here, you can see AMC is trading at 36.50. These are the strike prices. So a call is the legal right to buy 100 shares at a strike price on or before a certain date. This one is for today, but as you can see, there's many dates. They all have the different strike prices. So basically, if you went to next week's, you would have the legal right to buy AMC $40, 100 shares per contract on or before July 23rd. And what you would pay for that is the premium. The premium is right here, $212. Because we're doing a leverage rate of 100 to 1, $2 is actually 200. So whenever you see premium, premium is the cost of an option. Puts are the exact opposite. And I mean the exact opposite. A put is a legal contract to sell 100 shares at a certain strike price, 100 per contract, certain strike price by a certain date. So call is the legal right to buy. Put is the legal right to sell. That's some of the main terminology. The expiration date is when the call or the put contract become invalid. The premium is what you pay, and remember to multiply it by 100. Whenever you're looking at an options chain, you're going to hear the terminology in the money and out of the money. In the money in terms of a call, remember what a call is. It's your legal right to buy 100 shares at that strike price. So if you're buying shares, obviously you want it to kind of be better than what you're buying it for. So in the money is all of the strikes below it, because like, yeah, if it's trading at 36.50, 36.61, you would love any price below that because you're in the money, because you'd be in a net profit. Puts are the opposite. These are in the money because you're betting on it going down. If you buy a call, you're betting on it going up. If you're buying a put, you're betting on it going down. So your put is the legal right to sell 100 shares. So if you're trading at 36.54, well, anything above that, if you're selling, well, you want to be above that because that's how you make your money. So right here, these kind of green things, these are in the money. These catty corner are referred to as in the money. And then the opposites over here, the gray here and the gray here, that's out of the money. In the money, the top left and the bottom right. Out of the money is the top right and the bottom left. Out of the money, in the money. We have the calls on the left, the puts on the right. So that's the basic premise of what a call and a put are. And like, that's kind of the terminology you need to know. So let's take this simple. For today, and I'm not suggesting this, it's just an example. If you were to buy the $40 calls for today, you are saying that you think between now and close, you think AMC is going to go up to 40, but plus the premium, because that would be your break-even price, because you need the strike price plus what you actually paid for it to go break-even if you're holding it till expiration. But remember, if you want, you can exercise it before expiration. But anyway, so they're trading for whatever value. If you buy a call, you're betting on it going up. If you buy a put, you're betting on it going down. And then the inverse. If you sell a call, that's actually a bullish bet, and you're betting on it staying above whatever strike price. So if you sold a 24 put for today, like, you're not going to get much money on it. It's worth a cent. But if it stays above it, you would keep that cent. And if you sell a call, that's actually a bearish bet, and you're betting on it staying below that value. So if you sold the 40 call for today and we're not above 40 by expiration, well, you would keep the 3 cents that you sold it for, I guess, you wrote premium, you sold the contract. So if you got till 4 p.m. today and you don't think it's going to be above that, well, yeah, you could get $3 per contract. But anyway, you can buy a call, you can buy a put, you can sell a call, you can sell a put. All of that's possible. You have to consider what's going on, the strike price, the expiration. That's kind of a quick overview of the terminology and all that. And please understand, if I'm confusing you, this is just like a quick run through. I'm hoping I could like turn the light bulb on in some of your heads with it. But understand that I have that playlist on this. So if I'm confusing you, maybe those videos would be a little bit better to like reinforce what I'm going through. So let's start it off very, very simple. If you're buying a call, like, let's look at next week's. So next week's, if you buy the AMC 40 for next week, it'll cost you $210. And you're betting on it going over $40. And that's if you plan on holding it until expiration. You would have to add this premium on. So basically you're saying between now and expiration, you think AMC is going to be above 42.10. How did I get to 42.10? I took the strike price and I added on the price that I would have to pay per contract. Or there's another way you could do it. You don't have to hold it till expiration. If you just think arbitrarily that the stock is going to trend up from 36.45 all just up between now and Friday, you can buy something in the money, out of the money, and you're looking for it to trend upward from the moment that you bought it. And obviously the opposite would be true. If you buy a put, you'd want it to trend downward. It gets funky though, because you have to, like, if you talk about options, there's a good chance you've heard about Greek values. And it gets weird because it's, how is an option priced? How does it come up? Like, why is the 40 worth 214 and the 39 243 and the 42 144? This is, when you look into it, I mean, one of the first ones is called the Black-Scholes model, but options pricing is weird. A lot of it depends on the underlying value of the stock. Okay, so the 37 is 50 cents away, the 36 is 50 cents away. You have to look at the strike compared to the price. That's very important in the pricing, because obviously 37, just by how numbers work, is more likely than 38, is more likely than 39, is more likely than 40. Obviously, the closer a price is, the more likely it is, because you're closer to that number. That's an important aspect in pricing an option. Another important aspect is the volatility of the stock. When volatility in the stock is high, all premiums get juiced. That's the term. You're juicing the premiums. When you have low IV, low implied volatility, all premiums are cheaper. When it's higher, they're all more expensive. The third and also very important aspect of pricing a premium is the time until expiration. So for example, the go out, because you have more time, they're more valuable. So if we look at the 23s at 40 right now, that's trading at 215. If we look at the 40s for July 30th, they're going to be more expensive, 370. They're actually what, $1.55 more. The further out you go, the more premiums are. And if you think about it, it makes sense. Why are they more expensive? Well, with more time, there's more possibility of what could happen. So you're paying a higher fee for one's farther out expiration, just because with more time, just logically, with more trading days, that means there could be a larger movement in the stock. There's a much higher statistical likelihood of AMC moving at a greater range between now and next Friday than just today. As you add in more time, of course, you're pricing in the value of a potentially greater move. So there are many trading option strategies. One of the most basic ones is what's referred to as covered calls. A covered call is when you own 100 shares of a stock and you sell one call against it. You sell a call against it. If you have 200, you could sell 2 calls. If you have 500, you could sell 5 calls. But basically what you're doing is your stock position is the collateral. So for next week, and I'm just using AMC as an example. Once again, I'm not telling people to do this. I'm just trying to teach you what a covered call is. Let's say you owned 1,000 shares. Next week, you could sell 10 50 calls for $71 each. So that would be what, $710 if you're right. And you're right when you're selling a call if the stock isn't above it on the day of expiration. So I don't know, like I'm just using AMC, and I know people are gonna be like, oh, he was telling us to sell. No, I'm not. I'm just using an expiration. Like, let me just do something easier. Let's go out to the hundreds. So if you had 100 shares, you could sell the $100 strike for next week, 10 of them, and that would be $150 in your bank account if AMC does not close above $100 by next Friday. It's called a covered call. The covered part is from the fact that you own the stock, and you're going to get this money. Like once you do it, the $150 is yours as long as you hold it till expiration. So if it's below 100, you get the full $150. What is the possible negative of doing this? There's no such thing as a free lunch in the market. There's no such thing as no risk. So what is the risk in this scenario? The risk in this scenario is if you're wrong and the stock is above that, you lose your stock. If it ends at 105, well, you gave up your stock at 100. Remember what a call is. It's your legal right to buy. Well, if you're the one selling the option, that means that you're the one that's willing to give up stock because someone just bought the right to buy your stock. And you would have to give it to them at 100. It doesn't matter if the stock's at 125, 150, 180. Anything above 100, you have to give it to them for $100 a share. It could be 101, it could be 200, it could be 1,000, it could be anything, but you have to legally give it to them at 100. So the biggest risk when doing covered calls is you minimizing your profit potential. you would collect the profit and the premium all the way up to 100, and anything after that, sorry, Charlie, you wouldn't be getting the money. So that's the risk of a covered call, is minimizing your profit. All right. So that's kind of a quick rundown, a quick options thing. I don't know, just passing some time of what a covered call is and all that stuff. And someone said, unless you buy it back, you could buy it back. You could get out of it early for potentially a little bit of a gain, a little bit of loss. The way you don't have to ride a call or put to expiration when you own it, the same is true with selling it. You could buy it back and then go net neutral. That's another thing. I didn't want to complicate it, but it's not like in a call or put, you're not necessarily locked in till expiration. You could move. All right, it looks like I was missing some supers. Let me cover up on this. Let me catch up. If you use public, you have to request a go through support section in the app. They lend out and keep your profits. But also public uses Apex clearing, so they're definitely engaged in payment for order flow. 3x now, AMC gets 38 green candles immediately filled by red, purposely blocking upward movement. Could you tell us if Robinhood lets us shut off share lending? Also, walk us through where to do this on Webull. So on Robinhood, I believe you have to have Robinhood Gold. I don't know. I haven't really used Robinhood in a bit. And in Webull, it's in your settings. There's some people who've made some videos and just some like graphics of how to do it on Twitter. If you give it a quick search, you'll find it. DeRosa, okay, yeah, we read that. Support levels on sends are, I could put sends on the list. Do you think they choose to dogpile IWM when they can't short AMC, and vice versa? No, I mean, IWM is literally moving around trillions of dollars, and AMC is a $25 billion company. They like the amount of money it actually takes to move IWM is vastly more than the money it takes to move AMC. Have you noticed that when AMC is on SSR, IWM gets smacked, and AMC does decent, but not on SSR? AMC gets smacked in IWM. No, they're gonna kind of move. I mean, AMC is a part of IWM. It's one of the 2,000 companies within IWM. This is just representative of, I guess, the stock market's take on the small business sector, the small cap sector. When I say small business, I don't mean like what you think of as your local mom and pop business. I mean, geez, AMC is considered a small cap stock, so it's not fair to call it a small business, just small cap. But I don't think that they're bouncing between the two, because this one takes millions, maybe a billion or something like that to seriously move it, while IWM is in the realm of trillions, because you're talking about 2,000 companies. Just because, okay, different stocks, it's very, very different. Depending on how many shares a stock has, that is more indicative of how difficult it is to move it $1. You can have two stocks that are both at 36, and they would have a different, they have a different amount of baggage of what has to happen to move it up to 37. You can't just arbitrarily compare prices, and like then when it's more expensive, you might be able to move it $1 easier. Like, it's all proportionate, but you can't just apples to apples compare two different stocks. They have different prices. They have a different amount of shares. They have a different short interest. You can't say AMC is like you can't compare it like that. It just doesn't work. So I saw some people say, pointing out that Berkshire Hathaway is trading at like 400,000. And they looked at it for AMC, but even that, you can't compare the two because they have a different amount of shares in existence, completely different market caps. You can't just look at the price of a stock. Pro tip: to win a bear fight only works in ape suit. Okay, yeah, I read that from Zachary. It was funny. You missed the super chat question about a trading plan. All right, where was that? Well, simple is Canadian uses Canadian shareholder investor as broker themselves. Keenan Grace wants to collab. Awesome. Happy to do it. Eight Man Dan. Matt, I signed my wife up for the Conqueror virtual challenge. Yep, we read that. I love it. And we did the Max Payne theory as well. Okay, I think I am fully up to date there. In the money. Yep, that's a good channel. Seen investor hired power lawyer looking at AMC naked shorts about a lawsuit similar to overstock in 21. Seen investor hired a high power lawyer. If you're referring to Wes Christian, yeah, if you want to know a little bit more about that, Wes Christian, I did an interview, like a live stream with him last night. It was, I mean, excluding this stream, it was my most recent like video. If AA was to package up company debt and turn it into convertible bonds that the apes buy to get rid of debt, that could return the shares in 2026. Thoughts? And they could return in 2 shares in 2026. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how much money that would actually entail or how they would structure it. That's an interesting theory. I saw some people were talking about that. I don't know the magnitude of what would be wrapped up in those convertible bonds, but that's an interesting way for them to get rid of their debt. But as of now, to make this very, very clear, for all intents and purposes, there are no convertible bonds. If you want to get very technical, yes, AMC does own some of its own convertible bonds, but it also filed to just take them off because they own them and they're not going to like execute upon them. What's going on with AMC right now? AMC, come on, man. AMC is at 36, break even on the day, basically. It's testing red, green. Hopefully this acts as support and we pop right back above it. We're right at this wedge line. Yeah, so this convertible bond thing, I guess very, very technically there are convertible bonds, but AMC owns them themselves and they're looking to get rid of them. Looks like a miniature short attack on the day. Why do some GME apes hate AMC apes? I don't know. I see that there's infighting sometimes between AMC and GME, and then I just wonder why you can't have both. It almost feels like sometimes like almost sports teams of like, you gotta like my sports team, and if you don't, I hate you. It seems like that kind of a thing. But what's weird is like where the sports team analogy falls apart is that they're not in competition with each other. So I don't get, like, there is a world in which they could both win. I don't know. I don't think there's time or reason for them to hate each other. All right, come on, RSI. Let's get this bounce. Let's go, RSI. Turn it around for us. RSI on the 3-minute, it's oversold. I'm definitely looking for a bounce off of the support of the red-green move, the RSI. Come on. Are they trying to shake us out before, I guess, the weekend? Matt, my grandfather always eat your peas because they put lead in your pencil. I now have 5 kids. Guess he was correct. Kinky Matt. I noticed AMC price has been rising after hours. My guess is that they're covering after hours to keep the price down while average investor can't trade. The average investor can trade. I mean, if you're on something, Webull, E-Trade, any of those, Fidelity, you could trade in post-market trading. There's an assumption that we're not allowed to trade in like off market hours before 9:30 or after 4, but we definitely can. You definitely can. I mean, even on this, on Webull, which is just like a free whatever, you're definitely able to trade. Matt, with the shorts cover down here, will you push up above a certain point? That will cause. That's possible, Cliff, but there's a big question of are. Excuse me. That's a big question of like, are they covering here? In which James Bond films does Bond drive a convertible? Probably all of them, right? Possible to do a naked cover call, sell the call without actually owning. Yeah, and that's exactly what it's called. You just sell a call without having the underlying stock. That's a naked covered call. Not many brokerages allow it unless you have the highest level of options trading like enabled in your account. And even then, some don't. All right. Hello. And also shout out to Justin Ape. Welcome. All right. Let's get this AMC balance. Come on. They try to move it down $1. Let's go back green on the day. Interesting. All right, what other questions? If you're interested in, all right, we did that. Wes, if you want to know about Wes Christian and this lawsuit thing, check out that video from yesterday. I think I called it Wes Christian versus Wall Street. Shout out from the Million Token Army. You rock. Million Token. Not really sure what that is, but that's crazy. Can you go over the second half of June's FTDs data that was just released for AMC? Yeah, so we were talking about that yesterday. Happy to go over it again. Nope, not that one. Right here. And remember, this is the running total. You would not add these numbers up per day. Like the way you don't add up the stock price of like, oh, it was like 35 today, it was 35 yesterday, it was 37 the day before. You don't add up the price. Like you wouldn't add up this. Like this is the running total of what it is at that particular day. But from June 18th up until the end of the month, a huge spike in FTDs on AMC. And no matter how you slice it, this is not supposed to happen. Once in a while, in just like the normal like clerical issues and stuff like that, you see these little guys of just like, oh, okay, that happens. To see continuous spikes like this, and in fact, we know it's at least 2.5 million all the way up until July 8th, right where my mouse is. We know these are all going to be green bars. This is not supposed to happen. To me, this is verifiable evidence that some form of shenanigans is going on with AMC. That's what FTDs are, fails to deliver. Could be naked shorts, could be other types of like FTDs. There are various FTDs, but the point is this should not happen. Should not. I mean, here, let me show you. Let me just show you what's another random stock. Let's look at what's to do. I don't know. GE, General Electric. GE. Folks, do you see anything different here? This is GE, another popular stock on the stock market. Everyone knows about GE. Makes sense. Maybe you had something funky going on one day, but even look at the size of this. This is 300,000. That's the giant spike on GE is 300,000 shares. Anything look weird to you here? Anything about that? Or the fact that even the smallest spikes on AMC are 300,000. That's the baby spikes on this one. And then the actual spikes, 5.5 million, 4.4 million, consistent. Like, this is the difference. This is not a normal moving stock. To me, when people ask about it, instead of just screaming, oh, it fails to deliver, or like manipulation and what's going on and it's not fair and it's weird price, like, this is the evidence that like we need. This is something that could be shown, verified by the SEC and looked into, because this should not happen. It's so many day in and day out. And we don't know what percentage of these are actually naked shorts, because there are other types. But my point is, across the board, something is going wrong with AMC. This should not be happening. We can pull up another random stock. Microsoft. Let's look up Microsoft. All right, let's check this out. Fails to deliver. All right, let's look at it. How big are these ones? Oh, just 14,000, nothing. Mega company, huge volume per day, and it spikes. I know it looks big, but it's just, you have to look at the number, 300,000. That's it. We're looking at something 10x for a stock that's, it's a stock with less shares. Like, it blows my mind that this isn't setting off every single red alarm at the SEC, in FINRA. Like, why is there such a consistent high amount of FTDs? You could look up any stock, anyone, and it's any big blue chip stock. They're going to do this. This is more of natural. Like, okay, I know it looks like a spike, but also just take the magnitude, and they're just scaling it properly. This big spike is the baby spikes in AMC. They're both 300. In fact, this is 50,000 more. Right where my mouse is, this little guy, this little buddy, this little duckling right here is the exact same thing as this. And then over the past 3 months, nothing. Fails to deliver, 282, and sometimes nothing. Just no fails to deliver on Microsoft. 282. That's okay. It's a clerical mistake. 2,000, something weird happened. Okay, like, we'll take care of it. Criminals, I just saw criminals, sorry. I guess that's a Freudian slip, criminals. Something's going on. Whether it could be illegal, I don't know. I'm not a lawyer. But this is just, it's silly. And so when I look at, I guess, mainstream media and these analysts, and they're like, what are you doing? This isn't right. You're in something that's fundamentally overvalued. I'm like, well, first of all, the market at large is fundamentally overvalued right now. It is. There's no way you can argue that the market isn't fundamentally overvalued. And in fact, I think it's going to keep going up, but that doesn't mean it's not fundamentally overvalued. And then the next thing is, okay, so if we're not talking about that, they're like, well, you're crying wolf because nothing's going on. If nothing is going on, why do we have such a statistical deviation in AMC's price action and also the reports we're getting from the governing body? Like, this is not normal. I just showed you how it's not normal. Microsoft has squat. Nothing happens here. Its spikes are a couple hundred, a couple thousand. Something is going on. Maybe at large, our community is off. Like, maybe we don't have the exact thing nailed down of like, oh, this is it. But to me, this is proof we're on to something. If our general gripe is that there's malfeasance at some level going on, obviously we're right. Maybe our conjecture of what that exact malfeasance is, maybe that's a bit off base. That's fair. Time will tell. Hopefully time will tell. But just in that higher level thing of like, hey, we want someone to look in this because weird things are happening. We are very, very right on that. Why the day after this huge run was there a spike to 5.5 million FTDs? What is going wrong in the system that, I mean, at that point, what we're talking about 5 million, we're trading at 50. what's that, $250 million? Why is $250 million like being inappropriately, I guess, hidden or not transferred? Like, what is going on? Why is $250 million? That makes no sense. And it's actually more than that. It's more like it's actually pushing at that point 400, 500. It's almost $500 million. Like, what's going on? It's just, I don't know. It's insane. And I'll see it of like, that's what really irks me is like, you have these pompous dudes who are like in their suits and they're like, I'm on TV. You got to listen to me. We're right. You're wrong. Nothing crazy is going on here. It's like, well, like, I get that we're dumb, but we're not that dumb. Like, what? This is not normal. It sums up with, it's not that normal. This is not in any risk parameter of like, oh, okay, we have a little deviation. Some stocks have a little bit more, a little bit less. We're so far blown past that there's no, it's just not possible. Something is going on, and hopefully time will tell of like what truly is going on. Shout out Joe Wolf. This I 1K for AFES ticket today. Guess I'll see you there, buddy. Look forward to meeting everyone. Clubfoot Billy. Matt, please teach me how to buy and sell options. I'm at risk if I buy calls or puts or losing more than I invest. If you buy calls and puts, the most you're going to lose is your premium. Chase becoming an astronaut. It's like the show Billions. I really like that show. I thought the first like 2 or 3 seasons were better than the later seasons, but it's still a good show. Jen, please clip the comparison and put it on Twitter. Pure gold. Thanks for all you do. I don't know. I kind of like it being our secret. It's a secret between us 17,000 people. Well, we don't have to tell anyone. It's our little Friday secret. Matt, your show is great. Picked up 200 AMC shares today. Just read what happened to overstock price after hiring Wes Christian. Overstock price jumped from 492 to 11 within 8 months, 222%. Disgusting. Matt, please explain again what the SHF took their position. We were counting on the companies going bankrupt. Therefore, they would never have to buy back the shares. Game over. Yeah, I mean, if it goes bankrupt, that means it's zero and you don't buy anything back at zero. So if they were trying to drive it completely down, it would be unlimited profit. Because, okay, if you buy back X amount of shares by zero, that still is X times zero, and you're not going to have to do anything. Is Citadel receiving repo money? That has become a correlation between the two. No. Reverse repos is money leaving the big banks into the Federal Reserve. Money is leaving the system, and Citadel is a hedge fund, well, and a market maker. Citadel Securities is, but that's for banks. And you're talking about reverse repos. That's what's been going on lately, and that's money leaving the big banks out of the system to try to battle inflation. Ms. Waters becoming an astronaut. Chase becoming an astronaut. All right, we have about 15 minutes to go. All right. It is Friday. Tomorrow is Saturday. What a good song. Whatever happened to Rebecca Black? She probably made so much money off of that song. What is Rebecca Black doing now? Well, first, let's look up her net worth. She's worth $500,000. Impressive. Very impressive. What is she doing now? In this article was written in February of 2021. Oh, she's still making music. She released her debut EP in 2017. She's released, I guess, a lot of music. She's still... Oh, she's a YouTuber. Shout out. YouTube brother. All right. I guess social media, YouTube, all that stuff. I hope she comes out with an album for every day of the week. Like, I want an album that has a song for every day of the week. Hey, Matt, please, just curious what it means that we own the float. Respect all the knowledge and love you spread. Ape, no fight ape. Ooga booga. Okay, so first, let's cover what the float is. Let's start with outstanding shares. So outstanding shares is the amount of shares in existence. Part of that is your free float. That's the shares that the public can trade, and that's what you and I trade. And the other part is closely held. So the free float plus the closely held, and that's like pension funds and people internal to the company that we know can't sell. Closely held just means that they're not going to be actively traded. So closely held plus the free float equals outstanding shares. So basically, free float is a portion of outstanding shares. So when people are saying we own the free float, it's more of like we own a lot of the free float. As in the shares that can be publicly traded, we own 80% of those shares. And this is just a metric from early June. If I had to wager, I bet it's even higher now. I don't know how much higher. It might be in the realm, I don't know, 85, 99, I don't know. But I would wager that it is higher just because there's more and more apes. I don't think many apes are selling. I think they're buying way, way more. So I think every single day, in terms of the free float in the shares that could be owned, I think we're owning a higher and higher percentage. So that's what people are referring to when they say we own the float, is like we own a lot of the float and we're gaining more and more each day. Someone just said more like 90 now. It could be. It's tough to put a number on that. We would need another share recount to get a better idea of like what we do or don't have. But like I said, I'd wager that we do own more than we did at the beginning of June. Only way we are colluding in Vegas is the best way to lose at the roulette wheel. Oh, by the way, after stream for a good laugh, search up Friday Brooks dub. It's absolutely hilarious, but it's definitely not stream friendly. All right, I'll look that up. Please check message of public. Camper Doodles becoming an astronaut. Do you think an economic collapse is the reason why people outside the stock market are suppressing the squeeze from happening? No, I think it's people within the stock market that are stopping it. Is Citadel receiving any Okay, we did that. Chase joining up. Wait, what was the previous super chat about public? Public. I think I read something that like if this is the same super chat of like to have it turned off your lending, but also just know that public uses Apex clearing, which engages in payment for order flow. Hi from Puerto Rico, Matos. Anyone who willingly eats peas should be considered a clean and present danger. Happy Friday, Matt and Apes. Public does not use PFOF anymore as of February 16th. It now runs on an optional tipping system. But don't they use Apex clearing? Who is their clearinghouse? Because if their clearinghouse is Apex, Apex uses. So maybe they don't, but they're giving all their trades to Apex, and then Apex is doing it. Public Clearing. Clearinghouse for public brokerage. So this is as of February 15th, 2021. Yeah. So as of February 2021, Public was using Apex Clearing, and then Apex Clearing is using payment for order flow with Citadel. So as I mean, everyone, it seems, oh, I shouldn't say everyone, a lot of people are using Apex Clearing. Interactive Brokers isn't, because that's its own full-fledged brokerage system. M1 Finance, Apex, SoFi, Apex, Tastyworks, Apex, Well Simple, Apex, Webull, Apex, Public, Apex. You're going to see a theme here in terms of clearing brokers. Apex is pretty popular. Please search, how does Public make money? Well, they might make money from tips as well, but that doesn't change the fact that they're using Apex. I mean, I could search that for you, but that doesn't take away from the fact that they are also using Apex. Oh, this was the day after. This was updated February 16th. The thing I just found was February 15th. As of February 16th, well, technically this is the day after, so they might have changed something. The main criticism of payment for order flow is that it creates misalignment between the financial arms of a brokerage and the interests of its clients. As of February 16th, Public is officially payment for order flow free and will no longer have order flow as a revenue generator for the business. We're committing it to this better align of our financial goals. Optional tipping, all right, blah, blah. Right here, our clearing firm, Apex, is able to lend shares. So Public itself, here, hang on. Later in, so like I see the article that you're looking in, scroll down and it says that their clearinghouse is Apex, and then search Apex payment for order flow Citadel Securities, and you'll see that they have a partnership. So does Public itself directly engage in payment for order flow? No, it looks like they have stopped that as of February 16th. But their clearing broker, Apex, does do payment for order flow. So it's one of those things that you pull on one thread and it just gets completely unwound, and you're just going to run down the rabbit hole, which is like, blows my mind with people's fascination with Webull right now, because it's all of them. All of them. Unless you are using a brokerage where you intentionally route your own orders to not Citadel Securities, I don't know how you're avoiding Citadel. It's just, and that's just how this game is right now. I mean, it would be nice to have a brokerage that has a good UI. It's not involved with Citadel. It allows you to route your own trades. That would be awesome. But I don't know if we have one that like connects all of those together right now. I hear you're a shill. Yeah, I hear that too. Are they trying to cover puts today? What's today's date? They might be, but really AMC is not overly volatile today. We're not seeing that like extreme movement. Isn't this a monopoly? Very close. It's a duopoly between Citadel and Virtu. So close, very close to a monopoly. One away. Eric, thank you for that super emote. Hey, Matt, on Ortex, how does average age go from 45 to 34 to 35 to 37? Wouldn't the number get smaller than larger? Bad reporting? No, because If there's old shorts covering, that would drop it. If there's a bunch of new shorts, that would also drop it. It's just an average. It could have been new shorts a while ago that dropped it, but now that they're holding, the average goes back up because their average duration is holding. Public lend shares to short sellers who make money by betting the price of something will drop. Then they buy it back at a lower price. Well, that's just shorting. What does it say about securities lending? Our clearing firm, Apex, is able to lend shares to investors and institutions that need to want to borrow them. Those parties, blah, 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 pay a market-driven interest rate for borrowing the shares and may use borrowed stock to provide liquidity, hedge a position, arbitrage an opportunity, create structured product, or bet against the stock. Apex then provides us with a portion of interest they receive as a rebate against our clearing and custody fees. So yeah, if you own on public, they're keeping the loaning rate. Like you don't even get the kickback. And that's my point. I have no issue whatsoever. Like across the board, I feel for all of you. Like if you're hearing this and you're like, crap, I'm on public. If you're like, crap, I'm on whatever, E-Trade, Robinhood, Webull. I feel for you because that's our system right now. It is very, very hard to escape it. There's no brokerage that like, oh, this is the obvious choice that we should all be on. So don't feel bad about it. Like people are spreading this FUD and it's just taking it away. Like it's making people feel uneasy as if like you did something wrong. If you bought the shares, you already bought the shares. You don't have to transfer because the buying's done. So if you are or aren't worried about payment for order flow, once you have the shares, the deal's done. Maybe you want to change something up for future additional buying. That's fair and have at it. But overall, don't get on yourself for like, oh, did I do this on the right or wrong brokerage? Please, please don't, because they're all intertwined. Like one might not do it, but then if you look at its clearing firm, you see that the clearing firms do. It's just such a convoluted mess right now, and it's not a monopoly; it's a duopoly. Citadel Securities and Virtu, they run things. That's just how it is done right now. So I don't want you beating yourself up. And for anyone who's like virtue signaling of like, you got to be on my brokerage, just know that also their brokerage is probably not like the pristine one. Something's probably wrong with it. Either you have to pay or it's doing payment for order flow or it's not doing payment for order flow, but it's still routing most of its trades to those two people, or it just has a crappy UI. Like unfortunately, there's not like a perfect option for us right now. And it's just so, is it something that we need to talk about and fix? Yeah. Is it in our top 5 list of important things? No. Is payment for order flow the singular thing hindering AMC's explosion? Not at all. I appreciate you addressing this. I found the sudden cries to switch brokerages very unsettling. Yes, everyone has been saying this about Robinhood, but now about the rest till now. Yeah, I mean, I brought that up a while ago. Like we've known that Webull's been on payment for order flow. That was not a hidden thing. We've known that almost all brokerages are on payment for order flow. Like these are not secretive things. Like they're reported every quarter or whatever. I think it's the 606 report. If you look up SEC 606, I think that's the official report. Don't let this brokerage thing unsettle you. It's they're fanning the flame of an individual thing, and there's so much more important things to talk about and discuss. And I don't know. It's people. Honestly, I don't even think it's people who like believe that it's the main thing. I think it's people who are just trying to put out something bombastic to get likes, karma, views, whatever, messages. Basically, they just want to be adored by some public that they're like some sort of white knight, and they're just trying to like blow it up. They're turning like a little molehill into a mountain in this scenario. I mean, to me, let's talk about the failure to delivers. Let's talk about naked short. Let's talk about the unnatural price action. There's things that are so much more impactful right now than what brokerage you're on. AMC is so predictably manipulated. I was able to publish a video on Wednesday calling the end of the week close to exactly a few cents over 35. Well, Tony, let's see if you're right. You have about an hour to go. Can you look at the pattern of 4 red candles, 1 green candle on the daily AMC? So I noticed that for July. So we've only seen it twice. I don't know if that's really a pattern yet. Like if it happens for all of July, it's definitely then I would say noteworthy. Can you pull up and compare the FTDs on GME? So in GME's initial insanity, another huge amount of FTDs, millions. I mean, this day, like it just got absolutely crazy. Millions and millions. And remember, this has a much lower float than AMC. So these numbers on a relative rate are pretty crazy. More recently, yeah, we saw a spike, but nothing like we saw in January. These are still considerable numbers, bigger than they've been for a while, but not the same that we saw in the absolute insanity back here. And this is another thing that should have never, ever happened. There's no good explanation for why this was allowed. Someone was doing something wrong, potentially illegal, but definitely not how a market should be functioning. IWM is just getting its absolute teeth kicked in right now. Whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. Someone's selling. Someone is selling, folks. $94. The reason we're watching IWM right now is because it seems to be over the past couple days, weeks, a greater impact upon what we're seeing in AMC. RSI, we know it's oversold, very, very low. You don't really need to necessarily leave that up when we just know it's completely beaten down. But I mean, everything is selling right now. This is not an AMC specific thing. AMC down, GME down, SPY down, IWM down. Someone out there is just selling. How would a lawsuit concerning market manipulation affect us investors as AMC? How would it best case scenario? With that, I'm not the legal expert of how things play out and who does or doesn't get money or anything like that. That's more of like what we would ask Mr. Christian the next time he comes on the show. Do you know if Mumu deals with Apex or Citadel? I would assume that they do. Matt, how do we get the AMC FTD's message heard? Do we contact our congressman? We can try, but a lot of them just don't have the expertise to even know what it means. I mean, many of us didn't even know what it meant a couple months ago, no less like these people who haven't been paying attention to the market. It's kind of like a niche knowledge set. But that's what people like Dave Lauer are doing. Like they go on TV and they fight and they try to explain what is going on and try to get their voices heard. Shout out Eric. Call Vanguard for an interview. Spotlight better brokers on heat on. So I myself have not used Vanguard. If I have anyone listening in right now that uses Vanguard, could you tell me, like, is it free trading? Is it a good UI? Let me know about that. Someone just said, what's going on, LaFoy? I love that name. Sick name. Someone just said Adam Aaron tweeted. Let me see. Are you ready for an experience like no other? Chance the Rapper's brilliant, dazzling concert movie, Magnificent Coloring World, in August across the U.S., only at AMC. We are expecting sellouts, so buy your tickets now. Chance the Rapper. Sweet. That's exciting. What else do we have? There we go. Very, very happy that TMI got it back today. Should have never happened in the first place. Man, what else is going on in the world? People are talking about Hex, which I think is a crypto. I guess Hex is running. If I'm going to be honest, someone told me to buy Hex and I bought some and then I haven't checked it since. Some people tell me it's a scam. Other people tell me it's like the smartest investment I'll ever make. And it's always interesting when you have those two responses. Like one's like, it's a scam, it's crazy. And the other one's like, you got to go all in on this. It makes it more exciting. You know, it does. It gets me excited to see who's going to be right. I love when people have such a insane response to it. One complete scam, same thing. Another person's like, this is the best thing I have ever seen. Could be interesting, but I don't even know much about it. Hunter tweeted, want to know what's delaying the mother of all short squeezes, dark pools, payment for order flow, wasted premium on call options. I think that's wrong. Part of the reason, like we know this, part of the reason this craziness happened on June 2nd was because of a gamma squeeze. We had some short covering, but it was way more because of the options market and that. So it's tough to say, of like wasting premium, because when it's utilized at the right time, it can be a big benefit to you. And that's coming back to that tug of war example that I was explaining earlier. Payment for, I mean, dark pools. Yeah. I mean, weird stuff happens in dark pools. That one is one that I think as a community, we just have to learn more about. Dark pools, they're just weird. I don't think everything that happens in them is above board, but I also don't think they're as like nefarious as they sound of like, what is a dark pool? Because when you call something a dark pool, right away it sounds like, well, why is that even legal? That sounds crazy. It sounds ominous. So the naming sucks and it makes it sound more nefarious than I think it actually is. Am I saying it's all above board and only good stuff happens in there? No, not at all. I'm not that naive. I know crappy stuff happens in there. Out of that list, I would say that's the most detrimental one for sure. I don't agree with the premium thing. Dark pools in that list, I would say, is the most detrimental out of those three. And payment for order flow, That's interesting. I'm not quite sure, like mechanically, how payment for order flow, and this is like me just not maybe understanding something, maybe me missing out on it. I don't know how payment for order flow would hinder a short squeeze, because it's just who's executing the trade. Like all the same amount of trades are being executed. It's just like someone paid for order flow and then they're allowed to execute it first. But maybe I'm missing something there. I'm definitely looking into it this weekend so I can like better articulate myself on that. But just for what it is, they're basically paying a market maker. It's in no way dealing with a hedge fund, but a market maker pays for it, and it increases their individual market making liquidity because it's just more actively trading. That's what liquidity is. Liquidity is a bit weird because in real life, in our day-to-day life, liquidity is like how much money you have and how available it is. Liquidity within the stock market is how easily is the stock traded? How built out is the bid and ask? Like, can you easily get in and out of a sizable position? If so, it's a more liquid stock. So these market makers who are making the market, obviously, hence their name, they, I guess with payment for order flow, that does increase that market maker's liquidity because there's more buying and there's more selling. But with more liquidity, I don't know how more liquidity is related to stopping a squeeze. That's in my brain where I get a little hung up. I'd have to look into it. Because, I mean, they're paying for it. Like, if anything, isn't that taking money away from these market makers? Like, the money goes from the market maker to the brokerage, hence why we have free trading. That's what's offsetting it. But it means that the market makers have less money. And of course, they wouldn't do it unless they're net profitable. I get that. Like, obviously, you're not just going to give away money. So they're doing it for a reason, obviously, because they have to be making more money than they're paying for that, because they're not just going to pay a brokerage for money. Like, they're not just going to pay money to like lose money. That would be insane. So however they're engaging in it, they're doing it in a way which makes them profitable. But still, for what it is how does it stop a movement? I mean, as much as it would stop, if it does stop an upward movement, wouldn't it also stop a downward movement? Like, if it's stopping movements, it would stop both movements. I don't know. That's something I'll be looking into this weekend. I want to make a payment for order flow video explaining what it is. It just doesn't add up to me. No, there's no way. Unless I'm like, what? I mean, Algo, are you still in Discord? You might be able to explain some of this to me. I just don't see how it would. Because it's not changing the amount of, like, if you buy 1 million shares, you're still buying 1 million shares. It doesn't matter who executes it. If you had a direct market access feed and you routed it to the New York Stock Exchange, if you routed it to Citadel, if you routed it anywhere, you're still buying 1 million shares. Like, you added 1 million to the volume and you now own 1 million shares. So it's not like payment for order flow is like hiding shares. It's not hiding buying. It's not hiding selling. It's not hiding anything. It's just who executes it. It's, yeah, no. I don't really get that one. I don't know how it would be. It sounds cool. It sounds like, oh, this is our problem. It's not squeezing because of payment for order flow. It sounds cool. I just don't think it's necessarily accurate. It sounds like this convertible bond thing where I'm like, oh, it sounds cool on paper. But like when you dive into it and you think about it, you're like, well, what? It just doesn't really add up. But maybe I'm getting it wrong. I will, like I said, I'll look into it. I'll attempt to learn more and more about it. And also, Dave Lauer is coming on next week. So if I am missing on something, he's the dude to ask because he knows all about payment. He's 100% can be considered a payment for order flow expert. So we will dive into that without a doubt. Justin Super Chat. Matt, you and Trey should donate your super chat money to the GoFundMe for Wes Christian on behalf of the Apes. I mean, I can't speak in any way for Trey. I mean, that I can't tell him what to do. But for me, I could tell you, I've personally donated money to that because, like, why would I not? This is something I believe in. But I mean, I can't. How could I speak for Trey? I can't make, you can't make someone do something with their money. I'm in control of my money. I'm not in control of Trey's money. I can't believe you talk for 8 hours straight. That's def a talent. Yeah, I figured when I talk, it just quiets all those voices in my head. Check into TradeStation. TradeStation, I believe, engages in payment for order flow. Yeah, TradeStation right here. Payment for order flow. Payment for order flow. This was written in February of this year. Robinhood, E-Trade, TD Ameritrade, Charles Schwab, Webull, Ally, First Trade, TradeStation. And on top of that, this is not payment for order flow, but here are the ones where most of it is the number one venue for sending both stock and option: Robinhood, TD, Charles Schwab, Webull, Fidelity, and Ally. Man, you're an amazingly calm person no matter what is said on social media. Keep being you. You're a breath of fresh air, and that is a few and far between. Instead of today's social media, I hope you have a great weekend. Robert, I appreciate that. I hope you have a weekend. A great apish weekend, that is. Hypothetically, if I had access to Gary G's contact info, would you want to reach out to him? I mean, he won't do it. I mean, Gary Gensler didn't even go on Making Money with Charles Payne, so we have 0% shot. But I would love to bring him on so we can have a better insight to the SEC process. Like, that would be just an eye-opening conversation for all of us to be like, oh, okay, like, this is how things are working. This is what they can or can't say. Like, it sucks that our governing body is so difficult to reach out to, because I thought if you're a governing body, especially in like the US political system, at a certain point, you have a certain duty to your citizens. So I don't know. It's frustrating that we can't easily get someone from the DTCC or the SEC or FINRA to come on and have a conversation and keep us updated. The absolute gall of someone telling you how to spend your money is both astonishing and disconcerting to me. Your money, your choice. Well, they took it to the next level. They told me to tell Trey of how he should spend his money, which is just fascinating. Hey, man, I'm an internet stranger. I think you should spend your money in this way because I think so. And on top of that, this other person that I don't know, but you know, you should tell him how to spend his money as well. Like, what? When in your life have you ever told, like, why all of a sudden is it okay to tell someone how to spend their money? Like, that's never, I guess, been something. I missed the memo on that, on like social courtesy, I guess. I missed that day. I missed that memo update. Did you guys all get emails or something along those lines of like, oh, no, now it's cool to tell people how to spend their money? Missed it. If one of you guys could forward me that email, much appreciated. Bought the dip, another 1,000 in shares and 500 in YOLO calls. Let's Moon Gang. You only live once. Have a great weekend. Shout out. Thank you so much for all you've done. Continue to do. Happy Friday. Few. Hey Matt, can you please talk whatever you want and how much you want, as fun as you want? Because it's your stream. It's free. 99% of us appreciate you. What's going on, Brambles? It's fun. It keeps me I don't know, some of the insanity of this stuff. I just love it. You never know what you're going to get live streaming. I think that's one of the most exciting ones. And I still think about that, the evergreen, like back when there was that, I don't know, that boat that was stuck and there was pirates and whatever. There was that big tank, I don't know, something about an oil and a big shipping ship. And it was the most amazing, convoluted super chat I have ever received. And it just ended with pirates ? And I wish I screenshot it. I wish I had it tattooed on my body. It was the quote of the century. And it just ended with pirates. And I had to read that thing at least 15 times. And I am not shitting you, folks. I still think about it. Like some nights when I'm trying to go to sleep, I just think about that super chat. It like literally keeps me up. And I'm sure that person who did it is now long gone. And a lot of these people, I say, yeah, like I'm going to live rent free in your head. To all these angry super chatters, Redditors, whatever you are out there, whatever. The truth is like I live rent free in your head. That's life. But this guy who sent in that super chat, he lives rent-free in my head. That's who has filled out my mental space. I just want to know everything about that life. I want to know what happened and how, like, pirates? Like, it was crazy. Those were the days. Those were the days. Pirates? It was something about, like, us investing into pirate. It was just so cool. Every aspect of it was perfect. The timing, the letter, everything was good. Northwest Pearl. Take this 5, Matt. I force you to spend it on whatever freaking you want. Love your face, Fuzzy G. I think POF potentially does a few things. Lets market makers time short attacks based on sentiment, funds, more shorting, helps control the bid and ask spread, allows them to delay buy. So I would agree with a couple things there. So yes, it does help them control the bid and ask spread, but it does. Remember, market makers are not directional players. Market makers make the most money when there's a lot of trades and not much movement. They don't like trends. They make the money when they're just playing that same bid and ask back and forth. That's what a market maker wants to do. Market makers don't like massive movements because that's when they're at their biggest risk of losing money. They love it sideways trading. If a market maker could do something, it would have the dumbest amount of volume, like high volume, and it would just trade sideways. That would be a market maker's dream. So this concept lets them time a short attack. If they were timing a short attack, someone is selling. All that would tell a market maker to do is to get rid of the ask. They would like all of theirs on the sell, they would just get rid of it. And they'd be like, oh, okay, like we're going to let this come. They would front run it by not filling the bid. They would take their orders off, let it play out, and then let it come back to some level of equilibrium. If they detected it. Like if they got that coming across and like, whoa, we see this huge order, they're not going to let themselves get run over. So they would probably pull their orders off the ask and the bid, let the movement happen, or they would play it the other way. They would drop the ask. Do you know sometimes we see a stock spike up and then the next minute it comes down? That's what's going on. A lot of the times when you see it spike up and come down, the market makers are dropping all of their ask. They take the liquidity out of the ask because they've detected someone selling, whether it's them getting out of a position, a short or anything like that. They drop the ask. So when the ask is very light, when they drop the ask, All right. When a market maker drops his ass, they're looking for something crazy to happen. All right. Anyway, when they drop the ask is very light, and that means that there's not much selling pressure. So you shoot up, but they've already front run. They've detected a large sell order, and then the sell brings it right back to equilibrium. And for them, that's just a play for a market maker to keep equilibrium all day. And that's how they make the most money. They don't want some big trend. And the opposite can happen too. We've seen it before where there's a big red bar and then right away there's another green bar. That's the market maker dropping the bid. And then right away there's a huge buy order coming in. So they just detected it like a couple nanoseconds before it actually happened. So they wouldn't try to time a short attack. Well, they would, but they would try to do the inverse because they don't want it to trend. Funds more shorting. Well, funds more shorting, but new guy investing. What would funds more shorting have to do with payment for order flow? Payment for order flow has nothing to do with hedge funds. It only deals with market makers and brokerages. Help control bid and ask. I agree with that. Allow them to delay buy posting. I don't know how payment for order flow would stop. I don't know how that would assist with delay buy posting. That sounds more of like a stock market plumbing issue than like a payment for order flow. Matt, you impress me every day. For 16 years, I thought the only person who could talk for 8 hours a day was my wife. You're amazing. Ask me before I spend. Roses are red. Ducks are yellow. Take my money. You're a good fellow. I miss when we could just talk about weird pinkies. Any book recommendations on how to do options? I think there's a pretty popular book called, I believe, Options Trading, like level 5 or something. It's a green cover. It's a good one. It's a thick book. It's not the easiest read, but it's a lot of amazing information. Alex, thank you for that super chat. Hey, Matt, you should give me your super chat money so I can get more AMC. JK, looks like we're both being laddered down again from the big hedgies. Eight hours. I think I'm just making up for time. So from all of my years of coding when I didn't talk at all, I think now like I'm just catching up to it. Like maybe you're supposed to say X amount of words per decade. And in the first half of my 20s, I didn't say enough. And now like quickly my body and my mind are trying to get all the words in right at like the last couple of years, like to make up for my lack of talking. Hey, Matt, just broke open a fresh box of crayons. Is it possible that payment for order flow can direct shares to a dark pool, whether they wait to accumulate or block? Yeah, but at that point, that then defeats payment for order flow. The entire concept of payment for order flow is, let's say you're a market maker and I'm a broker. You pay me money. I send orders to you. You've already paid me, and you're doing that because you're hoping to make money off of playing it better. So let's say a buy order comes in at 34.38. You're hoping to find some at 34.37 and then selling it at 34.38. If they then offload the trade to somewhere else, they don't make the money. So yes, a payment for order flow can direct it to a dark pool, but at that point, they don't want that to happen because they make money by taking the other side of the trade. If they end up offloading it to an exchange or dark pool, that means that they just spent money to get the order, and then they're not going to make money on it because they didn't take the other side of the trade. So yes, payment for order flow can lead to sending it to a dark pool, but to a market maker, that would be considered like a failed situation. They don't want that to happen because they make their money when they take the other side of the trade. But I mean, at that point, you can send it to wherever you want. You could send it to a dark pool, you can send it to an exchange. They can send it wherever they want. Is AMC showing a massive bull flag? Well, let's check it out. I would argue that it was from July 9th up until July 15th, not so much today. I mean, it depends on what time frame you're on, but the 9th to the 15th, I would say, yeah, I would agree that's a bull flag. Very systematic, perfect bull flag. Dang, bro, why these bots deleting every Matt criticism? Because I have a very fragile emotional state, and I have a stunted maturity growth that I'm probably never going to get over, and I can't take any of it. Just an ego that's on the edge, you know? Why? Why? The internet is hilarious. Like, I love it. I just love, like, people, they love to say things that they would just never, ever say in real life and just ask the most, like, I guess, jagged questions possible. And they're like, oh, this is just like, it's just so not real. That smells like old tacos. Oh, folks. Tinfoil hat. As soon as I sent the payment for order flow, chat was disabled on my phone and my Xbox shut off totally from watching. Weird. Let's pretend a market maker also had a hedge fund branch. Any incentive then? The incentive would be for them to play nice when that hedge fund is doing their order. That would be the incentive. A market maker, they're still in it for profit. So maybe on a hedge fund, if they're fulfilling those orders, they'll play nice and not screw over their friend. But they, as a business, would not take a loss for a friend. They would just play less aggressively for a friendly party, which could be Citadel, the hedge fund. So they would ensure that their friends get a slightly better fill than probably anyone else, but that's about it. Did I talk to Phil? Who's Phil? Wow. The market is not ending the week on the best note here. Team. Red. Whoa, team. Hey, Coinbase is up by 0.46%. GME's up by 1.76%. Microsoft's in the green. There's not many things in the green. This is not an AMC GME specific thing. Things are red today. People are selling. I hate to say it, but on a day like today, I don't even know if something like tulips would be in the green. And you guys know how much I like tulips. And a day like today is a day where you just think it looks like everything is red. Whoa, workhorses dropped to 11. Wow. TLT. Someone asked me about TLT before. That's a bonds play. Remember, that's going to move inversely with interest rates. So if they raise interest rates, bonds will probably go down. Everything's in the red. Redity, red. Roses are red. AMC's gold. I'm going broke, but my shares are not sold. LO, keep it up, man. Been here since March, still hodling. Matt, you're the sweetest smelling taco I've ever met. This is getting concerning. This is getting somewhere. All we have to do is keep it on the rails for about a 30 more minute session. Was away for the feed for 2 hours. What hell happened? Downward slope again for the last few hours. Yeah, it's the market at large is selling right now. This is, in my argument, not. I mean, just look at all this red. Everything is selling. Lots of negative Nancy's going into the weekend. Lots of negative Nancy's. Logged out due to inactivity? Don't tell me what to do. Fun fact, teamity, team. Do you remember a couple days ago about how I told you my S&P 500 algo went long? Well, it did. And it was super, super wrong. And it lost money. And it just, everything about Wednesday was just so shitty. Like, just across the board. When I sat there on Wednesday night, I was like, oh, wow. So on Wednesday, an interview that went off script, off the rails, and people, whatever, decided that they hate me for it. The stock was not good on Wednesday. And then also, like, so all this happened. Like, you guys were there. A lot of you witnessed this. And I, that day, then checked because I got a message that my futures position closed, and it closed for a $25,000 loss. And it was all on my birthday. And I was like, this is like the worst birthday ever. When it's just like, I was the internet's punching bag, losing money like across the board. I was like, what is going on? Like, so obviously my own AMC position, it was going down that day. I lost on my futures algorithm. People, the internet was like, today is the day we hate this Kohrs kid. It was a day. I had myself a day. I also probably ran like one of the fastest times I've ever run. I was just just sprinting down the Schuylkill River. Like at one point I was on the river. I was like, we're going. Like that kid doesn't seem right as I'm running in my shoes that I should not be running on because they're like, you shouldn't run in Chucks, folks, is what I'm trying to say. The moral of this story. But the pure like raw emotional lashback, I was full Usain Bolt. I was just like, you know how they used to run in Power Rangers? Like we're just like, that was me just like on the Schuylkill. At one point, like I was just hydroplaning on the water. It was a day. You know, what a way to kick off a year. I'm shorting Matt's algorithm. Yeah, if you guys want to do the opposite, I'll put my algorithms out there and you could just invert it. Just whenever I say buy, sell, and whenever I say sell, you could buy. We could always do, Gary Gensler posted 37 minutes ago. Gensler posted 37 minutes ago. Gary Gensler. Is this the real Gary Gensler? One following. Who is he following? He's just following the SEC. What a dude. What a dude. Wait, he was discussing Bitcoin? This is from May 8th. Is this the real Gary Gensler? I don't think it's the real one. Well, hey, IWM's vomiting, but you know what's not? AMC coming back. Coming back into close. 20 more minutes. I lost 36K on my birthday. Don't be too sad. I mean, it's part of it. It was just one of those things that when it rains, it pours, you know? when one thing goes wrong, you have to know everything's gonna go wrong. And I don't know. But I will be at a casino this weekend, and I fully plan on making it back. And I'm not gonna sit there and be like, oh, I'm like edging out perfect statistical plays on poker or anything like that. No. If you need to make 25K, you do it or you don't. You double up or nothing. You take 25K and you bet it on black on the roulette wheel. Just so everyone knows, this is sarcasm. I will not be doing it. But anyway, let me continue with this bit. That's what you do, folks. If you're down 25K, you take another 25K and you're like, hey, I'm either making it all back or I'm not doing anything. You know, you just have to make it back in one shot. Time is money. You don't have time to be gambling all night. You do it in one big bet or you don't. Elliot, no, I'm fine. I don't know. It's not, when you get internet hate, it's not how, like, I guess you would imagine it. Like, I've seen movies and I've seen it before when people get a lot of hate, and it's different. It's oddly different, but I guess in my brain, like, my emotional response to it was like not what I was expected. I guess, I don't know. Maybe it's discouraging because, like, you put yourself out there and you're trying to, like, just teach, and you put yourself out there and you're trying to put out content that you think people would like. And in that circumstance, I thought it would be a fruitful discussion that people could learn something from. And did it go well? No. But I guess the part that sucks is people had the assumption that I was, like, attempting to hurt the community. And then that's painful because you're like, well, no, I've been trying to help the community for months. Like, how that's, I guess, the worst part of it is that, okay, I get it. Did I do what I was supposed to do right? No. Did it go well? No. But then the assumptions that people are like, oh no, he's also then trying to hurt our community. Like, as if that was like my master big brain plan that I'm going to build this community up for months and then I'm going to try to drive it into the ground. Like, I guess I found it frustrating that anyone could find that to be viable, that they're like, yeah, no, it's fair to admit, like, to think I messed up. Like, I've accepted that. Yeah, I messed up. But then to also take it to that next level and think somehow I was, like, intentionally attacking the community, that was the part that I was like, what? Like, I've been loving this community. I want it to grow. I want it to succeed. So that was, I think, the part now that I'm, like, doing a psychoanalysis of myself of, like, the crappiest part. So that was, like, discouraging, but it could be way worse, folks. If that is the worst thing that happens to me this month, this year, whatever, I'm looking pretty good. When it rains, it Kohrs. Sunday unboxing. Yeah, I'm planning on doing a Sunday unboxing. Actually, right when the market closes, I'll be going over to the P.O. box and getting that. Negative Nancy Friday means positive Punday Pirates. According to your algorithm, you should bet on red. AMC was worth 37, 25, 27. Why do they drop the new floor now? I think AMC is worth more now than 2015. What do you think? Worth more in 2015 than now. I think that's a very fair argument. The revenue, well, it depends on how you look at it, but overall, I think the revenue is going to rebound very, very well, especially in the current quarter we're in. Right now, we're in the third fiscal quarter, fiscal with an F, of the year. And if we listen to their earnings announcement the last time, they admitted, they're like, hey, we think Q3 is not going to just be better than Q2, but we think it's going to be exponentially better than Q2. So that's interesting for sure. And then they think Q4 is going to even be better than Q3. So in terms of its revenue, I think they're going to be able to hit 8 million in box office in 2022. No problem. Some people think that is just inaccurate. I think pretty I think that's going to be pretty easily met. So, and on top of that, so the revenue is bouncing back, and they also have the most liquidity they've ever had. And then on top of that, they don't have any serious debt maturity until 2026. So this argument of, is AMC a more valuable company now than it was in 2015? I actually think there's a strong argument for that being the case. Hey, Matt, underwater is my position now. Trying to stay calm, man. Sound words of encouragement would be nice, I guess, for the ape family. Chart bouncing off of 30 shorts, some of the most shorts we've ever seen. Community growing day in and day out. When in doubt, zoom out. Not long ago, AMC was trading sub 10, sub 8. This is a battle of attrition, and my bet is that the ape community comes out on top. Do you code algos yourself? If so, what do you use to create them? I'm a data analyst, code a fair amount, and I'm considering making my own. Yeah, so TradeStation is the brokerage I use, and they have their own proprietary language that absolutely sucks. If you know about coding, you're going to hate it, but that's what I end up using. It's called Easy Language, and it's all on TradeStation. Man, I hate it. I don't know why they just don't like allow you to do it in Python. They made their own language, and it's called Easy Language, and that's the biggest misnomer out there. It is not Easy Language. It is like stupid hard language. And not because it's complex, it just makes no sense. Like, it does not work how you want it's not like any other language out there. It's frustratingly stupid. But you could also do it for free. You can make a TradeStation account. You just deposit money, then you'll get access to it, and you could get some free data as well. I also just turned 40. CFAX. Has been fined repeatedly for delaying orders for retail benefit. Their hedge fund branch payment gives them the ability to front run retail. Well, that's inherently what payment for order flow is. You see the order, and then you choose if you want to quickly take the other side. Like, kind of inherently, that's what payment for order flow allows, is like this asymmetric information advantage. If you see an order coming in at 50, you quickly try to buy it for $49.99, and then you sell it to them at 50 and profit that difference. Like, inherently, that's why they're engaging in payment for order flow, is for the front running aspect. That's how they're making their money. And any update on TMI? Yep, his channel's back. He is A-OK, ready to rock. Fridays are almost always bad on AMC. Don't sweat it. Zoom out 6 weeks ago. Where were we? LOL. It's all good. Shout out CFAX. LA County requiring masks tomorrow night due to Delta variant increasing hospitalizations. People are worried about another shutdown. Hodl. Hi, Matt. Dave from England here. Love your show. Sin World in the UK is the most shorted stock in the UK. We are on that next. Dave, what's going on? Payment for order flow, not a huge factor, so it seems like the catalyst would be the next more apes trigger, more FOMO buying like they did in June. Possible to trigger the squeeze. Let's get her done. Much love, Mr. Lore. Matt, love your videos. I found a legit coin on BSC. It's called Bankroll. The team is freaking amazing, already nerdy. They have an automatic BNB reflection system. You get BNBs, the more volume it has. They partnered up with TCG. Piss me off that you're not verified on Twitter, but Doge Millionaire is, and you have more followers. I don't know how I mean, I don't know much about Doge Millionaire, of like his process. I know who he is, and I've talked with Andre, obviously, when I did that video with him, and I know he's done videos. I don't know how he got verified so quickly. Like, I don't know what was going on there, and both Trey and myself have been denied. I don't know how. I don't know why. Check out JDST. What does it mean when it has mentions on saying it's reverse leveraged? Reverse leveraged. I don't know if I've ever gotten a message that mine was reverse leverage. Wait, is the Gary Gensler thing real or not? So some people are saying it's a fake account. Other people are saying it's not. Red Fang, you missed it. If I miss it, it's way easier just to resend the message than tell it, because then sometimes they disappear. Do you think Ryan Cohen and Adam Aaron have something brewing to help the apes? I don't know. I don't know if they're like talking with each other at all. Did the level 2 block orders 100 are going through the time in sales? That's pretty common to see hundreds a lot on any stock. Even if you pull up Apple right now, you're going to see something similar. Ryan, where are you? All right, I'm still looking for yours, Ryan. What is the loneliest one? Ryan. All right, I am definitely not seeing it. It must have disappeared. Feel free to tag a mod and they could get it to me. Making a move, better late than never. Let's go. Let go. AMC, $35. IWM, teeth kicked in. They're going to try to do some form of selling at the end of the day here. What's going on? What is going on? Curious when Trey Matt stopped making South Park episodes and began getting great market insights. I'm Red Fang, not Ryan. LOL. It's kind of funny that I'm seeing your message just in normal chat, Red Fang. We're close. My price notification pops up so far today. What do you think about a chart? What sign should I be looking for before buying? Thanks for any advice. On SoFi trading. I don't know if I would touch this until like low to mid 14s. It doesn't look the best. I would be a little hesitant. Maybe you get a bounce play off of the low 14s, but if it breaks below that, it could drop to 13. Ugh, not the best looking chart. I would be patient for the reversion play. Patience. Patience, patience, patience. Let's go to the 1 minute. The 1 minute. They have fully averaged out of 59. Think of the way you have the large tickets and not selling a loss. Still have my tickets. What's going on, Matt? Yo, Matt. Happy birthday. What do you think about the MQL 4 or 5 language encoding for Forex? Also, broker experience. So for my algorithms, I think the two best options are either easy language on TradeStation or write some Python scripts that hook up to the Interactive Brokers API. Securities can delay huge amounts of buy orders for days and then let them come out in trickles after hours to prevent huge rips. Google Citadel finds order flow. Google Citadel finds order flow. So this is back when Citadel to pay $22.6 million for misleading clients. So this is more of an issue for failing to fill customer orders at the best price. I'm not seeing it. So, I mean, I could look into this a little bit more over the weekend. I know they've been fined for a myriad of things where they've like been caught and like, dude, what are you actually doing? What's going on here? And then it's just a question of, okay, are they still probably doing it? Well, yeah, obviously, but it's more of a question to the degree at which they're still doing it. I mean, if you're fined once, that makes it hard for me to believe that's a common day-to-day practice, especially if the SEC knows to look at you for it. But the thing that I just saw was about not filling at the best price. That wasn't really a delay thing. But I think I have read about Citadel delaying orders. Do I like TCAT NFT play for a swing long term? I actually just like Ethereum better. If I'm doing an NFT play, I would rather just play the crypto itself rather than like some offshore NFT company. What if they stop pre and post market trading? If they stop pre and post market trading for to do what? I don't think there's anything inherently bad about pre or post market trading. Double the fine every time they FTD. I think that is an amazing suggestion. Who said that? Ian Reeves, Mr. Reeves. I think that is insanely smart. Every time you get caught, the fine doubles. Start off at a normal fine rate in case people are making a mistake. The next one, all right, you didn't learn. It's a bit more expensive. You better learn now. But by the time you get fined for the third one, well, no, you're just abusing it. I love that. Every time you get caught, you double up the fine. I think that's an amazing suggestion. Isn't it a conflict of interest to both be a hedge fund and a market maker? Yes, and technically they're not. Technically they're not. I mean, they are two different separate entities. Citadel Securities allegedly has no interactions with Citadel, the hedge fund. So yeah, it's a conflict of interest, but they've done what they legally need to do to show that they're two separate entities. Now, it's the question of like, okay, like, are you actually? It's pronounced CFAX. LOL, go AMC. Let's go, mother suckers. Is it short for cat facts? All right. About a minute left. So if just so you know, if you're battling PDT and you're trying to make a trade before the market closes, this is kind of your 1 minute warning. All right. Hi. I mean, 35. Someone earlier messaged that this was at 3 p.m. They said it would be right in the low 35s was their prediction. Whoever you are, Mr. Wizard Man, it looks like you might be right. Someone at 3 p.m. an hour ago said, I think it ends right above 35. Pretty impressive. Let's see. All right. Minute. All right. Hey, Mark. The title of the book, Options Trading 5 and 1 by Robert Murphy. Thanks for the Options Trading Masterclass Part 1. Looking forward to Part 2 and 3. Have a great weekend. Revenge trading at the casino. Yeah. So before you hop into that book, because obviously it costs money, I would recommend step 2, check out the playlist I have on my channel, just so you feel like even more, like, I guess, grounded in your foundation, because you can watch that for free before buying the book. And then if you want to take it to the next level, obviously have out the book. All right, all right, all right. Friday, folks. Friday, Friday, Friday. Friday, Friday, Friday. Just someone, BS nickname, no rhyme or reason. Shout out to the chocolate chub. All right. Ding, 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 nitty, ding, 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 ding. The market is closed, amigos. It is Friday. Mice down, drinks up. It's Friday. It's Friday. We made it through another week. There were some highs, there were some lows, there was some crying, there were some laughs. It was a full week. We had a full week. Wow. What a week. What a week. Here's the dealio. This will be it for today. I'm not posting a video today. I might take tomorrow off, and then I'll definitely be posting on Sunday. I might post tomorrow and Sunday, but I might just take a day off to relax, recharge, and then come back swinging on Sunday. And then next week is another normal work for me. I'll be streaming Monday to Friday, 9 to 4. You guys know the dealio. So that's it. I'm trying to think of anything else. AMC closed out at 34.92. GME closed out at 169.05. In terms of Ortex, 2.95 million borrowed, 9.66 million return, a net return of 6.72 million, short interest of 14.71%. Remember, I strongly believe the shares being returned were not actually short. Hence, we're not seeing any impact in the price. I think they went out on loan and are just being returned. That's it. In terms of GameStop, 205 borrowed against it, short interest of 14.94%. That's kind of the rundown of how we ended at the end of today, just to keep you guys up to date with everything. But overall, this is it for today. Maybe taking tomorrow off, and then I'll be posting again on Sunday. Thank you for all of the support. I mean, it was a rough week, one of my roughest weeks, but the outpouring of support is exactly why I keep doing this. This is exactly why I'm the guy who doesn't leave your back, why I stream every single day, 9 to 4. It's that simple. If you guys have my back, I have your back. It's literally because of the love from this community that keeps me going. Thank you so much for the support, truly from the bottom of my heart. It's you guys that are keeping me, holding my head held high. Thank you. And remember, overall, have an amazing weekend. Be safe. If not, at least have some fun. And remember, from me and Chair, best of luck in the markets.